Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, The Man Who Lost Pain, and the Chosen of Agony. Yuck. So disgusting. My head's spinning. What's going on? Luz felt like he had been tumbling inside a washing machine for 3 days straight. His head was dizzy, and he struggled to open his eyes. But the blinding white light that greeted him made him squint in pain. He had no idea what had happened. His whole body felt uncomfortable, his mind was blank, and his memories seemed to be completely missing. As he stared in confusion, a shadow blocked out the glaring light. A stunning blonde woman in a white lab coat leaned over him from above. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her lips as red as freshly spilled blood, and the curves of her body dangerously seductive. The contrast between her alluring figure and her doctor's attire made her presence even more intoxicating. "You're awake? How do you feel, handsome?" She smiled at Luz, her sultry eyes locking on to his dazed gaze. "What happened to me?" Luz had no idea what was going on, but he quickly realized he was probably in a hospital. Strapped to a hospital bed. Instinctively, he tried to assess his physical condition. There were various unknown machines attached to his body. His whole body felt uncomfortable, his head was spinning. But nothing seemed seriously wrong. His arms and legs were intact. Wait. No. Something was wrong. Why couldn't he feel his right leg? He tried to move it. Nothing. Panicked, he lifted his head and asked, "Why can't I feel my right leg? Why am I here?" The red-lipped doctor narrowed her eyes and smiled. Her voice, dripping with flirtation, rang out again. "Don't worry, handsome, your right leg just suffered a little scratch. It's already bandaged up and treated, so there's nothing to worry about." "A scratch?" Luz frowned. "How did I get injured? Let me see my leg." "See it?" "That might be a bit difficult right now." Her voice remained as gentle as ever. "Why?" "Because your right leg is in the next room." "What?" Luz's brain short-circuited. His already muddled thoughts took another brutal hit. "Next room? Are you kidding me? How the hell did they just cut off my leg?" His body jerked like a fish out of water as he struggled on the bed, trying to sit up and check his condition. Now, no need to panic. A lot has happened. You should calm down and let me explain," the curvaceous doctor cooed, pressing a slender finger against Luz's exposed chest, pushing him back down onto the bed. The sensation of her touch, combined with the warm breath against his ear, sent chills down his spine. With his body restrained, Luz had no choice but to stay put. His mind racing as he tried to recall what had happened. "You just underwent a kidney transplant surgery. Right now, inside your body, you have someone else's kidney. The rejection reaction might make you feel a little unwell. Just lie still and don't move too much." "What the fuck? First, they cut off my leg, and now a kidney transplant. Did I get in a car accident or something?" Luz was utterly confused. His memories were slowly returning, and he instinctively asked, "Who donated the kidney?" I think I was an orphan." "How is he doing?" "Oh, he's doing just fine," the doctor replied. "Where is he?" "The basement morgue. He'll be cremated tomorrow." "Dead?" Luz stared at the doctor in disbelief. He died because he gave me a kidney?" "No, he died from late-stage kidney cancer," she said matter-of-factly. "Luz. What the hell? My brain hurts. I feel like I need more brain cells to process this." "Wait. So you transplanted his kidney into me?" Luz started struggling on the bed again. "Hold on, don't panic. He still had one healthy kidney." "Oh. Okay. But the one we transplanted into you is the cancerous one. Are you out of your fucking mind?" The sheer absurdity of the situation finally snapped Luz back to his senses. Even an idiot could tell that something was seriously wrong. This woman. There was no way she was a real doctor. What kind of doctor dressed like a nightclub hostess? He struggled a few more times, but the restraints holding him down were incredibly tight. Rather than feeling like he was in a hospital, it felt like he was strapped to some kind of torture device. Luz forced himself to calm down, to stay sharp. He was an orphan. He had no parents, no family. At 15, he left the orphanage and had to work to support himself while studying. Sure, His rough childhood meant he often got into fights with thugs, but nothing serious enough to warrant getting kidnapped, having his leg cut off, and his kidney replaced. The last thing he remembered was coming home from school and going to sleep. So why the hell am I here? Who the hell are you? What did I do to piss you people off? The doctor chuckled, playfully stroking her lips with her delicate fingers. My, aren't you a sharp one? Figured it out already? The game has begun. You're one of the first lucky players to be chosen. Excited? Luce's brows furrowed. What game? She cut him off. Oh, you're quite the popular one. A lot of people are watching your live stream right now. With a casual wave of her hand, a translucent blue screen appeared in front of Luce. It was filled with scrolling comments. This is sick. Cut off the other leg too, hell yeah. Love this kind of content. Where did this screen suddenly pop up from? Can I buy it? This kid wasn't even awake earlier. Boring as hell. Now that he's up, let's see how he reacts. Haha, is there another event? Hurry up, what kind of stream is this? The comments weren't overflowing, but they kept coming in steadily. It was clear that this live stream wasn't exactly obscure. Seeing the chat messages, Luce felt a chill run down his spine. The dark web. Could it be that he had been kidnapped for some underground live stream? Don't overthink it, handsome. Your world is about to experience an unprecedented transformation. Something beyond your imagination. All you need to do is enjoy the game. Here, why don't you watch this? The doctor's hand greedily caressed Luce's chest as she pulled up another video. The screen showed footage of herself sawing off Luce's right leg. Blood splattered everywhere. Luce could see his own limp body lying on the table, unmoving. His stomach churned. His mind screamed. This was just the beginning. Watching the previously recorded video, the female doctor's blood-red lips curled into a strange, twisted smile. Her face flushed red, and her eyes, like shimmering autumn waters, gleamed with excitement. Luce could even feel her hands trembling slightly, as if she was barely restraining a wild, murderous impulse. This woman is a total psychopath. How is it? Exciting, right? Aren't you also wondering why you don't seem to feel any pain? As she spoke, she casually pointed at the machine connected to Luce's entire body. She kept talking, but it didn't feel like she was answering Luce's questions. More like she was indulging in some perverse satisfaction of her own. Recognize this? Of course, you don't. This thing is at least 300 years ahead of your planet's technology. It can manipulate your nervous system. Right now, it's in pain mode, controlling all your pain sensations. For convenience during the surgery, I disabled it earlier. But now. She finally moved her wandering hands away from Luce's body and placed them on the machine beside her. Then, with a wicked grin, she said, "Since you're awake now, why don't you make me a little happier?" With that, she closed her eyes in pleasure and pressed a button. The pain suppression was lifted. Silence. Luce. Neither the doctor nor the viewers of the live stream made a sound. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on time itself. The expected screams never came. The doctor? Her face betrayed her confusion as she stared at Luce's calm, crystal-clear eyes. Is something wrong? Luce asked hesitantly. What nervous system manipulation nonsense? Should he tell her that he was born without the ability to feel pain? Your leg doesn't hurt? The doctor's eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at Luce, who was supposed to be experiencing pain again. Nope. Why? Well, my leg's in the next room. Can't exactly feel it now, can I? Doctor. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she suddenly scowled, her forehead twitching with rage as a clear hash vein popped up. All right. You've got guts. I hope you can keep this up. With those words, she cruelly adjusted a few settings, and in an instant, the machine connected to Luce lit up with a glaring red glow. In that moment, the most excruciating pain imaginable was unleashed upon him. The sheer intensity of it caused his muscles to spasm involuntarily. This was pain beyond human limits, a level 10 agony that could shatter even the strongest of minds in mere seconds. And next would come the screams, the convulsions, the begging for mercy. At least, that's what the doctor imagined. In reality, the moment the machine's red light flashed, Luce only shuddered slightly. Then went right back to his usual, unaffected state. The two of them continued to stare at each other in silence. Luce, still calmly observing his surroundings, was deep in thought, trying to figure out his situation and how to escape. Theoretically speaking, shouldn't I be reacting to this? His casual tone was like a match thrown into a pool of gasoline, instantly igniting the doctor's fury. Her anger reached its breaking point, and instead of exploding, she laughed. All right. You brought this on yourself. As she spoke, she leapt onto the bed in a swift motion, pinning Luce beneath her. Her white lab coat slipped off in the process, revealing an outfit with very little fabric left underneath. Luz saw a flash of white in front of his eyes. Then suddenly, she was on top of him, straddling him in a position that was as suggestive as it was suffocating. Luz. Hey. Miss, what the hell are you doing? Don't. This. Luz instantly turned red, struggling violently. He instinctively wanted to say don't stop, but at a life-or-death moment like this, joking around seemed a little too reckless. Plus, they had just met. It really wasn't appropriate to encourage her any further. The doctor, her twisted mind filled with dark pleasure, gritted her teeth and snarled, I hope you're ready. Make me feel good. The machine beside them was cranked to its highest setting, its red glow intensifying as it emitted a deep, eerie hum. A strange tingling sensation spread across Luz's entire body. And at that moment, a voice rang out in his mind. Threshold surpassed, unlocking. Binding. Initializing, chosen of agony activated. Pain points +9, primary gene lock detected. Unlock requirements, 11 out of 100 pain points, Huh? This time, it was Luz's turn to be confused. Chapter 2, Pain equals attribute points plus no pain equals unlimited points Spang. Luz was still frozen in confusion, replaying the voice he had just heard in his head. But before he could make sense of it, the female doctor, now fuming with rage, slapped him across the face. It felt like getting smashed by a flail. Luz let out a muffled grunt. And that's when he realized. This woman was freakishly strong. He could barely resist her. Huff. Huff. The doctor panted heavily, her eyes burning with a twisted mix of rage and desire as she stared down at the helpless man beneath her. Her prey was way too uncooperative. Her carefully planned fantasy. Shattered. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Why? Why the hell aren't you in pain? She gritted her teeth, her hands tightening around him with terrifying strength. Luz's pupils shrank instantly as he felt his muscles tearing under her grip. This wasn't normal. This level of strength was not something a human woman should have. Even if he wasn't afraid of pain, he wasn't immune to death. He was still tied down, completely at her mercy. His brain kicked into overdrive. Seeing the rage burning in her eyes, Luz got it. He needed to play along. A loud, ridiculously fake scream echoed through the room as Luz twisted on the bed in exaggerated agony. It hurts. Oh God, it hurts. I forgot about pain. The doctor? Her fiery gaze stuttered. Her expression froze in place. Forgot? How the hell do you forget you're in pain? But looking at the way Luz was flailing and howling, her twisted expression finally softened. She let out a satisfied chuckle, as if venting her earlier frustration. Not wasting any time, she pressed the button on the machine again. The red light flared. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +8, primary gene lock, unlock progress 19 out of 100, again, the mechanical voice echoed in Luz's mind. He understood now. This was when he was supposed to be in pain. So, following the cues in his head, Luz kept up the act, wailing like a dying animal. Even he thought he was overacting a little. But come on, he'd never felt pain before. This was the best he could do. Right now, he had no way to escape, so his only option was to grind these pain points to 100 and see if the gene lock would do anything useful. Even if his performance was kind of terrible, the doctor bought it. She let out a long sigh. The killing intent in her eyes faded, replaced by that same seductive, twisted smile. As she continued pressing the machine's controls, she also casually adjusted her position on top of him. And as she moved, her doctor's coat began slipping off, piece by piece. The remaining fabric on her body was barely enough to cover her porcelain white skin. The viewers of the livestream knew exactly what this scene was turning into. Holy shit. Who knew the doctor was this stacked? That lab coat was a damn illusion. Respect, bro, she was just sawing his leg off a minute ago. Now she's about to bond with him? Wait. Am I the only one who thinks this guy screaming is kinda fake? Some of the audience was starting to notice. But the doctor, still high on excitement, didn't seem to realize anything was off. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +8, chosen of agony activated. Pain points +9, wave after wave of insane nerve stimulation surged through Luz's body. Pain that could shatter a person's sanity. Completely ineffective against him. All he could do was keep racking up points while keeping up the act. Is this the highest setting? Can it go any higher? If it gets any stronger, I might actually die. Please, no more. Bro, come on. You're not even trying to act anymore, this is getting kinda awkward. I'm starting to think even B-grade acting is better than this. Hey, can someone lend me a movie to watch? The doctor's twisted grin began to twitch. Even in her lust-filled haze, she finally started to realize something was wrong. Whenever she tortured her prey, their involuntary muscle spasms, trembling, and nerve reactions were her favorite delicacies. But this man wasn't showing any of those. This was the second time he had completely broken her immersion. "You little shit. Are you messing with me? Are you asking if I want to do this?" Luce replied. Bang. The furious woman slammed her hand onto the machine. The red light flared wildly. A sign that she had completely lost patience. "You've pissed me off, boy. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you've ruined my fun." As she spoke, she reached under herself and pulled out a knife. "Hold on. Where the hell did that knife even come from?" Shing. A flash of silver. A slash of red. Luce was still cracking jokes when the scalpel plunged into his chest. Chosen of Agony activated. Pain points +2. Not a huge number. Which meant this stab hurt way less than the machine. But this time, Luce's pupils contracted. Pain didn't matter. But death did. "I think I don't want to play anymore." The doctor flipped her hair, adjusting her posture. She also made sure to grind herself against him as she moved. Holding the blood-stained scalpel, she began to carve. Like an artist painting on a canvas. Chosen of Agony activated. Pain points +2, Chosen of Agony activated. Pain points +1, I was planning to enjoy you a little longer, but you're seriously pissing me off. So now, I think I'll cut it off first and use it separately. Let's see what your face looks like after that. Her sultry voice dripped with malice. Not just physical torment. She was aiming to mentally break him. Seeing Luce's expression finally darken, the doctor's ecstatic smile returned. Pain points were slowly increasing. But Luce knew his time was running out. Her other hand had already grabbed onto his pants. Who would have thought? The first time a woman undressed him in his life, it'd be because she wanted to castrate him. Crack. Suddenly, a dull, bone-chilling sound echoed through the room, sharp enough to make anyone's teeth ache. The doctor's attention snapped toward the source of the noise. She looked down and saw a crimson mess. Luce's fingernails had dug deep into the handcuffs, as if he was trying to break them apart with sheer force. But obviously, it wasn't the handcuffs that broke. When she looked back up, she still saw the same emotionless face. Luce hadn't even flinched. "What the hell are you doing?" She had seen countless tortures, unimaginable suffering. Her mind was already twisted beyond saving. But this felt wrong. Luce smiled. He had no pain receptors. The only thing he cared about was the notification in his head. Chosen of Agony activated. Pain points +4, crack. Crack. One after another, nails ripped off in rapid succession. Luce's entire left hand, every single fingernail, was torn away in an instant. Chosen of Agony activated. Pain points +3. Primary gene lock, unlock progress 101 out of 100, requirements met. Gene lock unlocked, boom. A blinding surge of electricity shot through Luce's brain, as if a door had been forcefully thrown open. And at that exact moment, the unbreakable steel handcuffs that had held him down shattered. Chapter 3, Special Event Reward. World's number 1. Gene lock activated. Every cell in Luce's body felt like it was on fire. His heart roared like an internal combustion engine. The feeling of transformation was undeniable. His body was undergoing a change unlike anything before. And with it came power. The metal shattered. The high-grade alloy handcuffs, strong enough to restrain a full-grown bull, exploded apart in an instant. Steam rose from Luce's arm as if it were boiling. The doctor's wide, disbelieving eyes reflected the cold gleam of the shattered metal. Both of their bodies sprang into action like wild leopards. Reversal. Luce flipped her onto the bed. Disarmed. Counterattack. All in one smooth motion. It was as if he had practiced it 1,000 times before. The playful glint in his eyes was gone. Now that he was free, he had nothing more to say. His eyes burned with the sharp, ruthless glint of a predator. He gripped the knife. And with full force, he stabbed straight for the woman's exposed chest. Right where her heart was. At that moment, the audience watching the live stream, who had been laughing at what they thought was some sick fetish show, suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait. Is this actually serious? Did something go wrong with the script? Also, how the hell did he break those cuffs? This is still just an act, right? What now? Switching to a dominant male storyline. But in that room, the two people at the center of it all knew the truth. This wasn't a game. The doctor's eyes widened in terror. Her hands clamped down on Luce's wrist, desperately stopping the knife from plunging further. Her mind couldn't comprehend how this man had broken free. A carbon-based life form. 18 years old. Flesh-grade energy rating, low tier. This is impossible. What did you do? Her sharp, Shrill voice echoed through the room. Veins bulged on her forehead. She was struggling like a caged beast. But Luce's expression remained ice cold. His one remaining leg pressed firmly against her stomach, giving him leverage. His grip on the knife tightened. Slowly, but surely, the blade sank downward. The razor-sharp tip sliced through her smooth, porcelain skin. The same curves that would have driven countless men mad with desire held zero appeal for him now. He was a machine. And he was here to kill. Wait. This is just a game. The doctor panicked. Her twisted arrogance vanished, replaced by desperation. She forced a smile and pleaded. This is the Chosen's paradise. You were selected. This is just an initial trial. You passed. You did great. You're going to get so many rewards. I know you must have so many questions. Let me go, and I'll tell you everything. You want something? Name it. I'll give you anything. Even myself. You can do whatever you want with me. Her tone shifted multiple times. From begging to flattery. To temptation. But Luce's expression didn't change. His focus was on one thing. The knife in his hand. The half-naked woman beneath him meant nothing. Her pitiful voice meant nothing. His grip tightened. His right hand became both hands. Luce knew. If he could snap steel cuffs, yet she could still resist him. Then she was no ordinary human either. This was a kill-or-be-killed situation. There was no need for words. Blood spilled. Life drained away. You can't kill me. I'm... Crack. The knife pierced through her sternum. It sank deep. Straight into her heart. Her final words died on her lips. Only then. Only after she had stopped breathing. Did Luce finally speak. I grew up an orphan. Surviving this long hasn't been easy. And if there's one thing I've learned in all these years, it's that you never hand over your chance to survive. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sharp edge in his eyes vanished. His body collapsed. Completely drained. He fell back into the warm corpse beneath him. Damn. Should have waited till she was completely dead before giving my victory speech, huh? He let out a weak laugh. But looking at his right leg, now completely gone, he found it a little hard to keep laughing. The survival instinct that had kept him sharp was fading. Now, the real questions flooded in. What game? What trial? Why was his leg suddenly gone? He clenched his fist. The gene lock's unlocked power gave him some confidence. His gaze shifted to the floating live stream screen. Maybe there were some answers there. The screen, which had fallen silent in shock just moments ago, was now flooded with messages. Game? What game? Wait. Does this mean we were selected too? This screen appeared out of nowhere. Mine popped up on my computer, and I can't turn it off. Holy shit. I'm remembering your name, Mr. Reverse Kill. I'm calling the cops. Luce skimmed through the fragmented information. But before he could dig deeper, the entire room shook. The screen blinked out. The shockwave rattled his bones. His instincts kicked in, but his body refused to move. It was like he was floating in space. Before his eyes, a tunnel of cascading data. And in his ears, a mechanical voice. Lines of text appeared, one after another. Initial game complete. Welcome to the global large-scale game. Chosen's Paradise. Initial selected players, 14,569,812. Initial participants, 1,652,348. Completed players, 926,357. Note: the initial stage does not result in real death, but non-completers will lose eligibility. Perfect completion players, 3,549. Your initial completion rating, SSS tier. Perfect completion. Current perfect completion streak, 1. Calculating rewards. Holy shit. Luce stared, dumbfounded. Now, he truly understood what the world has changed meant. Special event triggered. Killed initial divine role guide. Achievement unlocked, Godslayer. Special event triggered. Obtained A003 sealed artifact. Sensory manipulator. Item deemed too dangerous. Replacement of equivalent tier added to inventory. Initial reward points, 3,000. Initial reward items, 3x intermediate healing potions, added to inventory. Your current world ranking, 1 out of 726,357. Rankings update after each game. Keep up perfect performances for special surprises. Did I just become world number 1? Luce stared at the 1 out of 726,357 on the screen, completely dazed. Chapter 4, Chosen's Paradise. The global game, perfect completion reward, free body restoration. Please relax, that was the last message he saw. As soon as the words appeared, a wave of exhaustion crashed over Luce, too overwhelming to resist. His consciousness faded into darkness. Ding 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 ding. Luz wasn't sure how much time had passed. It could have been hours. Or just minutes. But suddenly, his alarm was blaring in his ears. He jolted awake. A familiar dimly lit room. A familiar 10-square-meter dormitory washroom. A familiar moldy corner on the wall. And on the bedside table. His old second-hand Redmi phone. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked down. Both legs. Intact. Was it a dream? It felt so real. He let out a sigh. Part relief, part disappointment. Absent-mindedly, he reached out to turn off his alarm. Bang. A loud, thunderous noise echoed through the room. Startled fully awake, Luz quickly switched on the light. On his bed frame. A deep dent. If not for the mattress cushioning it, his cheap old phone would have been shattered beyond repair. His heart pounded. A thought flashed through his mind. He snatched his phone, connected to the dorm Wi-Fi, and opened a social media app. Right below the search bar, the top trending topic blazed in fiery red letters. Chosen's Paradise, the global game. The number of searches? 1.8 billion. For comparison, the highest trending topic in history had only ever reached 40 million. 1.8 billion? No celebrity, no PR firm, would ever dare to fabricate such an outrageous number. Luz tapped in. News articles flooded the screen. Mass disappearances at midnight. Air Canada flight crashes. Pilot and co-pilot vanished mid-flight. Mysterious live broadcasts appearing on phones, computers. Even directly on people's retinas. Cannot be closed. Australian man demonstrates superpowers, claims to be a perfect clearance player. Declares himself future world ruler. Many claim to be chosen but state entry into the game is voluntary. Experts suggest mass fraud, police investigating. Authorities urge real participants to come forward. Official news outlets. Not conspiracy blogs, not rumors. This was real. And the earliest report? Less than 20 hours ago. Yet the entire world was already consumed by it. The entire front page was flooded with discussions about the game. Nothing else mattered anymore. Content creators and self-proclaimed experts were scrambling to analyze every clue. For the first time in human history, the world was witnessing change. A global shift. And Luz. He was among the first to experience it. No. He was the first. According to player interviews, after the first game ended, a screen appeared in their eyes. They can access it at will with their thoughts. Medical tests on volunteer players show no abnormalities in brain or eye structure. Luz's heart pounded. He focused. And just like that, the floating screen appeared before him. Completely natural. As easy as moving his own limbs. On the screen, there were only a few simple lines. Rest mode. For each game, you may choose to participate as a player or a spectator. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players. And in the end, players will own the world. Time until the next game begins. 47, 54, 43, this is the trial of the gods. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise, 2 days? He muttered, analyzing the implications. According to news reports, time inside the game matched real-world time. That meant players physically disappeared into another world. Not just a virtual experience. But a true crossover. Luz frowned. He kept reading. Despite being ranked first, he knew almost nothing. Yet online, other players seemed to know a lot more. Wait. Didn't the first game have an official guide? And he killed her. Luz stared blankly. That had been his first time killing someone. Yet, he felt no guilt. No remorse. Nothing. And somehow, deep down, he knew. The world's moral rules and order were about to be rewritten. He scrolled through countless discussions. Then suddenly. Shit. I'm gonna be late. Snapping back to reality, he jumped out of bed, washed up in 5 minutes, and bolted out the door. Yo, little Lou. You're up late today. Thought you already left. The dorm manager, old Wang, greeted him while cleaning. Being an orphan, Luz had applied for a poverty grant, allowing him to live in the dorm's janitor room. The conditions were awful, but it saved money and avoided unnecessary socializing. Yeah. See you later. He waved off old Wang and sprinted towards school. Excuse me. Senior Class 7. Luz stood at the classroom door. The air felt different. There was a restless energy, as if everyone was holding their breath. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, was at the podium. But instead of lecturing, the students were chattering among themselves. Even the teacher wasn't scolding them. He was too busy reading his phone. But the moment Luz spoke, silence. The entire class snapped their heads toward him. Even Mr. Liu slowly put down his phone. 5 full seconds of dead silence. Then, why are you late? Luz had never seen his teacher take a tardy this seriously. After a brief hesitation, he simply replied, "Overslept." Instantly, the tension broke. Students groaned. Someone even clicked their tongue in disappointment. Mr. Liu's hopeful gaze dimmed. He had thought, maybe his class had produced one of those chosen players. The timing lined up perfectly. But no. Just an ordinary late student. Seeing that no one cared anymore, Luce quietly returned to his seat. The entire senior class had abandoned studying. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a new world. Ahem. Quiet down, everyone. By orders of the school and education department, classes are suspended today. We need to discuss and organize future plans. Even the college entrance exams may be postponed. Right now, nothing is more important than that event. The class fell silent. But instead of fear, their eyes burned with excitement. Mr. Liu took a deep breath. I think you all know what I'm talking about. Chosen's Paradise. Is anyone here? One of the chosen? Chapter 5, so white, so long, so tender. Can I touch it? As soon as the words fell, Luce instinctively lowered his head slightly, his eyes sweeping the classroom from the corners. The class instantly erupted into chaos. Everyone was glancing around, whispering and chatting, trying to see if anyone around them had personally experienced it. Luce kept his head low. He usually had no close friends and was practically invisible in class. No one paid him any attention. He thought to himself, a global supernatural event that defies all scientific explanation. At a time when no one knows what the future holds, the smartest move is to observe first. Anyone who exposes themselves too soon is a fool. There's no way anyone would. Teacher. Me. I was chosen. A boy by the window proudly raised his hand, his face barely able to contain his excitement. The students who had been gathered around him before were now looking at him even more intently. Luce. The one who raised his hand was Zhang Tao. They weren't particularly close. Zhang Tao was the type who had a bit of family money and loved to show off at school. When they first met, Zhang Tao had looked down on Luce for being an orphan and even considered bullying him. That idea disappeared quickly after Luce beat him up. Since then, they had barely interacted. Even though he found this level of foolishness hard to process, Luce still turned his gaze toward Zhang Tao, wanting to see how other chosen players viewed this situation. Oh? Teacher Liu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhang Tao and asked, You are chosen? Are you directly participating in the game, or are you a spectator? I'm a spectator. I saw the live stream, Zhang Tao said weakly before quickly adding, but in the next game, I'll have the right to participate. The moment he said that, the whole class erupted in a synchronized wow of amazement. After all, in the monotonous grind of senior year, an event that turned the world upside down was too exciting to ignore. Zhang Tao thoroughly enjoyed the envious looks from his classmates, his smug grin nearly impossible to suppress. Anyone else? Teacher Liu sent a message on his phone before scanning the classroom again. I hope everyone reports honestly. This matter is very important to the country. And to you as well. Silence. No one else raised their hand. Alright, self-study for now. Zhang Tao, come with me. Zhang Tao strutted out of the classroom like a victorious general. Fuck, I'm so jealous. Why him? Zhang Tao barely studies, right? Mr. Liu used to call him a slacker all the time, but now he's treating him so nicely. Study? Study my ass. This is supernatural stuff. What's there to study? Have you guys seen the videos online? The game looks like it's in another dimension. They say you can gain superpowers there. Superpowers? No way. Do we have a chance of being chosen later? Isn't this just the first batch? With their teacher gone, the class turned into a buzzing hive of gossip. Everyone had their phones out, sharing the latest news and videos. At first, Luce was confused. Why were they so excited? Didn't they realize that this so-called game was anything but fun? He had been strapped to an operating table, had his limbs amputated, his organs harvested, his stomach cut open by some deranged woman. If it weren't for the fact that he had been born without pain receptors and had already suffered through enough hardships. And if it weren't for his chosen of agony ability that let him defy fate at the last second. Otherwise, the level of torture in that game. These ordinary students wouldn't last a second. But as he listened, he started to notice something. Everyone's initial game seemed different. Most involved tests of survival, but cases as extreme as his. Brutal torture and death seemed rare. And he clearly remembered what the game had announced during the results screen. The initial game will not cause real death, but players who fail to clear it will lose their qualification to continue. That meant that under normal circumstances, death was a very real possibility in this game. Yet, none of his classmates seemed to care. Or maybe they had no idea. To them, Chosen's Paradise was just a game. Like leveling up in an RPG. fighting monsters, gaining power. They weren't thinking about the consequences at all. But Luz, having truly experienced it, could feel the hidden cruelty of it. This was a battle where people would live or die. I just saw a guy from the US who participated in the game, someone in class said. He mentioned some sort of temporary ranking system. A Special Forces soldier claimed he ranked 67th and won a body enhancement reward. He says he can now crush a bottle cap with just his fingers. Super strength. Seriously? If he keeps playing, won't he become Superman? Listening to the endless chatter, Luz remained silent. He reached into his desk, picked up a bottle cap, and casually squeezed. With minimal effort, he crushed it like it had been put through a shredder, rolling the metal into a tiny ball between his fingers. The corner of his lips curled up slightly, feeling the power in his hands. That game was brutal and twisted. But he only wished it could be even more extreme. Compared to the rigid, rule-bound real world, he liked it there better. Where life and death were decided by strength alone. Hey! What are you grinning about? Had a wet dream last night? As Luz's smirk turned increasingly sinister, a crisp voice rang beside his ear. It was his deskmate, Xiantong. They had been desk partners for 3 years. Because of his past experiences, Luz had developed a sharp intuition for reading people. Although Antong never acted arrogant, her mannerisms and clothing made it clear. She came from a completely different world than he did. Yet, the more he tried to keep his distance, the more she seemed to enjoy teasing him. Nothing. Just remembered something funny. He discreetly hid the crushed bottle cap ball inside his desk and replied without turning his head. Suddenly, he felt a tickling sensation near his ear. Xiantong had leaned in close and whispered, "Quit pretending. You got chosen too, didn't you?" Luz's heart skipped a beat. He feigned calm. "What are you talking about? Why would you think that?" Their eyes met. Xiantong's were slightly narrowed, filled with playful amusement. For some reason, Luz felt an unexplainable sense of guilt. His initial game had spectators too. There was no way she could have been one of them, right? After all, his chosen of agony ability, his unlocked genetic potential, his ruthless decision to kill. Compared to the things his classmates were talking about, his experience was in an entirely different league. He had to keep it secret. To test her, he gave her a casual glance and lifted his right leg. The one that had been amputated in the game. "See? My leg's fine." Xiantong lowered her gaze for a second, then smirked. "Oh? So white, so long, so tender. Can I touch it?" And before Luz could react, she reached out and grabbed it. Luz. Chapter 6, Your family has someone in the police department? How about the hospital? Hey. Can you be a little more aware of your surroundings? Luz quickly pulled his leg back as Xiantong's eyes sparkled with mischief, her hands already taking liberties. He had only wanted to test her reaction. After all, his condition in the game had been terrifying, and his leg had been amputated. But judging by her response, it seemed like she hadn't coincidentally witnessed his initial game. People are best at projecting their own thoughts onto others, Luz mused. You're saying I was chosen but am just hiding it. Are you actually talking about yourself? Instead of denying it, he shifted the topic onto her. To his surprise, Xiantong stared at him for a moment. And then seriously nodded. Yeah. Luz. Wait. You're just telling me outright? Just like that? Xiantong glanced around. The other students were still chatting amongst themselves, completely unaware of their conversation. She turned away, avoiding his gaze, and lowered her voice. In an unfamiliar world, being part of the minority, it's only natural to stay low-key and observe first. Then, she suddenly changed the subject. So, in 2 days, for the second round of the game. Are you going to participate? Luz's mouth twitched. Did you just assume I'm a chosen player? I never admitted anything. Since he didn't reply, Xiantong spoke up again. Whatever you're thinking, my advice is, don't join yet. Wait. The temptation to change your fate is huge. I know. If you get the chance, you won't want to miss it. But our country's internet surveillance is extremely strict. During times of upheaval, a lot of news and information gets censored to maintain stability. I was one of the first spectators. Last night, after my initial shock, I started documenting everything. I watched over 100 game streams. Players from all walks of life, facing different and sometimes identical scenarios. Some of the footage was brutal. You won't find those clips online at all. The trials in that game. There are no moral or legal rules. Nothing modern society considers humane. As she spoke, Xiantong's face paled slightly, as if recalling something deeply unsettling. I even saw a player die in the game. If the game is truly another world. If time and space there are continuous with reality, meaning players are physically transported. Then, Can they ever come back alive? Loose. Xiantong fixed her gaze on his profile, speaking with utmost seriousness. And strangely, her words made him feel a little guilty. Because out of everyone, he knew the truth best. He had been there. He had experienced one of the cruelest and most horrifying trials. The bloodshed, the sheer life or death terror. He understood it far more deeply than anyone else. Thanks. Luce could somewhat guess why this rich girl deskmate was interested in him. It was simple, really. A pampered young lady, used to having guys fawning over her, suddenly encounters a poor boy who neither flatters nor cares about her. Of course, she'd be curious. What else could it be? Teenage girls were all the same. Still, he appreciated the concern. Judge a person by their actions, not their intentions. Sigh. Just think about it carefully. Xiantong wasn't sure if he had truly listened. She let out a soft sigh and turned back to her phone, scrolling through the latest videos and news. Outside, students wandered the halls, some leaving class early. Luce even spotted a few police officers. Online, the chaos was even worse. Misinformation was rampant, and as time passed, it became increasingly difficult to separate fact from fiction. Self-proclaimed news sources were going crazy, saying anything for clicks. Some people even claimed that players had gained superpowers, and that the strongest ones could now crush nuclear warheads with their bare hands. Luce, huh? Why don't I know that I'm this overpowered? His personal assessment was more realistic. Against unarmed ordinary people? He was already beyond human limits. Against modern firearms? He was still a dead man walking. He was too weak right now. Nowhere near strong enough to feel safe. The first day of the world's transformation passed just like that. On his way home, Luce found a quiet, deserted spot and stared at a nearby brick wall. He clenched his right fist and, using the knuckle ridge as a striking point, punched a corner of the wall with full force. Boom. A muffled thud echoed. A chunk of the brick crumbled off, small fragments scattering onto the ground. He had hit it hard. So hard that a red mark immediately appeared on his fist. His knuckles had even been scraped raw, with tiny beads of blood forming. Frowning slightly, Luce stared at his injured hand. He felt no pain, of course. He had never felt pain. But strangely, his Chosen of Agony ability didn't activate. Is it because the pain level isn't high enough? Or is there some other restriction? His Chosen of Agony trait, the pain to power system, was his greatest advantage. It had allowed him to survive the initial game. It had even put him at world rank number 1. He needed to figure out how it worked. After all, what kind of idiot has a cheat ability and doesn't know how to use it? He tried a few more punches against the wall. Still nothing. But then, a familiar, irritating voice rang out behind him. What, feeling depressed? Taking it out on a wall now? Luce's expression darkened. You really insist on acting like every single brain-dead villain stereotype, huh? With another punch, he shattered more of the bricks and turned to face the speaker. Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had been thriving all day. He had basked in his newfound status, imagining a future where he'd be a god among men. Now, he figured he'd take a moment to mock the guy who had humiliated him in the past. But when he saw Luce's punch, his arrogance wavered. Still, he forced himself to sneer. Hey, were you late on purpose this morning? Trying to make everyone think you were chosen? Come on, man. How many people in the world actually got selected? The game's called Chosen's Paradise, right? Even your own parents didn't choose you. Why the hell would God pick you? Luce didn't even bother responding. Instead, he reached into the broken wall and pulled out a chunk of brick. Then, with eerie calmness, he walked toward Zhang Tao. Did you forget, he said coldly, what I told you the last time I beat the shit out of you? Zhang Tao's bravado crumbled instantly. He jumped back, grabbing a nearby clock as a makeshift weapon. What are you trying to do? Listen, we're in different leagues now. I could kill you and not even get in trouble. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. My family has connections in the police department. Luce raised an eyebrow. Oh? What, your dad got arrested for soliciting a prostitute? Zhang Tao, what the fuck? Their eyes met. Zhang Tao's usual arrogance evaporated, replaced by pure fear. For the first time, he truly saw it. The gaze of someone who had killed before. I fucking swear. Zhang Tao panicked, cursing loudly to psych himself up. He swung the clock wildly. Luce barely reacted. With a casual motion, he deflected it with his wrist. Chosen of Agony. Pain value +1, oh? Luce paused, surprised. Hearing that long-missed notification, a slow, twisted grin spread across his face. I think I get it now. Thanks. And by the way, you said your family has people in the police? What about the hospital? No. That's fine. They will soon. Chapter 7, Entering the Game Again, The Mask of Original Sin. In the end, in that dark alley, Zhang Tao lay unconscious, bruised and beaten beyond recognition. Of course, Luz wasn't exactly unscathed either. His body was covered in blue and purple bruises. But unlike Zhang Tao, all of his injuries were self-inflicted. He had long since mastered this trick. Since he didn't feel pain anyway, he could make it look like a fair fight. With their injuries appearing roughly equal and Luz having no family or assets, the police would likely brush it off as a simple dispute. However, during the fight, Luz had noticed something. If he wanted to, there were countless ways he could have killed Zhang Tao. Yet, he didn't. Luz understood his place. He knew he wasn't strong enough to act recklessly just yet. After rushing back to his small room, he grabbed a piece of paper and began writing down his observations about Chosen of Agony. 1. Self-inflicted pain doesn't count. Hurting himself does not generate pain points. 2. The most effective way to gain pain points is through direct harm inflicted by others. Even if he has the ability to escape, as long as he chooses not to resist, it still counts. Luz believed this might be an exploit. After thinking for a while, he added a third hypothesis. 3. If harm is caused indirectly by an enemy or external force, whether intentional or not, it still counts. For example, in the initial game, when he tore off his own fingernails while struggling to escape. Or just now, when he deliberately used his fist to block Zhang Tao's attacks. Pausing, Luz took a deep breath and looked at his notes. Alright, that should be the basics. TSK, my system doesn't even have a beginner's tutorial. I have to figure everything out myself. For now, I'll leave it at this. I'll update it as I learn more. He slipped the paper under his pillow and lay back on the bed. His heart was still restless. His strongest asset was ready. Which meant time until next game, 29, 24, 43, time until next game, 30, 23, a full day and night passed quickly. Luz ignored his classmates' discussions. His mind was already focused entirely on the game. As the countdown ticked down, glowing text appeared in his vision, and a voice echoed in his head. 30 minutes until game start, please prepare accordingly, select your role, player or spectator. Looking at the two options, Luz recalled Xiantong's serious warning from 2 days ago. Then, he chuckled softly. Thanks for the advice. But you're right about one thing. There's no way I'd pass up this opportunity. When fate calls, there's never really a choice to begin with. Player status confirmed, welcome to Chosen's paradise. May your courage take you to the heavens. 30 minutes later, streams of data wrapped around Luz's body. His figure vanished from his tiny room. Welcome to the game. Your current difficulty, Hell Mode. You have 5 minutes to configure your initial settings. The rapid stream of data solidified into a familiar interface, displaying his player's stats, game points, 3,000 pain points, 7 strength, 10 agility, 10 speed, 10 luck, 3 spirit, 0 bonus medal, Godslayer, legendary, equipment, none inventory, starter pack pending reward. 1. Seeing his stats, Luz was slightly surprised. His pain points were now displayed on the panel and could be allocated. Not sure which stat is the most important. I'll hold off on spending them for now. Claim reward. Your reward has arrived. You have obtained a sealed artifact, A007, Soul of the 7 Deadly Sins. Effect: amplifies the user's corresponding weakness while granting immense power in return. Please select an initial appearance. A swirling mass of gray mist appeared before him, shifting without a defined shape. Luz had an idea. Make it a fluid mask. The mist twisted and solidified into a sleek mask, seamlessly fitting onto his face without any noticeable weight. Select a sin: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. After some thought, he chose a sin that seemed manageable. Greed. The mask twisted again, darkening into a deep shade of blue. Select a mode: overload, normal. Setup complete. Entering the game, his vision blurred, and a sense of weightlessness washed over him. The next second, he was inside. As soon as he opened his eyes, the dizziness remained. His head felt heavy, his body light. And the heat. It was scorching. Like he was inside an oven. Realization hit him. He was dangling upside down, a chain wrapped tightly around his left ankle. Below him, dozens of meters down, was a sea of boiling lava. A woman's terrified scream jolted through the air. Only then did Luz notice. He wasn't alone in this game. Including himself, there were 10 people, all suspended like roasting ducks over the inferno. What the hell? I thought this was a game. Why am I hanging like this? It's too hot. What are we supposed to do? Some of the others had already started panicking. The sheer realism of the game was making them lose their composure. Luz quickly scanned the group. Nothing special. They were weak. Whether as enemies or allies, they didn't matter to him. Welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you have been selected for Hell mode. However, you are also very lucky. Below each of you is a platform. Beneath the platforms, the lava is steadily rising. You must escape in time. Otherwise, well, we sincerely apologize. Your first escape tool is being provided, a mechanical voice echoed through the burning air. Then, from the center of the group, a rope lowered. Dangling from the rope was a saw. A rust-covered, jagged, horribly worn saw. As they stared at it, as they watched the lava creeping higher and higher, everyone instantly understood what escape meant. A wave of icy dread surged through them all. All except for one. Chapter 8, Hell Mode. The mental influence of greed. Luce looked at the saw hanging down and had only one thought in his mind. Oh. Isn't this a perfect chance to rack up some pain points? The real world and the game world were interconnected, but in reality, if he got injured, he'd have to go to the hospital, and serious injuries could even leave him disabled. But in the game, he was well aware that if he met the conditions for perfect completion, all injuries would be healed for free. That was exactly why he had to join the game. The risk was high, but for him, the potential rewards were absolutely maximized. What do you mean? What does this mean? You call this a game? Nobody told me about this before. This is straight up fraud. I'm reporting you. Hearing the wails and screams nearby, Luce felt completely numb. He turned to look at the woman beside him, who was crying and throwing a tantrum. Report them? Where are you gonna report them? Does she not understand where she is? Luce had already expected that at the start of the game, there would be players who didn't have a clue, but this level of cluelessness was beyond his expectations. He opened his livestream screen to check if the spectators had any information on the other 9 players. But what he saw surprised him. There was an unusually large number of people watching him, so this is the perspective of a perfect completion player? I specifically came to see what a pro-level player is like. This scene is kinda terrifying. Never seen anything like this before. Good thing I decided to just observe first, to see what kinds of games there are. Yeah, I think I'll stick to being a spectator. I checked the other 9 people. Only 3 are completion players, the rest are all first-timers. Looks like this guy is the only perfect completion player here, Luce now understood. Their live streams were randomly assigned but could still be searched by category. If that was the case, then perfect completion players would quickly be thrust into the spotlight. That might not necessarily be a good thing. The world would never allow a single individual to have superhuman power unchecked. Good thing he chose to wear a mask. Still, his personality and habitual actions might be noticed by someone observant. I quit. I quit. I'm not sawing off my own leg. Let me out. I don't wanna play anymore. As Luce continued observing, the woman beside him was still sobbing and wailing, clearly unable to handle reality. What he didn't expect was that the air above actually responded. A mechanical voice echoed from the sky, the shop system will now open. During the preparation phase, you can purchase an exit token to forcibly withdraw from the game. Using an exit token will result in a permanent ban from all future games. The shop is unavailable during the game. Exit token. There's something like that too? Luce thought to himself but didn't react much. He already had a plan to exploit the hell out of the pain point system. What do you mean I can't quit? The lava's rising. I feel dizzy. Let me down. As the woman's shrill screams continued, a sudden metallic screech rang out in the air, cutting through the chaos and despair. Everyone's attention snapped toward the source of the sound. Above the boiling lava, a chain suddenly shook violently, the creaking noise silencing all the commotion. The chain binding Luce's right leg was now swinging wildly. Like an agile monkey, he moved with the momentum, swinging back and forth in midair. With a snap, Luce grabbed the rusty saw hanging above. Hey, the quality of these chains isn't bad. All that swinging and they still feel sturdy. After yanking down the saw, his relaxed voice echoed through the confined space. The other 9 contestants' pupils dilated as they stared at him in shock. He is insane? He's really going to saw off his leg? With that rusty saw? To be honest, you guys are really too polite. Luce spun the saw in his hand leisurely. This is the only tool available, and none of you even fought for it. Just letting me take it like this? Sawing off your own leg to escape. Such a cliché method. By the way, did you guys even pay saw for the copyright? Still holding the saw, Luce wasn't in a hurry to start cutting. He just casually swung back and forth while chatting, completely unfazed by the dire situation. That inexplicable ease made the others seriously doubt whether he even realized he needed to cut off his own leg to survive. But Luce himself had realized something from the moment he spoke. This wasn't entirely his usual personality. Right now, his mental state felt like that of a half-drunk man. still in control of his thoughts but subconsciously spewing nonsense that didn't quite match his usual behavior. This might be the effect of the original sin mask he was wearing. It amplified the corresponding aspects of his human nature, while also granting him certain advantages. Luz had no intention of resisting it. Greed, talkativeness, cunning. In a cruel game like this, these were exactly the traits he needed. And in the future, these traits could help prevent spectators from linking his in-game persona to his real-life identity too easily. Besides, he was really curious to see what kind of buffs would greed mode grant him. It seems that someone has taken the first step, amidst the scorching air, that mechanical voice echoed again. But this time, there was an uncharacteristic hint of emotion in it. However, simply obtaining the saw doesn't mean you've secured your survival. Yeah, I get it. Sawing off my leg, no big deal, it's not like it's my first time. I just think this game is lacking in excitement and exploration. It's really boring. Luz continued, his tone just one step away from breaking into a manic laugh. Since I'm the first one to get the saw, shouldn't there be a reward or something? Luz finally bared his fangs. Beneath the blue mask, his eyes gleamed with a chilling ambition and greed. The other 9 contestants remained silent, simply watching the figure hanging in midair, haggling for rewards in the middle of a life-threatening crisis. In this terrifying scenario, he was the only one still treating it like a game. There are many hidden achievements and special rewards within the game, but players must explore them on their own. Ugh, so stingy. Not even a hint, huh? I just wanna ask. What if I saw off my leg and still don't escape? I mean, I've been swinging around a lot. If I accidentally fall into the lava after cutting my leg off, what then? That won't happen. This is not part of the game's intended challenge. The platform beneath you is extendable. As long as you escape before the lava reaches it, you'll be fine, so you're saying. As long as I saw off my leg, I'll be free? Correct, the blue mask shimmered, forming a smirking face, as if a devious scheme had succeeded. A cold gleam flashed. The rusty saw pressed against his leg. He began cutting. But the iron shackle was locked around his right ankle. Yet he was sawing through his left leg. Chapter 9, The Ultimate Greed. Seeking fortune in death. What does it sound like when metal slowly saws through flesh? The answer, it makes no sound. Until the saw hits something truly solid, all that can be felt is the sensation of leather rubbing together. Like 2 sheets of rawhide forcefully grinding against each other, one relentlessly tearing through the other. Against the hellish red backdrop of the lava below, that leg instantly became even redder. For a brief moment, the world seemed to freeze. Like a black and white silent film, paused in mid-frame. The only sound in the air was the sizzling noise, like steak searing on a scorching grill. A piercing scream rang out. But it wasn't from Luz. It was from the woman dangling beside him. Luz hadn't even reacted yet when she had already started screaming like a slaughtered pig. What are you doing? Get away from me. She had come in with a gamer mindset, thinking this was just some game. How could she possibly have imagined witnessing something like this? Could someone really just start sawing like it was nothing? Watching the masked man beside her, she started thrashing wildly in the air, her words becoming an incoherent mess. Fear had completely devoured her sanity. Her mind was on the brink of collapse. Chosen of agony, +3 pain points, chosen of agony, +2 pain points. The pain points kept rolling in, and Luz was actually feeling quite pleased. Until the woman's ear-splitting howls completely ruined his mood. Annoyed, he glanced at her and deadpanned, seriously, why the hell are you screaming? It's not even your leg I'm sawing. Besides, you're gonna have to saw yours off too anyway. Consider this an early preview. It might actually help you get used to it. What? Or do you want to go first? As he spoke, Luz extended the saw toward her, as if offering it to her. Seeing his blood-drenched hand gripping the saw, the woman immediately went silent. She passed out cold from sheer terror. Scared unconscious just from watching. All she could hope for now was that when she woke up, all of this would turn out to be just a nightmare. TCH. Seriously, you didn't even mentally prepare before coming in? Casually scaring a spectator into fainting, Luz continued sawing his leg. Sawing off your own limb wasn't just about enduring excruciating pain. It was also a mental torture beyond imagination. But thanks to greed mode and the original sin mask, Luz felt no psychological burden at all. As long as he saw his pain points increasing. As long as he was gaining something. Then this completely negligible price meant nothing to him. There's a saying, when profit reaches 50%, people will take risks. When profit reaches 100%, people will trample over all human laws. When profit reaches 300%, people will risk their very lives. But for Luz? Even just a 1% gain. Even just a chance at a benefit. was enough for him to risk it all. Greed made him love the thrill of dancing on a knife's edge. Fortune favors the bold. And the insane. That feeling alone was enough to drive someone mad. By now, the saw blade had cut halfway through. Aside from the unconscious woman, the other contestants were all deathly pale. This scene was far beyond R-rated. Who wouldn't be horrified watching this? Especially when the masked psycho in front of them was sawing through his own leg. Without even making a single sound of pain. He even chuckled from time to time. It really felt like they had entered hell. Bro. You're insane. We really overestimated ourselves coming into this game. On the other side, a pale-faced man finally spoke up. According to the spectators, he was a completion player. Someone who had played and cleared a beginner-level game before. If a leg must be cut, then cut it without hesitation. The first to make that decision. You're incredible. Your first game must have gotten you a higher rating and ranking, right? But look at what you're doing. You're cutting the wrong leg. Oh? Luce glanced at his bloodied left leg. And? What's the problem? The shackle is on your right ankle. Sawing off your left leg is pointless. I wanna cut it. That's a problem? Luce swung back and forth, completely righteous and unapologetic, then shouted into the air, where does it say I have to cut my right leg? What if I want to saw off my left leg? Is that not allowed? This time, he was calling out to the game host. The same mechanical voice that had responded earlier. But this time, silence. The host that had spoken multiple times did not answer. Luce didn't care. He was simply gambling. Whether he won or lost, it didn't matter. Because at the very least, his pain points kept increasing, right? The other contestants all turned away, their eyes filled with utter despair. One of them had been scared unconscious. The other was a lunatic with brain damage. If they somehow survived this, they swore to never touch a game like this again. And not just them. Even the spectators, the chosen players watching from the sidelines, were now fully convinced that they had made the right decision in staying out, so this is what hell mode is like. Thank God I didn't join, this is horrifying. Are all perfect completion players this insane? Only a lunatic could stay this calm while sawing off their own leg in a game like this, but it's pointless. He's ruthless, sure. But he's also a complete idiot, most of the spectators watching Luce. This perfect completion player simply saw a madman with bravery but no brains. But among them, there were some who weren't just watching for fun. There were those who were gathering intel, preparing for what lay ahead. One such chosen player, known as Blank, typed out their thoughts in the live stream chat. Blank, you guys seriously think a perfect completion player is dumb enough to saw off the wrong leg? Blank, if I'm not mistaken, he's playing a game of logic with the game's rules. Remember what he said earlier? Blank, he asked, what if sawing off my leg doesn't save me? And gave an example. What if he slipped and fell into the lava? Blank, his real goal was to ask about all possible failures after cutting off a leg. But he deliberately made it sound unrelated, Blank, and in the end, using that crazy attitude, he casually asked, so as long as I saw off my leg, I'll escape, right? That was the real trap, Blank. There are many ways to saw off a leg. Including not cutting the trapped one, Blank, and the game host, having been misdirected, gave him a definitive yes, Blank. That's why he's cutting his left leg, Blank. It was just a word game. But he executed it without hesitation. All for a possible advantage, Blank. Perfect completion players. They really are monsters of absolute optimization. Pain, their own bodies. None of it matters. Chapter 10, Fear Cloud's Judgment. Let's talk business. Blank. So, from the very beginning of the game, this guy had no fear in his mind, Blank. A rusted saw, boiling lava. None of it ever mattered to him. From the start, all he cared about was how to maximize his benefits in this game, Blank. To act like this. An extreme level of greed, absolute confidence, and a ruthlessness toward himself. The player known as Blank typed his analysis bit by bit, his thoughts disjointed as if he was figuring things out as he spoke. Since his messages appeared in the chat, the barrage of comments on Luce's screen had noticeably decreased. It seemed that everyone had paused to digest his breakdown. Before, they had just been watching for entertainment. But after hearing Blank's words, they suddenly felt like they had been watching blind. Bro, why are you like this? Everyone else is being dumb together, why can't you just go with the flow? Of course, some weren't happy with his conclusions. After all, not everyone likes being called an idiot. Immediately, a few dissenting voices popped up in the chat. How are you so sure that's what's happening? What if he's just a lunatic? Yeah. And isn't the game host's voice supposed to be like an automated system? How could it make a mistake in wording? Wouldn't that mean someone is actually controlling it? Blank didn't even bother responding to their stubborn denial. In the real world, Blank sat in front of his screen, shocked as he analyzed a live stream in real time. He was recording everything. Every action, every decision Luz made. Because this wasn't just a game. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A chance to change fate and gain superhuman abilities. He would become a player one day. But he wasn't going in blind. He had chosen to gather intelligence first, to study the game's mechanics, and most importantly, to observe the top players. He never expected to stumble upon something this insane on his first deep dive. A player of this caliber. I need to find a way to connect with him. I need to build a relationship. Thinking this, Blank casually replied in chat, Blank, believe what you want. I'm not saying I've figured out everything, but let's just watch and see how this plays out. The debate continued in the chat, but Luz didn't bother reading any of it. He had glanced once at the messages. And then ignored them completely. Right now, he was still sawing his leg. Like someone performing a satisfying task, or engaging in some fun hobby. He wasn't even in a rush. Because he was farming pain points. From the start until now, he had already racked up over 20 points. For the first time, Luz truly appreciated how useful his own leg was. As long as he achieved perfect completion, nothing else mattered. With pain points rising, what did a leg even mean? Where else would he ever find an opportunity like this? He himself didn't feel pain or mental pressure, but the others? They were breaking down. The woman who had fainted earlier had woken up. Only to immediately start vomiting uncontrollably. The other players weren't any better. Most were drenched in sweat, faces pale, heads turned away, refusing to look at Luz. The sweltering heat, the life or death stakes, the sickening scene before them, and the deranged man calmly butchering himself. It really felt like they had descended into hell. Chosen of agony. Pain points +1. After a while, Luz realized that the pain points gain had slowed. He was barely getting anything now. That's when he knew. He had milked this as much as he could. So, reluctantly, he removed his left leg. Holding the blood-soaked severed foot in his hands, he examined it for a few seconds. Then muttered, honestly, with this kind of performance, there should be some extra rewards, right? Regrowing a limb should require a better, higher-grade potion than just reattaching one. Don't you think? With that, he casually tossed the severed foot into the lava below. Haha. I cut it off. Oi? You still there? Didn't you say cutting off my leg would let me escape? His provocative voice echoed through the space, challenging the unseen game host. But no response, just as Luz thought he might have lost the bet, a voice finally spoke. But this time, the mechanical tone was ice cold. The subtle human-like warmth it had carried before was completely gone. Rule entry has been corrected. Player Luz has successfully exploited a system loophole. Achievement unlocked. System exploiter. Epic. Rewards will be distributed upon game completion. The name Luz was distorted in the announcement. Only he could hear his actual name. To the others, it was just garbled audio. And after issuing the reward, the system fell completely silent, as if it was afraid of getting tricked again. Luz didn't care. Beneath his mask, a satisfied grin formed. Hanging upside down, he stretched leisurely. Ah. Not bad, not bad. At least you're not too stingy. The only sound in the magma chamber was the bubbling lava. Everyone else was stunned into silence. No one had expected that this wasn't some brainless masochist, but a ruthless lunatic who would do anything for profit. Their first ever game, and they ended up in a scenario like this. Against a player like this. Meanwhile, the live stream chat had completely exploded. Recalling Blank's earlier analysis, everyone was struck by a rare, collective moment of speechlessness. And then, a chorus of sheer awe flooded the screen. Absolute legend, the craziest fucking player I've ever seen. Bro just played 4D chess with the game itself, but as they gazed at the gruesome, jagged wound where his leg once was, very few felt admiration. What they felt was pure, undiluted fear. Luz, unfazed by their stares, took a deep breath. And then, he didn't escape. Instead, he spoke again. Honestly, I don't understand why you guys still don't get it. The remaining 9 players flinched, confused. You're all acting like this is life and death. Are you even paying attention? The lava is still rising. And tell me, what is this? Luz shook the saw in his hand. You don't think of this as a tool of pain and suffering, do you? If this is a game, then this is a key item. And right now, the only key item is in my hands. And none of you even tried to take it. Because of fear, you all avoided this saw. But fear clouds judgment. This hell mode was almost too easy. I hope I get another chance like this in the future. With that, Luz casually twirled the saw in his hand. Alright, enough talking. Who wants to cut their leg next? Come on. Let's talk price. Chapter 11, The Evil of Human Nature. A sudden killing. As Luce's words fell, everyone's faces changed dramatically. They looked at him, swaying in the center, their expressions flickering unpredictably. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kongbei, who had been closely watching Luce's every move, slammed his fist onto the table and shouted excitedly. Crap. I knew it. The previous probing wasn't just about maximizing benefits. There were deeper layers of meaning. That includes testing the rules of this game, figuring out what controls this suddenly appearing game. Whether it's a machine, an omnipotent god, or an alien civilization. This kind of probing is crucial for the entire world, yet the boss managed to do it unconsciously, even securing benefits for himself in the process. And those ruthless methods he used earlier? They served as intimidation for the other players, making it easier to extort them now. Kongbei gritted his teeth, piecing together his thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He didn't see extreme greed as a bad thing. The world had undergone such a drastic change. Life and death are fated. In this situation, the strong should do whatever it takes to get stronger in the early stages of the game. But just as he was about to type in the game livestream chat, he slowly put down his hands. Because he saw the majority of comments and the current psychological state of the viewers. Is this extortion? Honestly, in a situation like this, shouldn't people be helping each other? Cutting off a leg is already miserable enough. In this atmosphere of fear, is it really necessary to kick someone while they're down and threaten them too? Strong and crazy. But I just hope I never meet someone like him in the game. Aside from these saintly remarks, the rest were either mindless praise, treating this like an American action movie, or people inexplicably inserting themselves into strange emotions. Some even fully embracing their role as spectators. It was as if people had forgotten that they, as viewers, were also chosen. They too had the chance to participate in the game. Everyone was part of this. The world had changed in an instant, yet people's mindsets hadn't caught up. Kongbei thought for a moment, then gave up on sending a comment. He decided not to engage with these infants and refocused on the game scene. What do you mean? What do you mean by negotiating a price? Beside him, the woman who had been the loudest all along suddenly glared at Luce with hatred, staring daggers at him. Literally what I said. No money, no saw. What's the problem? Luce turned his head casually and looked at her as he spoke. Do you even have a conscience? You're trying to profit from this? You heartless bastard. I want to quit. I don't want to play this game anymore. What kind of game forces people to keep playing once they're in? Why does the game host barely respond to us, yet they respond to you? Why can you so easily saw off your own leg? I think you're in on this. This is all a conspiracy. Everyone, look. He's not some amazing player. He's working with the people behind this game. Maybe it was the overwhelming psychological pressure, but at this moment, the woman began lashing out in a frenzy. Her fear and pain transformed into anger, all of it directed at Luce. Her entire body thrashed violently, rattling the chains on her. Watching her hysterics, Luce felt nothing but confusion. After a few seconds of silence, Luce spoke slowly. You're right. I am in on it. I'm actually an NPC, not a player. I don't feel pain. I can saw however I want. My only purpose here is to torture you normal players. So? What are you going to do about it? At that moment, the blue greed mask on his face shimmered, forming a comical, exaggerated grin, as if mocking her. Luce understood this malicious woman well. She was merely a reflection of human nature. He wore a greed mask, while she probably wore the mask of a life of luxury. The weak always draw their blades against those even weaker than them. In this twisted world of the global game, no matter how strong he seemed, he would always appear as the relatively weaker one. So her breakdown needed an outlet, and he had become that outlet. Even though he was terrifying. Even though he clearly had the power to kill her. The years of social conditioning had made her believe that provoking another human like him wouldn't have real consequences. And her methods were typical, being the loudest, slandering, manipulating public opinion, isolating him. But the world had changed. Yet some people still hadn't grasped that reality. Luce watched her with amusement. Even if I admit it, even if I get framed, even if I become your enemy. So what? His complete lack of resistance left the woman momentarily speechless. She made muffled sounds in her throat, her face turning red. Whether from heat or from nearly choking on her own emotions. The lava is still rising, everyone. Luce dangled one foot in the air as if swinging on his wing. He even waved the saw in his hand, making it seem like he could drop it at any moment. How much do you want? Finally, someone spoke. Luce thought to himself, at least someone still has their head on straight. Just as he turned to see who it was. I don't want money. What I want is But before he could finish his sentence, the moment he turned his head, a flash of red light appeared before his eyes. Directly in front of him, a man, propelled by the momentum of his chains, swung towards him. In his hand was a dagger about a foot long, gleaming with a sinister red glow. That dagger was definitely not an ordinary weapon. It had to be some kind of in-game item. The man's eyes gleamed with killing intent. In an instant, before Luce could react, the dagger was already inches from his throat. A single strike to kill. With a piercing screech, blood splattered. But instead of slicing through his throat, the dagger was forcibly redirected at the last moment, embedding itself in Luce's collarbone. The blade was completely wedged in, unable to move. The expression on the blue-green mask didn't change at all. In fact, the grin stretched even wider, almost reaching the edges of his face. Chosen of agony. Pain points +5, unexpectedly, at a time like this, he got a nice little surprise. Kill him. Hurry. Kill him. The woman beside him started thrashing wildly, screaming in excitement. The man's eyes burned with malice. Seeing that he had landed a hit, he immediately prepared to strike again. But in an instant, the chaos was over. The woman's ecstatic screams caught in her throat. A thin red line appeared on the man's neck. Luce casually swung the saw in his hand. It was so fast that the surrounding people couldn't even register the movement. All that lingered was the chilling sound of air being split apart. Ding ding, too bad, you only get one chance. Oh, by the way, thanks for the knife. Chapter 12, Iconic Scene. Cut off his leg, and he still thanks us. As soon as the words fell, the man opposite Luce loosened his grip on the dagger. His eyes were wide open in shock, both hands clutching his throat as blood gushed out like water being poured. But there was no stopping it. A few seconds later, the man hanging upside down had turned into a blood-soaked corpse. The intense heat quickly coagulated the blood, and after 2 twitches, he went completely still. Dead? Seeing a murder right in front of them snapped everyone back to reality. Luce, on the other hand, found it rather amusing. Looking at the roasted crispana outside, Dendrona inside corpse, he even had the mood to crack a joke. That red-skinned duck cosplay is actually pretty spot on. To be fair, this really is a hanging oven. Honestly, under the influence of the greed mask, he should have taken advantage of this aggressive opponent to rack up more pain points. But he didn't. What was ingrained in his mind was unshakable. Never hand over your chance to survive to someone else. The opponent wanted to kill him, so there was no need for unnecessary words. Luce yanked the dagger from his shoulder and looked at the weapon description that automatically popped up. Sharp blade, premium weapon, effect, armor piercing. When attacking, the user's strength triples, strength cap unknown, requires further testing. Description: when you don't know what to do, just stick it in. Luce. Huh? Wasn't that description just a little off? Apostrophe, oh, a premium weapon, huh? Doesn't sound too high tier, but hey, better than nothing. With that, Luce tossed the dagger into his inventory, treating it as spoils of war. By this classification, his greed mask didn't seem to count as a weapon or an item. A sealed artifact, huh? Seemed like a unique, independent category. He scanned the area. No one dared to meet the deep blue gaze of his mask. In places where human-created laws and order didn't reach, violence was always the best way to speak. Alright, enough of that. Name your price. Finally, the first smart person spoke up. Luce turned to look at him. I know players like you don't care about money. What you want are chips within this game, right? My initial game gave me 500 reward points, and because I performed well, my guide gave me another 300. I'll give you all of it. Just help me get out of here. Clearly, people who had cleared games before had much better mental resilience. But Luce's next words nearly made the man cough up blood. 800? That's all you've got? Everyone? What the fuck are you saying? 800 reward points is a lot, okay? What are you talking about? That's everything I have. The game just started. How much do you expect people to have? Didn't your guide explain all this to you? Luce. My guide? Would you believe me if I said I already killed mine? I started with a 3,000 point reward. Alright, fine. Small business, first customer discount. I'll accept it. Luce agreed to the deal. Besides, since you're my first client, I'll even throw in a little bonus. What? The man didn't quite catch on yet. He was already mentally preparing himself to have his leg sawed off, his teeth chattering from fear. Luce simply pulled up his personal game stats. Strength, 10, Agility, 10, Speed, 10, Luck, 3, Spirit, 0, Bonus Achievements, Godslayer, Legendary, System Exploiter, Epic, Current Pain Points, 28. From the moment he entered the game, Luce realized the biggest function of pain points. Stat allocation. For normal players, these stats could only be increased through rare game encounters or special items. But Luz? He could boost them directly. Strength, agility, and speed followed a 1:2 ratio. Luck was 1:5, and spirit was 1:10. To maximize his immediate power, he didn't even hesitate. All points went into strength. Strength increased. 24. His already beyond human strength had now doubled and then some. Gripping the saw in his hand, the wooden handle creaked under the pressure, as if it would shatter at any moment. The surge in strength came with a surge in confidence. Looking at his not-so-bulky arms, Luz felt like there was a Hulk living inside his body. "Hey, what are you doing?" The transaction was complete, but the man opposite him suddenly panicked as he saw Luz's veins bulge, his right hand clutching the saw tightly, the mask on his face displaying an eerily deranged expression. "Nah, nothing much. Hey. Customer service. I'll personally saw off your leg for you." "Man. No. No need. Stay away from me." That wasn't part of the deal. He started struggling violently. The courage and determination he had built up completely crumbled in an instant. "You're gonna saw my leg. Might as well just kill me instead. You're gonna torture me like you tortured yourself? I'm not a freak, I can't take that. Relax. I'm a businessman with integrity. Would I do you dirty? I'm just running a little experiment." As the man struggled desperately, a sharp gleam flashed in Luz's eyes. The mask even formed a very human-like exclamation mark. With a flick of his wrist, the saw swung down at a speed so fast that even a faint crackle of wind and thunder could be heard. Crack. A crisp snap, like a butcher's cleaver splitting a rack of ribs on a cutting board. That completely rusted saw blade, under immense speed, became the sharpest cutting tool imaginable. A shadow fell. The man crashed onto the platform below with a dull thud. It wasn't until he was free that he even realized it was over. Only then did the pain register. A scream tore from his throat. He clutched his severed leg, writhing in agony, his body drenched in sweat as he tried to suppress the pain. Lifting his severed left leg, he pressed down hard on his blood vessels to prevent excessive bleeding. Then, with a grimace uglier than crying, he forced a shaky smile, looked up at Luz, who was still dangling in the air, and gave him a thumbs up. Through trembling lips, he stammered, "Thank you, boss." That gratitude was genuine. Faced with life or death, he made his choice. And honestly, he doubted he could have endured sawing off his own leg with a rusty saw. Luz's godlike execution made him feel like his reward points were well spent. At least he was alive. "Hey, look at this mess. We cut off his leg, and he still thanks us." Chapter 13, The Frenzied Auction. She has plenty of time to regret after finishing his trash talk. Luz, satisfied with his current strength, even gave a thumbs up to the guy whose leg he had just chopped off. He didn't seem to think anything was wrong. Having already experienced superhuman strength, he had mentally prepared himself for the changes coming to this world. But others didn't see it that way. His livestream exploded. The audience's emotions were even more intense than when they had watched Luz's gruesome, self-inflicted saw amputation. After all, for them, this was the first time seeing someone actually use extraordinary power. The allure of raw power has always been number one, far surpassing money and authority. Holy shit, amazing. Did I just see what I think I saw? Am I hallucinating? That was definitely superpowers, right? What kind of power is that? He sliced through someone's leg in one go with a rusty saw? I was talking too loud just now. Big boss, you're insane. Any chance I can get your contact info? You don't seem to check your chat much. This is the true charm of this game, isn't it? If superpowers are real, I want to try too. Life or death? Bring it on. I just checked out other players' streams. Most aren't going through anything this brutal. This boss just happened to land in a hell mode game instance. Fortune favors the bold. Stop acting tough. Would you dare take a saw and cut off your own leg? The live stream chat instantly became explosively active. The audience, who had previously sat on their high horses just wanting to be spectators, were now restless. Their earlier fear and hesitation were thrown aside. People were already trying to get Luz's contact info, wanting to meet him in the real world. Some even claimed to be CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, eager to recruit Luz under their wing. Sitting in front of the screen, Konbei silently shook his head. People were finally starting to realize the gravity of the situation. And this was just the beginning. Luz's current power, while supernatural, still resembled a human's. The real chaos would come when people saw someone flying through the skies, summoning storms with a wave of their hand. Yet, amidst all the hype and madness, someone finally noticed something was off. Wait. Don't you guys think something's weird? He obviously has the power to chop off a leg instantly, So why did he slowly saw through his own leg earlier? Comma. The chat froze. As soon as that weak voice appeared, everyone fell silent. Yeah, why the hell would he do that? He had the easiest method at his disposal, but he chose to torture himself? He could have done a painless surgery, but instead, he chose to suffer? Before, Kongbei and the others could come up with various justifications for Luce's actions. But this bizarre contradiction left everyone completely stumped. A bunch of self-proclaimed analysis experts sat in front of their screens, coming up with 10,000 theories, but none could explain why Luce was so ruthless to himself. Was he actually a masochist? Or just insane? No way. A perfect completion player. A top-tier boss like him. There was no way he was crazy. There had to be some deeper meaning they hadn't figured out yet. Time for more analysis. But they would never figure out Luce's true intentions. Because, in reality, he just wanted to rack up some pain points. Below, the first person he had rescued had already disappeared into thin air. Perhaps they had officially completed the game. Regardless, their disappearance sent a surge of excitement through the remaining captives still hanging in midair. Before Luce could even speak, the remaining players started shouting over one another. Boss, look at me. I'll pay too. I've got 200 reward points, plus a normal weapon I got from the initial game. I'll give it to you. As long as you personally chop off my leg. I'll pay you a ton of money after I get out. Name your price, I'll sign a blank check. Chop mine. Chop my leg. We're all fellow Huaxio people, help me out, please. The same players who had been too scared to say a word before were now buzzing with excitement, bidding for the chance to have their legs chopped off painlessly. In this day and age, even amputating someone's leg had become an auction service. The broken window effect never goes out of style. If you told people in normal circumstances to amputate their leg without anesthesia, they'd never accept it. But after watching that rusty saw grind against Luce's leg for 10 minutes, they suddenly saw a clean-cut amputation as a blessing. Seeing the frenzy, Luce didn't refuse. He simply waited for the highest bid. After all, players who participated in the initial game but didn't complete it still had some reward points left. Some had even signed game contracts, promising to transfer their earnings to Luce. With the greed mask enhancing his mindset, Luce had zero hesitation. He had fully embraced his role as a ruthless profiteer. Cutting off legs? No problem, as long as they paid up. By the end, he had received a game item he had never seen before, plus a pile of reward points and post-clearance bonuses. In return, he had chopped off leg after leg. If this were Japan, he'd already be a legendary leg-cutting saint. As screams filled the air, only 4 people remained hanging. 2 of them were completely paralyzed with fear, having given up all hope. Luce had no interest in them. If they wanted to die, that was their business. One former perfect completion player gave him a final glance before suddenly disappearing. Seems they had used an exit token from a previous reward. Finally, Luce turned his attention back to the woman who had been screaming and cursing at him non-stop. She had been quiet for a while now. Seeing Luce look at her again, she trembled in fear but still forced herself to speak. I'm warning you, if you dare. But this time, Luce couldn't be bothered to listen. A flash of steel. This time, Luce sawed off his own bound leg. His body dropped, landing on the platform below. Reaching out to touch the edge of the platform, he looked up at the woman in midair, smiling as he said, "The lava is almost here." Luce's figure vanished. Within seconds, the lava flooded the platform. In his final glimpse, he saw the woman finally realize the truth. Her mouth let out a piercing shriek as she desperately reached for the swaying saw. A wretched scream rang out. But it was too late. The lava had already swallowed the platform. But not her. She still had plenty of time to regret her choices. But she no longer had a chance to change them. People die from their own stupidity. Chapter 14, The Loot Sharing Ceremony, The Perfect Completion Player Exposed. Whether that woman would regret her choices in her final moments, whether she would scream her lungs out, was no longer Luce's concern. Right now, Luce was feeling a bit of regret himself. Maybe it was greed at play. Seeing the game nearing its end, he felt like he hadn't earned quite enough. Was there really only one leg-sawing torture session? Shouldn't there have been multiple brutal punishments, repeated torment, maybe a bit of slow roasting on both sides? And they call this hell mode? Honestly, the imagination here was a little lacking. Not twisted enough at all. Just as he was thinking this, the familiar sensation of data flow didn't appear. It seemed that disappearing from the platform didn't trigger an immediate game settlement. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an incredibly bright space. The 4 people he had rescued earlier were also there, sitting in chairs with terrified expressions, nervously glancing around. The game wasn't over yet. The hellish torment actually wasn't finished. Just when they had been overjoyed, thinking it was finally over, reality smacked them in the face. As soon as Luz appeared, 4 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. It seemed like the game was waiting for all of them to arrive. Each person was strapped to a chair, arranged in a perfect pentagon formation. In the center stood an enormous pentagonal column, stretching so far up that its end was out of sight. The hollow space inside it was completely empty. Its purpose unknown. Unlike the others, Luz was actually pleased to see that the game wasn't over. As long as it continued, he could keep earning more. His mindset was clearly different. After the previous game, he was even starting to enjoy it a bit too much. Patting the mask that continuously displayed a grin, Luz muttered to himself, I knew it. No way they'd lack imagination like that. A game should always be more twisted. Gotta stay in control. Though he was enjoying the feeling of gain, Luz kept himself in check. He couldn't let himself be completely swept up in the greed mask's influence. The mask only amplified his emotions. It couldn't be allowed to fully control him. All participants have arrived. Welcome, Hell Mode game survivors. As soon as Luz appeared, the mechanical voice that had vanished earlier returned. At the sound of it, the other 4 players flinched, whether from fear or lingering pain. You seem to be quite happy? That's unusual. Suddenly, the voice shifted its tone. The group froze, realizing that it was speaking directly to Luz. The game host, the entity controlling the game, was actively engaging with a player. Luz looked around before casually replying, oh? That's great to hear. So, is there a reward for this? What the fuck kind of reward? Are you addicted to looting this game dry? This is Hell Mode, not some charity handout. With just one simple sentence, Luz completely stunned the game host, rendering it silent for a long moment. Then, suddenly, the lighting around them dimmed. The eerie glow only emphasized the loneliness and terror of the space. Creak scree. Screech. A sharp, bizarre noise echoed as, under the group's bewildered gazes, the enormous cylindrical void in the center began filling with an inky black liquid. The moment they took a closer look, someone let out a horrified scream. It wasn't black liquid. It was an unimaginably massive swarm of insects. Layer upon layer, horde upon horde. Countless bugs poured in from below, their origins unknown. And these weren't ordinary insects. Each one looked unnervingly grotesque. Some resembled scorpions, but were half a meter long. Some were covered in backward-facing barbs, their grotesquely long tongues writhing endlessly. Some were slimy, wriggling creatures that burst open when squeezed, releasing thick, putrid fluid. Inside the gigantic column, the swarm kept rising, filling the space with an unbearable chittering sound that made everyone nauseous. Before long, the cylindrical space was completely filled. That was a 5-meter wide, over 10-meter tall structure. And it had been completely packed with insects. A rough estimate? There had to be at least 1 billion of them in this alternate dimension swarm. The 4 players seated around the pillar had gone pale as death. Even Luz clicked his tongue in surprise. Some people might not fear ferocious beasts. But this was an entirely different kind of horror. Except for the goo masters of Myojian, nobody in the world could face this sight without a reaction. This was both a psychological and physiological nightmare. Something no normal human could endure. Especially since these seemed to be alien insects. Holy shit, no, bro, seriously. This is too disgusting, I can't handle this. I'm out. Gonna check out another live stream, not gonna lie, this is way too hardcore, I give up. Watching as a spectator is fine. Just don't make me a player. Even the live stream audience was losing it. The sheer number of insects was pushing the boundaries of morbid curiosity. Then, they noticed that separating the swarm from the room was a special glass window, measuring 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters. As soon as they realized this, many nearly fainted. Because this meant the insects were coming in. When will this nightmare end? ! Just kill me already. A man nearby, unable to withstand the pressure, slammed his fist against the glass with a loud thud. But his anger was meaningless here. Luz, meanwhile, had only one thought. Looks like another chance to rack up some pain points. Dear players, shouldn't you feel honored? The game should have already ended, however, due to an excessive number of survivors, which contradicts the principles of Hell Mode, we've arranged a little extra challenge. Originally, the fate of this game was in the hands of one player. He had the power to ensure he was the sole survivor. If he had chosen that path, this extra challenge wouldn't exist, and he would have once again achieved perfect completion. That's right. Among you, there is only one player who obtained the perfect completion title in the initial game, and thanks to his mercy, we now have this situation. Come on, everyone, let's give him a round of applause, the game host's voice rang out again. At the same time, the lighting in Luz's section of the room brightened, making it clear who they were referring to. This time, The tone carried an unmistakable sense of mockery. Did Luz piss off the game host or something? Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed, mixing with the screeches of the insect swarm. But the only one clapping was Luz himself. Not bad, not bad. According to your logic, I must be pretty damn impressive. I think I should give myself a round of applause too. So, same question as before. Since I performed so well, where's my extra reward? Chapter 15, Loot Division Game, The Unluckiest Position? Luz's voice was calm, laced with a sarcastic undertone. He didn't take the game host's mockery to heart at all. In fact, he even mocked them back. He had no idea why he was suddenly being targeted, as if this game had something against him. It felt like he had been placed at the center of the storm. They even announced that he was a perfect completion player. But he didn't see any issue with that. The more he was targeted, the more profit there was to be made. Being singled out was an opportunity. Risk always comes with opportunity. As a certain philosopher named J.L. once said, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. J.L. J.L. who again? Let's just say it was Gorky who said that. All rewards in the game, all the benefits of completion, are not given to you. They are earned, or rather, taken. What you can get depends on how far you're willing to go. Greed. Seems like you're adapting well to this mask, but who knows? Maybe your soft heart for letting them live will be the death of you. Now you're calling me soft-hearted? The way you put it, I'm actually kind of touched. How about giving me an award for it, maybe an achievement? Luz didn't let the words fall to the ground, responding effortlessly. As Luz exchanged sharp words with that unknown voice, the other four people around him felt like complete outsiders. All they could do was watch in awe as the big shot sparred with the mysterious entity, too afraid to say a word. Only now did they realize that there really was a difference between perfect completion and just completion. From the beginning, this guy had been among the very best. Their gazes toward him started to change. At first, it was just fear and distance, but now, there was a hint of gratitude. After all, even though he was greedy, even though he was ruthless, even though he threatened them like a vampire, in the end, he had saved their lives. If Luz had truly been a bloodthirsty maniac, he could have let them all die in the lava. There was no need for him to help them cut off their legs. Yes, in this hellish game, straightforward leg amputation was practically an act of mercy. But now that things had come to this, no one was planning to thank this great benefactor. Alright, time for the final bonus round, Loot Division Game. Everyone, cheer up. It's time to claim your rewards. Ordinary players, don't feel discouraged. In the next phase, you will be on the same playing field as that guy. This is a game of gods, a gambler's trial. Here, anything can happen. Don't think you can't do it. You could change your entire life overnight. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise, the bewitching voice rang out once more, as if enticing the greed in their hearts. But it was clear. The voice was still not on Luz's side. It was obviously trying to create division between him and the others. In the next game, the players would definitely be in competition with one another. Then, amidst the squirming and screeching of insects, two pillars rose before each person, within arm's reach. Each pillar had a red button and a green button on top. And above the insect pillar, a scarlet number appeared. 100. The Loot Division game is about to begin. All of you have passed the hell trial and were originally supposed to receive your rewards outright. However, the number of players who survived the trial is far higher than usual, so now, you will negotiate among yourselves to determine how to distribute this 100. The total reward value. Special reminder, the rewards are quite generous. As the others stood there, utterly confused, a screen appeared before each of them. Each screen displayed different images, tailored to each person individually. Take a look. These are the desires buried deep in your hearts. The images showed immense power, capable of moving mountains and shattering planets with a flick of a finger. They showed wealth and indulgence, standing above millions, gazing down upon the world. One scene was set in Tokyo, on a neon-lit train full of beautiful women, where suddenly, time froze. Another showed a stepsister doing laundry, getting stuck in the washing machine. Wait, what the hell was this weird stuff? TSK, what kind of garbage are you people thinking about? Anyway, Chosen's Paradise is the place where your dreams come true. Believe me, for your current shallow understanding, this 100 represents an opportunity that could change your entire life. Seeing that the bait had been set, the game host decided it was time to move things along. Desires had been stirred. Now, it was time for the grand performance. The battle over loot. Alright. The Loot Division game is about to begin. Here are the rules. This 100 represents the total reward pool. The method of distribution will be decided by a vote among the 5 of you. No one has special privileges. The moment these words were spoken, the 4 other players visibly relaxed. If that was the case, then the gap between them and the perfect completion player really had been eliminated. But then, what was up with the creepy jar of bugs? And this jar is the punishment for non-cooperative players. The rules are as follows. Each person, in turn, will propose a distribution plan for the reward points. If at least half of the players press the green button to approve the proposal, then it passes, and everyone receives their designated rewards. However, if more than half disapprove, then the person who proposed the plan will be transported into this jar. The little creatures inside are very fond of you all. Then, the next person in line will propose their plan. As it spoke, the jar full of insects glowed faintly. At that moment, whatever hope the players had left completely died. So this thing was actually for executions. There were no deaths more terrifying than this. Alright, enough chatter. It's time for the order selection. As soon as the voice fell, a series of numbers flashed rapidly above everyone's heads. Cycling from 1 to 5. All 5 players instantly tensed up, some even closing their eyes to pray that they get a later position. In this game, the first person to propose a plan was completely at the mercy of the others. Forget claiming any rewards. If you were up first, even surviving would be a challenge. At this point, dying in the previous game would have been preferable. This was purely a game of luck. Ding. At the sound, everyone flinched. The numbers had stopped, finalizing the order. Number 1, Loose. Chapter 16, a deranged distribution plan. Is he seeking death? Numbers 1 to 5, assigned. Seeing the numbers above their heads, players 4 and 5 instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Whatever else happened, according to the rules laid out earlier, at least their lives were safe. And their positions were comfortable. Based on what was said before, if more than half rejected a proposal, the person making it would be executed. Logically speaking, the earlier players would have to cater to and appease those in the later slots when making their distribution proposals. After all, those in later positions wouldn't die, and with no special benefits to gain, they had no reason to approve a bad deal. Players 2 and 3, on the other hand, had slightly darker expressions. Their positions were awkward. Facing the insect pillar in front of them, that cold, glowing number gave them absolutely no sense of security. Especially player 2. The only woman among them. Her face was particularly grim as she cursed her bad luck internally. But when she saw that the big shot Loose had drawn the number 1, her mood instantly brightened. Suddenly, she felt a sense of balance. At this moment, the other 4 players were all looking toward Loose, their eyes carrying varying degrees of pity and schadenfreude. Sure enough, offending the game host was never a good idea. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a player in the game. The game host? They're the ones making the rules. What were you even showing off for? Seeing Loose lower his head and remain silent, they couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of satisfaction. People love building up gods. But even more than that, they love watching them fall. Seeing the strongest player here, someone so powerful that they threatened the balance of the game, now placed in the worst possible position. It was a guilty pleasure. What gratitude. When he helped cut off their legs, didn't he extort them in the process? At that moment, Loose's blue mask shimmered, its glow shifting, though no clear expression formed. He kept his head lowered, murmuring something under his breath. The others fell silent, straining their ears, curious to hear what this big shot was muttering. Beyond a long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the green grass stretches to the horizon. Everyone? The fuck are you singing for at a time like this? Are you out of your mind? You can never guess what a big shot is thinking. But regardless, it was Loose's turn now. It was his time to distribute the points. Damn, this is rigged, this is totally a setup. Ugh, why provoke the game host like that? Stay low-key, man, at this point, he should just focus on staying alive. That alone would be a miracle. Sigh, the tallest tree in the forest gets blown down first. Look at the other players' eyes. They clearly want him dead. Man, sometimes you just gotta keep your head down. The barrage of livestream comments was overwhelmingly pessimistic. Only a few, like Kong Bei, were frowning, sensing that something was off. Game theory. That was supposed to be the core of this game. It shouldn't be a dead-end scenario like this. They calculated as they watched Loose, who was still humming his tune, waiting for his next move. And Loose himself? He was thinking too. The first thing that came to mind was the effect of his greed mask. Right at the start of the game, he had seen its description, though he quickly pushed it to the back of his mind. Greed, blue, Kaido, personality influence, amplifies greed, makes the wearer talkative and highly active in thought. Cunning and deceitful, benefit, luck subtly increases, with peculiar effects in critical moments. Description, at the gambling table, the one who wants to win the most will win. By all logic, my luck should be pretty good. If that's the case. Oh, seems like there's no issue, then. After a long silence, Luz finally spoke, chuckling to himself. On his blue mask, a grinning expression surfaced once more. Ah, such a shame. All these insects, going to waste. Staring at the pain points in front of him, Luz had already figured out the key to this game. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a voice beside him cut in. Perfect completion player, the voice was that of a smart-looking woman. I think, since we've come this far, there's no need for riddles anymore, so I'll be straightforward. We all acknowledge your strength, but since you're the first in line, you should give up your share of the rewards. You take 0 points. As for how we split the rest, the 4 of us can discuss it now. This way, even though you won't get anything, at least you won't get thrown into that jar. You used to be a perfect completion player. As long as you survive, there will always be future opportunities. What do you say? She sounded logical, like she was considering things from Luz's perspective. After all, she was player 2. If player 1 suddenly went crazy and chose to throw away his life, then when her turn came next, she'd be the one under pressure. Better to take the initiative and secure Luz's approval. At least that way, she could reduce her own risk. At that moment, the game host spoke again. Attention, everyone. Every 5 minutes, if a round of voting is not completed, a door in front of the random player will open slightly. The ominous voice echoed once more, like a judge delivering a death sentence. The players shuddered at the implication. Of course, to prevent stalling, if the player whose turn it is refuses to propose a distribution plan, the door in front of them will be the first to open. My offer still stands, perfect completion player, player 2 urged, growing impatient. We don't have time to waste. Stop shouting. Quit interrupting me. Luz silenced her with a glare, then asked, I have a question. Can this 100 be split into decimal values? Like, could I give someone 0.000001 points? No. The distribution must be in whole numbers, tch, what a shame. Luz muttered, lifting his head. In that case, I won't waste time. Here's my distribution plan. Player 2 froze. She knew it. This guy was about to do something crazy. The other players perked up immediately. Player 5. 1 point. Player 5 blinked in confusion. Player 3. 1 point. Player 3 thought he must have misheard. Player 1. That's me. 98 points. Player 2 and Player 4. 0 points. Player 2. When this insane distribution plan was announced, everyone questioned whether their ears were malfunctioning. The entire live stream exploded. He's seeking death? Chapter 17, Dare to Refuse Me? When she distributes, you two will get nothing. Cow. No way, you're still arguing at a time like this? A wise man knows when to yield. I'm wondering, is there a possibility that this guy is actually a masochist who really wants to get into that jar of bugs and experience it? Stop talking. I'm gonna throw up. The game host has already made it clear that they want to screw you over, and you're still refusing to cooperate. You're literally asking to die. This isn't even arguing or negotiating anymore. I've said from the start, this guy isn't some big shot. He only passed the initial game and got perfect completion because he's mentally deranged. Letting someone like him become a top player is the real failure of this so-called chosen's paradise. For a moment, voices roared from all directions. Everyone was eager to distance themselves, convincing themselves that the man before them wasn't worthy of admiration. That they had simply misjudged him. When a god falls from the altar, the noise is always louder than when he ascends. Confirm distribution method? A mechanical voice echoed from above, as if even the game host was shocked by Luz's words. Confirm. Changes after confirmation will incur a cost. Confirm. After 2 confirmations, a series of blurry numbers appeared above each participant's head. These were the allocations determined by Luz. The lights dimmed. Pa. A slap echoed through the room. In the very next instant, red light flashed. The moment Luz finalized the distribution, the second female player immediately slammed the rejection button in front of her. No hesitation whatsoever. With a cold expression, she turned to Luz and said, Player 1, since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us. Someone who can't grasp the situation, no matter how strong, can't escape the fate of death. It's over. If you're so eager to get into that bug-filled place, well, congratulations. Her voice was icy. With the game's rules backing her, she no longer felt any fear. She unleashed her words at Luz without restraint. Luz merely chuckled twice and turned to look at the woman. The woman met his gaze fearlessly, staring at the blue mask. The face of the man who had instilled so much fear in her. Soon, this devil of a man would die at her hands. The thought gave her a twisted sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. The moment she pressed that button, The intoxicating feeling of deciding another's fate had almost consumed her. But as she met Luz's eyes, the smile on his mask never wavered. In this game, there are only 2 women in total. Compared to the other one, yours slightly better. A bead of cold sweat formed on Player 2's forehead. She clearly remembered the woman who had cursed Luz endlessly in the lava hell earlier. Now, that woman wasn't here. The implications were obvious. But she died because she was stupid. As for you, you're not quite as dumb, but you're far from smart. You're just a little too full of yourself. Player 2 glared at Luz, her eyes filled with defiance. In the end, she even smirked contemptuously. You're about to die, and you're still clinging to your pride? Does it even matter? Then, she turned to the other players and spoke, everyone, let's not waste time. Press the red button in front of you to vote no. Consider it payback. For our broken legs and the extortion. There are only so many ways to stir up hatred, and Player 2 had clearly mastered them. Her words were so ridiculous that Luz almost laughed. The Hell Mode game had forced everyone to either lose a leg or die, yet somehow, in her version of events, he had become the villain who chopped off their legs. Player 2 didn't care about reason. Now wasn't the time for logic. It was about playing dirty and rallying the others. Player 4, in his distribution, you and I both got nothing. Just a big fat 0. Given your low ranking, your life was never at risk in the first place. But 0 benefits? That's unacceptable. As for Player 3 and Player 5, each of you only got 1 point. In my opinion, that's not an olive branch. It's an insult. Reject it. I promise that when I get to distribute, I guarantee you'll get way more than just 1 point. With just a few words, Player 2 worked tirelessly to divide the group and push Luz to the opposition. Ding. Another chime. Player 4's choice turned red. In just moments, Luz was standing on the edge of a cliff. But he was still humming a song. The evening breeze brushes the willows, a flute plays its final notes, beyond the sunset, more mountains rise. Player 2 ignored him. Her eyes burned with ambition. Today was her first time participating in the Chosen's Paradise game. She would personally eliminate this so-called perfect completion player. Player 3, Player 5, stop hesitating and make your decision. I've already said, when it's my turn to decide, the worst case scenario is an even split. You'll definitely get a better deal. From start to finish, this had been Player 2's solo performance. It was as if, in this second game, she had become the protagonist. But just then, Luz finally spoke. You say that if you distribute, the worst case is an even split. Then why not have the 3 of them vote you out first? Once you're dead, they can split everything among themselves. Wouldn't they get more? What exactly is your role in this? Player 2. She was stunned. That single sentence left her speechless. After a brief pause, she stammered, I don't listen to his nonsense. I'm just saying that's the minimum. And no matter what, my distribution is still better for everyone than his. Luz let out a cold laugh, not even bothering to respond. He simply continued, by the same logic, if splitting evenly is ideal, why should Player 4 and Player 5 keep Player 3 around? If they vote Player 3 out, they'll get even more, won't they? And by that point, Player 5, do you really think you'll still get anything? Cause and effect are intertwined. Cause is the head of effect, and effect is the tail of cause. If the ones before you die, think about what that means for you when your turn comes. Sometimes, the right way to plan things is to work backwards. You're right about one thing. This game is a game of luck. And I just so happen to be the luckiest one here. Player 3, Player 5, you have no choice but to accept my distribution. Believe me. If Player 4 gets to distribute, your share will be exactly 0. Chapter 18, a completely unbreakable open conspiracy. He's not a madman, absolutely impossible. Luz's voice, carrying a slight undertone of darkness, echoed through the space. The moment he finished speaking, Player 2 immediately exploded into curses, speaking in a frantic rush. Everyone, don't let him deceive you. We can definitely work out a fair way to distribute the points. If I distribute, there is absolutely no way that anyone will end up with 0 points. Please trust me. I swear on my honor that no one will walk away with everything. We've all gone through this hell mode game together, we've lived and died side by side. Player 2 was practically ranting like a madwoman, as if she was desperately trying to cover something up, trying to suppress the guilt in her heart. Luz's simple words earlier had already filled her with overwhelming fear. At this moment, her instincts screamed at her. She had to vote Luz out. If she could eliminate this deranged devil, then her opportunity would come. Luz saw her mental state clearly and interrupted with a smirk. Oaths are never trustworthy. Compared to oaths, choices driven by human nature are far more reliable. In those videos that triggered your deepest desires, what did you see? What are you so afraid of? Even if my plan goes through, you don't benefit, but you won't die either. Yet, you're acting this desperate. The highest level of benefit, that deep-seated desire. You can't bear to let it go, can you? A bead of sweat formed on Player 2's forehead. She wanted to say something, to turn the tables, to push Player 3 and Player 5 to vote. She was just one vote away. At that moment, one of the silent players finally spoke. It was Player 5. Since he wasn't in any real danger, he seemed relatively relaxed. I just want to ask, Player 1. You said that if Player 4 distributes, Player 3 and I will end up with 0. Why? Luz tilted his head slightly in his direction, the blue mask forming an unimpressed expression. Do you seriously not think at all? Then, he turned his head toward Player 2, smirking. This just proves you're still not as smart as our dear Player 2 here. If I'm not mistaken, she already figured out the key to this game the moment I finished speaking, right? Player 2's entire body trembled slightly, as if her secret had been exposed. She wanted to deny it, but Luz didn't give her the chance. He leaned back in his chair and continued, let's say there's only one person in this game. Obviously, they would get 100% of the points and happily go home. But what if there are 2 people? How would the points be distributed? A 50-50 split? Of course not. It would be 100-0. Because as long as the majority agrees, the one with the power to distribute has no reason to consider the other person's opinion at all. Luz's words drew everyone in. Apart from Player 2, whose expression grew darker and darker, the others were listening intently. His voice continued, so, what happens when there are 3 people in the game? The question was spoken calmly, but at that very moment, all the viewers watching the live stream, as well as those who had been trying to piece it together, instantly grasped the sinister nature of the game. Inside the game and outside, they all spoke in unison with Luz. The distributor only needs to give the third person a tiny portion, completely ignoring the second person, and the plan will pass. The distribution would be 99-0-1. Because if the third person doesn't agree and the distribution fails, when it's just 2 people left, the last one gets absolutely nothing. So, as the number of players increases, what happens next? I probably don't need to spell it out anymore. Silence filled the room. No one here was an idiot. Previously, the external pressure had thrown their thoughts into chaos, preventing them from seeing the key to the game. But now, with Luz laying everything out so clearly, they could deduce the inevitable conclusion on their own. If there were 4 players, the first person distributing only needed to consider the interests of the second to last person. Because if the first person was eliminated, it would turn into the 3-player scenario from before, where the second to last person would get nothing. So the distribution would be 99-0-1-0. And continuing this pattern, now that there were 5 players. No matter how difficult it was to accept, no matter how counterintuitive it seemed, by this logic, Luz's distribution method was completely unbreakable. He was right. But how dare he? How did he dare? One small mistake, and the price would be his life. Yet he still chose to do this, as if the life or death stakes didn't put any pressure on him at all. As if his mental state wasn't shaken in the slightest. So, as I said, I'm the luckiest one here. That being the case, you really do love me, don't you? Luz spoke to the air. The game host. Mocking them for placing him in the first position, no response? That means you're agreeing by default? 5 minutes are up, click. The small door in front of Luz opened and shut again, dropping a few relatively friendly little creatures. They squeaked aimlessly as they wandered around the space. You even found me a few little companions? You really do love me. Luz continued his trash talk, even deliberately attracting the bugs toward himself. He wasn't in a hurry to push the other players. He let them take their time digesting everything, while he casually thought about whether there were any loopholes left to exploit. While he relaxed, the other players were anything but calm. They exchanged suspicious glances, desperately searching for a way to break the deadlock. Especially Player 2. She was the most unwilling to accept this outcome. She was still trying to find a way to turn things around. Everyone, this is just the worst-case scenario. This is the game's conspiracy. As long as we stand together. But she couldn't even convince herself anymore. Why would the others believe her? Wait. Player 3, Player 5, I can personally give you. Just as she was about to use her own points to bribe Player 3 and Player 5, hoping to gain their trust, she suddenly remembered. In the previous round, Luz had already extorted every single one of their points. Despair filled Player 2's eyes as she stared at Player 1 in shock, looking up at him as if he were an insurmountable mountain. Could it be? Had he foreseen all of this from the very beginning? Chapter 19, Rationality may not be reliable, but greed and human nature are eternal. The moment Player 2 thought of this, her gaze turned blank. As long as As long as we all trust each other, there won't be a situation where only he gets the biggest share. She was still racking her brain, muttering to herself in vain. This problem was actually quite simple. As long as everyone trusted each other, as long as they all trusted her, how could the four of them end up with such a pitiful share? But it was precisely this bit of suspicion that kept everyone stuck. Stop thinking, number 2. At that moment, Luz spoke again, cutting off her train of thought. Can you truly face your own heart? Do you believe that if I die, you won't want to take the biggest share for yourself? And even if you really manage to find a way to gain everyone's trust, to throw me out, putting yourself in the best position, don't you think Player 3 would use the same method to throw you out too? The light in Player 2's eyes slowly dimmed. Upon hearing this, she finally realized there was no solution. At first, she thought she could turn the situation around with her intelligence. If only. But there were no ifs. By now, Luz had started playing with the little bugs that had crawled inside. One of them, shaped like a scorpion with an enormous tail, had already climbed onto his body at his beckoning. He picked it up, gave it a slight squeeze, and the seemingly tough, giant insect instantly became powerless. After a moment of thought, Luz brought the bug closer to the wound on his severed leg. The next second, the scorpion's tail convulsed violently, and something no one expected happened. It sprayed fire. Chosen of agony. Pain points +6, holy shit. What kind of alien creature is this? Luz was genuinely stunned. Looking at his half-charred, half-raw severed leg, he never expected the bug to be this powerful. It breathes fire? Though, I gotta say, its cauterizing effect is pretty decent. Cauterizing? You're calling burning your severed limb cauterization. The other players, already burdened with immense stress, felt an even heavier weight on their hearts as they watched him casually test the bug's abilities. Can I take this thing with me? Can I have it? Where's the game host? Why aren't they saying anything? No one responded to Luz anymore. Whether it was the previous escape game or the current loot division game, at their core, they weren't that difficult. But a severed leg, boiling lava, a rusty saw, a swarm of bugs, looming death, a doorway that could open at any moment to release venomous creatures. These things kept piling on the pressure, pushing people's psychological limits, breaking their mental defenses, forcing them to make mistakes, forcing them to give up on life. But none of that worked on Luz. Number 1, I have a question for you. Amidst the silence, Player 3 finally spoke, as if in one last struggle. Your analysis makes sense, but this distribution method assumes that everyone is rational. What if someone among us doesn't care about benefits, doesn't care about anything, and just wants to throw you out? To kill you? The moment he finished speaking, a loud bang rang out. Player 5, as if losing his mind, violently rocked the chair he was sitting on. I don't care. I don't care. Why the hell should I suffer a severed leg, endure all this torture, end up in the safest spot, and still get nothing? I want at least 10 points. I don't care who's distributing, if I don't get them, I won't agree. Screw it, we can all die together. I'm the last one anyway, I won't die. Player 5 shouted hysterically, like a man pushed past his breaking point. But whether he was just putting on an act or if he had genuinely lost it, no one could tell. In a game of strategy like this, dealing with people like him was the most troublesome. Player 2, whose eyes had been dull with despair, suddenly regained her spark. She locked her gaze on Player 5. As long as Player 5 went crazy. As long as Player 5 was an idiot. No matter the reason, as long as he opposed it. But then, the player who had been allocated 0 points. Player 4. Suddenly spoke. Number 1. Give me 5 points. Ignore Player 5, I'll agree. Silence. Utter silence. In the vast room, even the sound of breathing seemed to disappear. The buzzing of insects faded into the background. Player 5's eyes widened to the extreme. His crazed expression instantly vanished as he stared in disbelief at Player 4. His act of madness. His desperate attempt to pressure Luz. Collapsed in an instant, effortlessly dismantled. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Inside room 1, Luz laughed loudly, his expression beneath the mask brimming with amusement. He had done nothing but watch a farce unfold. The collapse of a weak alliance, undone by itself. Turning to Player 3, he finally gave his answer. Rationality may not be reliable, but greed and human nature are eternal. You all instinctively believe that no matter who is in charge of the distribution, once they hold the authority to allocate, they will inevitably make the choice I previously described. You want to maximize your own gains while ensuring that others don't have the chance to do the same. Greed and suspicion are eternal. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. The only choices you truly have are life and death. 0 or 1. This is a hell mode game. The difference between 0 and 1 in terms of rewards could be massive. The things I just showed you. The things that stir the deepest desires in your hearts. They won't let you ignore the gap between 0 and 1. Besides, after this experience, you all might never dare to set foot in this game again. In other words, this could be your last chance to gain benefits. To change your reality. In the end, only Luce's voice echoed in the room. It sounded like he was speaking to the others. But it also felt like he was reviewing the game for himself. No one responded. Not even the game host. Under the suffocating tension, every player awaited some unexpected turn of events. But nothing happened. When the second 5-minute mark arrived, a massive spider crawled into Player 3's room. Moments later, both Player 3 and Player 5 silently changed their votes to agree. No one tried to justify it. No one resisted. It was like completing an unspoken contract. Game over, Hell Mode Instance, Lava Cavern. 5 players cleared. 1 perfect completion player. Game rewards will be distributed according to the extra trial results. Chosen's Paradise welcomes you. Chapter 20, Settlement Harvest, Function Unlocks, and Ranking Preview. The mechanical game voice rang in everyone's ears, and on every spectator's screen, the game footage abruptly ended. Game over. Please visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next game. Chosen's Paradise welcomes you. You can also become a player. As Luce's game concluded, the spectators who had been watching saw these 2 identical messages appear before them. After witnessing this exhilarating Hell Mode game, the audience was beyond thrilled. That was brutal. I was planning to check out multiple game instances, but once I came here, I couldn't leave. I can't believe people like this actually exist in the world now. Honestly, I still don't get it. This was a perfect completion? Why did everyone agree to his distribution method? Bro, go play something else. With that level of intelligence, you might want to stay out of this game. Why does he keep wearing the mask? I really want to see what he looks like. If he revealed his face, he'd probably become an internet sensation in no time. Even though the game had ended, the audience was still reluctant to leave, continuing their heated discussions in the now black live stream chat. From beginning to end, the number of people who had watched Luce's game had reached tens of thousands, and a significant portion of them had stayed because they simply couldn't look away. Among all the perfect completion players, Luce was the most captivating, fulfilling the public's fantasies about this new world. Of course, most of the comments were incredibly naive. Talking about fame, internet popularity, or feeling national pride just because they came from the same country as him. But among the overwhelming numbers of the ignorant majority, there were always those with different motives lurking. On the laptop screen in front of Kongbei, dozens of documents were open, recording all the intelligence he had gathered during this game session. This included game types, categories, undisclosed information, and powerful players. Among them, the file labeled "the player wearing a blue mask" had the most words and the most detailed content. The moment Luce's live stream ended, Kongbei immediately switched to another stream, continuing his data collection. However, his mind kept replaying Luce's previous performance. Flashes of his actions, his decisions. With a mindset like that, possessing strength clearly beyond human limits, and a mental state that treats pain and fear as nothing. The game has only just begun, yet we already have players of this caliber. How many more like him exist? Kongbei felt a mix of excitement, concern, and deep reverence. As the game continued to develop, it was inevitable that the world would soon witness individuals capable of single-handedly influencing global events. The world was now a game. At the same time, various official, domestic, and international organizations were also closely observing the live stream, keeping their eyes on Luce. Record everything: unstable personality, immense strength, suspected mental disorder, complete lack of fear towards pain. Possibly even an obsession with it. He speaks Mandarin, so he should be from Hueco. That's good news, at least. Back up all the data. Highest confidentiality level. Send it to the Secretariat. Monitor him. Analyze him. Find a way to locate him. Forget about where this sudden world game had come from. Just these top-tier players alone could become strategic assets in the future. They had to find them first. Guide them. Cooperate with them. Or, if necessary, control them. In the unseen corners of the world, undercurrents were already surging. Meanwhile, Luce had entered the game settlement screen, listening to his results and reviewing his gains from this round. Game over. Total participants, 5,214,948. Survivors, 1,985,419. Perfect completion players, 7,529. Your completion rating, SSS rank, perfect completion. Current perfect completion streak, 2. Reward settlement in progress, special event triggered, guided and exploited a game bug, earning achievement badge, system exploiter, epic, special event triggered, Caused an extra trial due to personal actions, earning an enhanced final reward. This round's reward points, 8,800. This round's reward items, medium healing potion times 5, advanced healing potion times 3, exit token times 1, epic weapon lottery ticket times 2, random sealed artifact lottery ticket times 1, special skill lottery ticket times 1, special reward, spirit awakening. Personal spirit +1. Note, spirit is the foundation for mastering various special abilities. Looking at the long list of rewards, Luz was quite satisfied. The Chosen's game was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Whether it was pain points or in-game rewards, they were crucial for rapidly increasing his power. The next phase of the world's transformation would undoubtedly be chaos. He had to strengthen himself as much as possible before that day arrived. Wearing the mask, he could rampage freely. Taking it off? He'd rather not attract unwanted attention. A man without guilt, but with treasure, invites disaster. His growing strength was bound to be seen as a threat by certain people. Let's check out the backpack first. Got quite a haul this time. Opening his game inventory, he examined his items. With the points he had extorted, his total had now reached 12,400. He wasn't sure exactly what that meant in terms of value, but it definitely wasn't a small amount. As for weapons, aside from the unused lottery tickets, he currently only had the one he had looted. Sharp 1. The weapon's grade wasn't high, but it suited him well enough for now. The 2 badges, however, were probably the most distinctive features that set Luz apart from other players, as both were tied to special event triggers. Godslayer, legendary, effect bonus, when facing high-tier attacks, immune to all effects except direct damage. When facing attacks of the same tier, your effects take priority. System exploiter, epic, effect bonus, breaking or manipulating game loopholes will yield higher tier rewards. Luz wasn't sure if there was a limit on how many badges he could wear, but since they provided bonuses, he'd keep them equipped for now. As for the newly acquired exit token, its description was simple. Exit token allows you to forcibly leave the game. Cost: all items, abilities, and points obtained in the game will be reset to 0. Description: cowards can save their lives, but they should never dream of enjoying the benefits of the strong, a pure survival tool. After reviewing all the descriptions, Luz decided to hold off on using his lottery tickets for now. Then, he logged out of the game. The same dizziness. The same sensation of waking up in bed. Only this time, as he opened his eyes, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. That voice also rang in the ears of every Chosen player. Chosen's Paradise, the first official game has ended. Special notice, to all Chosen players. Function unlocks, ranking preview, Chapter 21, Peak Ranking, Xiantong's Intel. The shop function is now available. During rest periods in the game, all Chosen players can prepare in advance and purchase items. The products in the shop will assist in improving your performance in the game. The friend system is now available. All Chosen players can add friends, transfer funds, and gift items. Of course, a transaction fee will be charged based on the specific amount. Look forward to future features such as co-op gameplay, feature release announcement. Since the game began, new people have been chosen every day. We look forward to seeing everyone become players. Now, 2 games have passed, and many outstanding players have emerged. We believe that in the end, they will have everything to help players better understand themselves and others. After the next game ends, we will introduce the peak ranking. The peak ranking will comprehensively evaluate combat power, game performance, and bonus items owned, ranking the top 100 players. There will be benefits for those on the list. We look forward to seeing more participation and excellent performance in the next game. The announcement ended, and the dialogue repeated twice in everyone's mind, as if emphasizing the key points. Luz frowned slightly as he looked at the announcement. Peak ranking. This kind of thing was basically putting the top players under a spotlight. Only 3 games in, and he was probably already among the strongest. But his strength was far from overwhelming. Compared to some violent organizations, he was definitely not on their level. The simplest fact was that he still didn't have the confidence to survive in front of firearms. But it says there will be benefits, so maybe it's not too bad. I wonder if it will expose my real appearance and personal information. I'll deal with it when the time comes. Since it wasn't something he could decide, Luz temporarily put it out of his mind. He was cautious, but he wasn't afraid to take risks. There was no way he would intentionally hold back in the next game or refuse to participate just to avoid the ranking. Survival was important, but increasing his strength was the top priority. If trouble came, he would just face it head-on. With that thought, he pulled up the screen in his mind and looked at the interface. Rest mode. For each game, you can choose to participate as a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and players will ultimately own the world. Time until the next game begins. 47, 57, 43, this is the challenge of the gods. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise. In addition to the standard interface, 2 new pages had appeared. Friends and Shop. After familiarizing himself with the functions, Luz opened his eyes in his room. Sitting up in the dimly lit room, he checked his body and felt himself in one piece. Yeah, perfect? The special reward from perfect completion. Complete restoration. One of the best perks of joining the game. In the real world, the effects of being chosen of agony were too restrictive. He bounced lightly on his feet. The first thing he noticed was how light he felt. Really light. If 10 strength had been breaking past the genetic lock limit, then 24 strength was way beyond normal control. Luz didn't know what the ancient martial artists meant by light as a swallow, but he believed in one thing. Brute force launches bricks. Right now, he was the brick. His legs felt like they had high-powered engines, capable of producing terrifying propulsion. He hadn't had legs in the last game, so there hadn't been any movement, and he hadn't noticed the difference. Now, even controlling his body required some adjustment. If Zhang Tao appeared in front of him now and provoked him, he might actually hesitate. Because one hit might literally kill the guy. Killing in the real world. That would be a bit hard to deal with. His experiences in the game, combined with the lingering influence of the greed mask, had left him slightly unhinged. He needed to return to normal. He pulled out his phone and opened his usual app. The first trending topic on the screen made his heart clench. The Chosen's game really kills people. Luz had expected this. The second game was when Chosen's Paradise truly bared its fangs, when people would start realizing the game's brutal reality. 5 people who entered with him had died. Right in front of him. One of them, he had killed with his own hands. The survivors hadn't achieved perfect completion. Unlike him, they wouldn't get a full recovery. Returning to the real world missing a leg. The thought weighed heavily on Luz. This level of global turmoil wasn't going to be small. The government should ban Chosen's Paradise, no one should be allowed to participate in that game. What exactly is Chosen's Paradise? Supernatural powers or a hoax? Hospitals everywhere are suddenly overcrowded. Official explanation? The trending topics were completely different from before. The initial excitement and curiosity had given way to fear. Luz even noticed that some extreme headlines and videos disappeared the moment he refreshed the page. Clearly, an unseen hand was working hard to suppress information and maintain stability. But Luz knew this wouldn't last. There was no way to cover this up forever. Sigh. He exhaled, shut off his phone, and headed to school. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang, but the classroom remained noisy and chaotic, with no one stepping in to maintain order. It felt more like a marketplace. His classmates chattered endlessly, bursting with an energy typical of their age. An energy he found impossible to understand. But this time, Luz no longer listened to their conversations. Their discussions about the game, their fears, their speculations. He had lived through it all himself. At some point, he had become distant from them. The game is over. Did you watch it? Or did you play? A voice suddenly sounded close to his ear, warm breath brushing against his skin, pulling him from his thoughts. Turning his head, he found Xiandong leaning in close, speaking right next to his ear. Luz had never admitted anything, but from the way she spoke, it was clear she had already assumed he was a chosen player. What? Do you need something? Luz avoided answering directly. If you cleared it, then congrats. You got lucky. If you were a spectator, then I'm sure you saw a lot, too. Xiandong's expression was slightly grave. As she spoke, she took out her phone and lowered her voice. I tried to gather as much intel as possible this time. Chosen's Paradise isn't a joke. Some of the games are so brutal they surpass human limits. They call it Hell Mode, and it lives up to the name. It's pure hell. And even though the game has only just started, there are already some insanely strong players emerging. Take a look at this video. She furtively passed her phone under the desk. Luz's left eyelid twitched violently. Chapter 22, The World is So Small. How should I evaluate myself? Urgent. Opening his phone, the first thing that appeared was a dark red space. The video content was something Luz was all too familiar with. Lava. Saw. 10 players tied up. Luz. Forcing down the twitch at the corner of his mouth, Luz was momentarily at a loss for words. Was the world really this small? Before the lava engulfs the platform, you need to find a way to escape. What do you mean, you want us to saw off our legs? Hey. Sawing off legs isn't even a first anymore. Did you guys actually pay royalties to saw? What's the reward for the first one to get the saw? Hearing the game host's voice inside the video, along with the in-game version of himself speaking, Luz felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment so strong that his toes curled. What could he even say? What should he even say? After watching the game video for a few minutes, Xiantong, who had been observing his expression, spoke up, sawing off your own leg. Sawing. Not chopping. If it's someone with no training, I don't think anyone could actually make that decision. They'd rather die and give up all hope of living. But look at this guy. At this point, Luce saw himself in the video. Calmly, leisurely sawing through his leg. Back then, he had been wearing the greed mask, so it hadn't felt like a big deal at all. But now, watching it from a normal state of mind. Yeah, it was pretty horrifying. Trying to act oblivious, Luce casually asked, why isn't he sawing the leg that's cuffed? Xiantong nodded and said, at this point, I thought he was just an idiot. But later on, I realized just how terrifying he really is. Keep watching. I edited this and picked out the most crucial parts. Saying that, she dragged the progress bar while blocking the screen with her hand, explaining things as she went. But Luce was already feeling numb. Listening to her analyze him, right in front of him, from head to toe. He could feel the tingling sensation from his scalp down to his feet. He had no idea how much time passed before the video finally ended. Luce's face remained stiff the entire time. Honestly, it was only from an outsider's perspective that he could truly grasp how insanely overpowered he had been in the last game. There was no way he wouldn't be noticed. This is the general summary. Finally, as the video finished playing, Xiantong took a deep breath and turned off her phone. Her face was filled with unconcealed shock. No matter how many times she watched it, she never got tired of it. That overwhelming sense of disbelief surged up in her every single time. Seeing Luce sitting there, his expression blank, she assumed he was still in shock. Well? Give me your thoughts. Luce. Apostrophe? How the hell was he supposed to evaluate this? How should one objectively evaluate oneself? Urgent. Online. Waiting for answers. Pretty impressive, I guess. Definitely remarkable. I'd say he probably achieved perfect completion. Having no better option, Luce decided to pat himself on the back a little. Pretty impressive? That's beyond ridiculous, okay? Xiantong, noticing his half-hearted response, got a little worked up. Whether it's intelligence or raw strength, a person like this is enough to shake the very structure of human society. We had a feeling before, but I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Luce listened to her words and felt a bit uncomfortable. He responded, this is enough to shake human society? That seems like a stretch. The only thing he's really shown is that his strength is way above human limits. You really think that alone is enough to impact the world's order? But this is just the beginning. Xiantong said seriously. Power only snowballs. And who knows how many people like this exist out there. Chosen's paradise changed the world overnight. It was drastic and irreversible. In the future, those who control the world might not be high-ranking officials or financial tycoons, but the top players. Just like the game says. Players will ultimately own this world. Luce. This video. You recorded it yourself, didn't you? Did you upload it online? Or is it already circulating on the internet? Xiantong shook her head. No. My family has some connections. I can see real-time intel from the internet. I actually saw some people upload this video, but they were all deleted almost immediately. This doesn't just mean the video is graphic and involves death. It also means that someone up top has already taken notice of the person in the video. The top players are a strategic asset. Governments, organizations, various factions. They're all keeping a close watch. Now that the Friends system is available, there will probably be co-op games in the future. Just wait, soon enough, all kinds of strange factions will start popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Xiantong said a lot. Luce, knowing her family background wasn't simple, didn't ask further. But one thing was certain. There were already a lot of people and organizations keeping an eye on him. Who knew how long the original Sin mask would keep him hidden? So, after talking so much, isn't it about time you told me something real? I already admitted that I'm a chosen player. At the end of her speech, Xiantong suddenly shot him a sly sideways glance, leaning in close and whispering into his ear. You're a player, aren't you? Based on what I know about you, there's no way you listened to my advice. You definitely joined the game. Luce subtly pushed her away. The classroom was so loud that no one would pay attention to them, but seriously, did she have to get so close? Breathing near someone's ear like that? It was itchy, okay? Yeah. This time, Luce didn't deny it. What difficulty was your game instance? I forgot to check. But in our game, while there were deaths, most of us made it out alive. There were deaths in your game too? Xiantong was immediately startled. She gave Luce a once-over. Well, that's good. You got lucky. You were probably in a normal or hard instance. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, Chosen's Paradise games generally have 4 difficulty levels. Normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Luz listened carefully. Even though he had personally experienced a hell mode game, he actually knew little about the overall game structure or other players' experiences. Tell me more. What's your analysis? What's the approximate distribution of these difficulty levels? Chapter 23, Campus Riot, Danzō and On nodded. After all, gaining trust was crucial. The reason she sought out Luz in the first place was to find someone trustworthy early in the game. In situations like this, she saw no need to keep secrets. The ratio of the 4 game difficulty levels. It's hard to say. I can't give an exact percentage. But it's obvious. The harder the level, the smaller the proportion. Most of the time, normal and hard games make up the majority. Even normal isn't easy, and once you reach hard, casualties become common. As for nightmare and hell, they mean exactly what they say. At that point, it's no longer a game or a trial. It's about finding a way to survive. As she spoke, Xiantong's voice became barely audible, and her face looked pale. After all, she was just a high school senior, raised in comfort, never having faced life and death directly. Right, there's also the types of games. Within the same difficulty, there's a vast variety of games. Endless possibilities. But that doesn't mean there aren't repeat games. Every game likely has multiple identical copies, with different players participating. For example, in the video I just showed you, I saw 10 other players encountering the same game. The live stream footage. I didn't finish watching. In that game instance, there weren't any top-tier players like the masked man. Everyone was just ordinary. I'm afraid no one survived. Xiantong swallowed hard. Just thinking about that scene gave her chills. So, Chosen's Paradise is, to a great extent, a game of luck. If you get assigned a hell mode instance, it's a death sentence. The players who ended up in the same instance as the masked man basically won the lottery. But a game this brutal and real is bound to produce top-tier players who will change the world. Luz listened quietly, nodding slightly. He wasn't too concerned about the dangers. In his view, the harder the game, the greater the rewards. The opportunity was equal for all players. For a top-tier player, getting assigned high-difficulty instances was actually a good thing. If possible, he hoped every game would be a hell mode game. He would benefit in multiple ways. Can players choose the difficulty of their game instance? Luz asked. As if. Xiantong shook her head with a wry smile. At least for now, there's absolutely no way to choose. Judging from the competition footage and the contestants' reactions, they have no idea what they're about to face. If choosing were an option, who would willingly pick hell mode? Luz. That would be me. He actually wanted to choose hell mode. If he had to classify it, his initial game was probably already at hell difficulty. Suddenly, Xiantong changed the topic and looked at Luz. I'm guessing you've already participated in a game. The fact that you came out unscathed, with your mindset unchanged, proves you're far from ordinary. But ask yourself honestly. If you were placed in a hell mode game instance and had to saw off your own leg with a rusty saw, could you endure it? Luz. So, before entering the game, you must be fully prepared and mentally ready. It's best to save up and redeem an exit token in advance. Even if you lose everything, at least you'd keep your life. Since Luz remained silent, Xiantong didn't wait for his response and simply finished giving her advice. The early stages of the game were crucial. She, too, needed to start figuring out how to participate. Why are you telling me all this? Luz suddenly frowned and sighed. What do you want from me? If she knew he was ranked first, trying to recruit him would make sense. But it seemed she didn't know. This rich girl was just giving out all this information for free, purely out of curiosity about him? Xiantong blinked a few times, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly, trying to hide the faint blush on her face, feeling a bit helpless. This guy. Are there really men in this world who, when a girl shows kindness, immediately think of it as a transactional exchange? Because Chosen's Paradise has arrived, and the world is about to change dramatically. Various official and underground organizations will soon emerge, and even small groups among individuals will quickly form. With the collapse of order, suspicion and conflict will arise. A society where people prey on each other is inevitable. In such times, it's best to find allies as early as possible. Before the situation spirals completely out of control, allies can still trust each other. Me? A question mark practically appeared above Luz's head. For allies, you're looking for me, a student? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Your family background shouldn't be simple, right? Can't you try reaching out to some experts or influential forces? Two high school students talking about forming an alliance. Isn't that a little childish? But Xiantong shook her head and said seriously, in this kind of game format, depending on the situation, A special forces soldier isn't necessarily better than a street thug. Especially in the early stages, when people still don't fully understand the game, it's relatively fair. Besides, my gut tells me you're not ordinary. Zhu Yuanzhang started as a beggar before becoming an emperor. I don't see anything childish or unrealistic about our conversation. So what, those self-proclaimed rational and intelligent people? Did they foresee the arrival of Chosen's paradise? Do they know how to deal with it? I just want to work with you. If possible, I hope we'll have a successful partnership in the future. As she spoke, Xiantong tentatively extended her hand toward Luce, signaling for a handshake. Luce stared at the hand in front of him, momentarily dazed. He felt that what she said was indeed true. But not the whole truth. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice blared from the school's loudspeakers. Students in the east wing of the teaching building, please evacuate quickly and orderly. Avoid gathering in crowds. Do not remain in the classrooms. Luce and Xiantong exchanged glances, both feeling their hearts skip a beat. The east wing? Wasn't that right here? Forget the handshake. Luce immediately flipped onto the windowsill, trying to see what was happening outside. Inside the classroom, students were already in an uproar, the noise making it impossible to hear anything from outside. Suddenly, a massive explosion thundered from outside, instantly silencing all the chaos. It sounded like a structural demolition. Like a load-bearing wall had been blown apart. Then, a booming voice, completely inhuman, roared across the entire school district, "The world belongs to Tandui." Chapter 24, Coming Straight for Me, Nowhere to Retreat Tandui. Luce leaned against the window, listening to the distant shouting, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just a moment ago, he was discussing organizations and factions with Xiantong, and now one had already shown up? And something didn't add up. Wasn't Tandui a group from the Ming and Qing dynasties, commonly known as Hongmen? How the hell had they suddenly popped up in this era? Luce keenly sensed that this definitely had something to do with Chosen's paradise. In fact, this group might have been formed specifically because of it. After that earth-shaking roar, the voice continued shouting, "The sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. Chosen descends, the world unites. The world belongs to Tandui." Luce. Hearing this, Luce was certain. This organization had to be founded with Chosen's paradise in mind. The sun and moon revolve. The guy sounded completely deranged, yelling the same words over and over. Luce was already bored of listening. Mixed with the shouting were the screams of students and a sound of things being smashed. Walls crumbled, desks and chairs flew through the air. Who knew how many people had been injured? Among humans, Luce's senses were among the sharpest. Just from the noise, he could tell the disturbance was happening right below him. The floor beneath his classroom was already in utter chaos. But Luce had no intention of getting involved. What puzzled him was why the school even allowed someone like this to get in. Well, since the guy wasn't here, he should just leave. Nothing more to say. Boom. Just as he was thinking that, an explosion suddenly erupted. A massive hammer smashed through the corridor floor outside the classroom, sending bricks flying and filling the air with dust. The next second, a ragged figure with unnaturally swollen muscles, standing over 1.9 meters tall, leaped up through the shattered floor. Standing amidst the dust, the figure lifted his head slightly. His gaze locking directly onto Luce, who was still leaning against the window. The two stared at each other in stunned silence. Oh, Luce. Fuck, his luck was absolutely terrible. He just said he wouldn't run into trouble, and now he was locked in a deep gaze with this lunatic? Immediately, Luce looked away, jumped down from the windowsill, and calmly found his seat in the chaotic classroom. Even with just a single glance, he had already memorized the figure's general appearance and features. The man's muscles had swelled to the point of tearing. Clearly far beyond normal human levels. His eyes were blood red, devoid of any rationality. He was wearing a school uniform, now full of holes, barely held together by his massive muscles, and further torn apart from his rampage. In his hands, he held a giant hammer. The head alone was over 30 centimeters in diameter. Whatever metal it was made of, a normal person getting hit once would either die or be crippled. Luce had already made a rough judgment. This guy was a student at the school, and he was definitely a player. But for some reason, he had turned into this. He's here. What is it? Xiantong, standing nearby, saw Luce jump back and shouted loudly. Most likely a player who's gone berserk for some reason. Right now, he seems to be promoting some kind of organization. Luce replied. Let's go. Xiantong didn't waste any time. She grabbed Luce and ran for the door. She had already seen too many terrifying game scenes in her 2 rounds of participation. She knew exactly how much of a threat powerful players pose to ordinary people. At this moment, several connected classrooms in the East Wing had fallen into chaos. Students were running toward the exits. excitement outweighing fear. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw the giant still standing there, dazed. Holy shit. Liu Peng? A student among the crowd recognized him, clearly very familiar with him. Surprised, he walked up to the giant, who now stood in a trance, seemingly devoid of reason. You played the game, right? How did you end up like this? Damn, that's badass. But the giant didn't even glance at him. With a casual swipe, the student was sent flying like a plastic bag, soaring 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground, unconscious. The crowd instantly scattered in terror, leaving a wide open space in the middle of the classroom. The sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. The giant paid no attention to anyone, only continuing to chant his slogans, his voice booming and painful to the ears. He swung his massive hammer, and with a deafening boom, shattered the classroom wall in front of him into dust. For some reason, Luce couldn't help but think, 80. The giant didn't immediately pursue anyone. In just a few dozen seconds, most of the people had already escaped. But then, he suddenly snapped his head around, his blood-red eyes scanning the crowd. And locked onto Luce once again. Luce, I swear to God. Why the hell do you keep staring at me? Can't you look at someone else? Luce shifted his gaze, but deep inside, he had already assessed the opponent's strength. Far weaker than me. Suddenly, the giant's eyes widened as he stared at Luce, then charged straight at him. His massive body whipped up a gust of wind. The crowd panicked, scrambling to escape. Luce and Xiantong moved with the others, quickly retreating. The giant came to a sudden stop and swung his massive hammer, generating a powerful gust as he smashed it toward the crowd. Luce raised an eyebrow. He suddenly had a feeling. This attack was aimed at him. Instinctively, he slowed his steps slightly, considering using his shoulder to take the hit. Just to see how many pain points he'd get. Dodge. Beside him, Xiantong yanked his arm hard, using her strength to help him evade the strike. What the hell are you doing? Move. Are you seriously that slow? Luce looked at the girl in mild surprise, then glanced at the giant who was already charging toward him again. That gaze. He knew it now. He had found his target. Luce was 80% sure. This thing had specifically locked onto him. If he continued to blend into the crowd, not only would innocent people suffer, but it would also become obvious that the giant was only after him. After a brief moment of thought, Luce looked at the dispersing crowd. Then, he turned to Xiantong, who was urging him to run, and said, thanks. With that, he shoved her into the fleeing crowd and deliberately tripped himself to separate from them. A lone figure stood out instantly. The rampaging giant turned and stalked toward him. In a chase of 1 against 1, they soon distanced themselves from the others, reaching a more open platform at the corner of the building. Luce leaned against a wall, calmly turning around to face the hulking brute, who was panting heavily across from him. Now, there was nowhere left to run. Chapter 25, Unconventional Communication, Scared Steve? Ho! Letting out a long breath, Luce slowly turned around and looked at the mindless giant in front of him. It was called a giant, but Luce didn't feel any sense of oppression from the other party. In terms of strength, it was far inferior to himself. The other party was more like a pawn, released by someone behind the scenes to send some kind of signal. Why did it set its sights on me? Did I expose myself? If even Xiantong couldn't recognize the difference between me and my in-game persona, I don't think I would be exposed this quickly. Seems like there's still something I don't know. But Luce slightly twisted his wrist, feeling the explosive power coursing through his body, and muttered under his breath, why do you insist on seeking death? In such a huge school, you just had to fixate on the one person who could squash you like a bug? The only troublesome issue was that this mini-Hulk's appearance had already caused a commotion. It was likely to hit the news headlines soon and become a major social incident. If I really get involved and take him down, getting out of this mess might be difficult. Aren't you going to say something? Just standing there? Strength was the greatest confidence booster. Luce wasn't nervous at all. He turned casually and looked at the other party as he spoke. The sun and moon rotate, cycles repeat. I'm not fucking asking you to say that. Luce was speechless. He could tell that the guy had completely lost his mind. Judging by the situation, he was probably being used by someone. So, the real problem must be that so-called Danzō organization. At this moment, the corridor and stairway a dozen meters away were packed with teachers and students, all anxiously watching the scene. Many were holding up their phones, their expressions filled with shock and fear, but they still didn't forget to take pictures. Seeing Luce cornered with a frenzied giant looming before him, everyone thought he was in mortal danger. Run, bro. You just gonna stand there and wait to die? Hold up. Don't make any sudden moves and provoke him. Various shouts erupted from the crowd, each offering different, often contradictory advice. In the corner, the dean's phone was practically overheating from constant calls, and he looked extremely flustered. Xiantong also looked at Luz with concern. She could tell that he had deliberately separated from the group and positioned himself in the corner, but she wasn't sure if he truly had the ability to handle this. Even a player who had cleared the game. Could they really manage this? Luz took in the reactions of the crowd. Suddenly, at the far end of the corridor, someone who was clearly dressed differently from the rest pushed through. The man was wearing a red uniform, belonging to some unknown department. His physique was lean and capable. As soon as he appeared, the dean immediately rushed over, as if he had found his pillar of support. Then, Luz heard a voice in his ear. "Student, don't be afraid. Stay calm. Don't provoke him. I'm Zhao Jiaken, from a government-affiliated department." Luz. It was obvious that the voice hadn't come from the crowd but had reached his ears directly. Like the sound transmission technique from wuxia novels. Special ability. A player. The first thing that popped into Luz's mind was this, and he immediately looked up at the man in the red uniform. Luz was certain. It was him. The man met Luz's gaze, made an okay gesture with his hand, and continued transmitting his voice. "Don't panic, I'll help you. Just don't provoke him or make any sudden movements. Don't worry, I'll make sure you stay safe. Relax a little." In truth, Zhao Jiaken wasn't completely confident either, but he had no choice. He was worried that Luz, as a student, might mentally break down, so he had to keep him calm first. Luz said, "Okay, no problem." Zhao Jiaken could use voice transmission, but Luz couldn't. So he just said it out loud and even gave an okay gesture toward Zhao Jiaken in the crowd. In an instant, a large number of teachers and students turned around, suspiciously staring at Zhao Jiaken. Zhao Jiaken broke out in a cold sweat. "Ancestor. Why the fuck did you say it out loud? I told you to relax, not to be this relaxed. Do you not realize you're still in mortal danger? The game has barely started, and even Zhao Jiaken had no experience dealing with a sudden incident like this." Luckily, the crazed giant Zhao Peng had already lost his mind and didn't register Luz's words as strange. Zhao Jiaken forced an awkward smile and started persuading. "Liu Peng, right? Can you hear me? We hope you can calm down. If you have any requests or difficulties, just tell us." "Where?" Listening to these words that were all too familiar, Luz smirked. This classic cop negotiation style straight out of Hong Kong movies. Why is it still in use? How the hell is this supposed to work? The guy is obviously brain-dead. The sun and moon rotate, cycles repeat. The other party kept repeating the same thing, like a giant broken record. The chosen descend, the world unites. I never said the world can't unite. Why the hell are you repeating that to me? Luz was starting to get annoyed. The world belongs to Tandui. Sure. If you say it does, then it does. I never said it didn't. So what exactly do you want? Luz attempted to communicate with the idiot. The sun and moon rotate. Clearly, communication failed. The idiot kept repeating himself. Zhao Jiaken's attempts to negotiate were completely ineffective. Seeing the two in the middle of the scene chatting so happily, he grew more and more anxious. "Bro, do you even realize how serious this situation is? Don't provoke him." Zhao Jiaken sent another transmission to Luz. But Luz had already decided not to waste any more time. The guy was obviously brainless. Stalling wouldn't achieve anything. Might as well test the waters. Tandui is trash. In an instant, Zhao Peng jerked his head up, his eyes blazing red, and his killing intent locked onto Luz, who had dared to insult Tandui. Alright, now it's confirmed. It's definitely Tandui's doing, Luz thought. No. The moment the words left Luz's mouth, Zhao Jiaken shouted in panic. But it was too late. A violent gust of wind erupted, the tiles beneath them shattered, and Zhao Peng's massive body charged toward Luz like a runaway freight train. At that moment, Luz stood there like he was scared stiff, motionless. Zhao Jiaken lunged forward, but the moment he took action, he already knew. He was too late. Shit. Luz stood in a relaxed posture. As the giant's massive form loomed over him, he suddenly lifted his head, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a slight twist of his body, he dodged the heavy blow. Then, his left hand shot out like lightning, thumb and index finger clamping down on the giant's chin. Crack. Chapter 26, The Power Gap of an Instant Kill. Business card let the world fall silent, and listened to the sound of bones breaking. It was just the strength of 2 fingers, but they were Luz's 2 fingers. The opponent's jaw was instantly crushed, along with the entire joint being dislocated. This would prevent any more shouting or speech. Bro, since you've already lost your mind, I won't hold back anymore. A strength stat of 10 was already beyond the limits of a normal human. And now, Luz had 24. In reality, he had already held back. If he had gone all out, it wouldn't just be a shattered jaw. It would be a shattered skull. Boom. The immense impact, combined with Luz leveraging his fingers to redirect the force, caused the mindless opponent to slam headfirst into the wall behind him. At the same time, Luz subtly shifted his body to the side, dodging the attack. Crack, crack. Bricks shattered, debris flew everywhere. It was hard to tell whether it was the opponent's own brute strength or if Luz's power had amplified the impact. A massive web of cracks spread across the wall, looking like it was about to collapse. Beyond the wall was the school campus. By now, Liu Peng's enormous body had gone limp, his head smashing through the wall and sticking out on the other side. He was completely unconscious. The whole process happened in an instant. The distance between the two was barely 5 meters. From the moment Liu Peng charged him, knocking himself out, it all took less than a second. Luz had only made his move the moment the opponent's body blocked him from view. So fast that there was no visible indication. Zhao Jiakang had just rushed to the scene, planting his feet firmly on the ground, staring blankly at the scene before him, at a complete loss for words. His gaze shifted between Luz and the unconscious giant on the ground, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. From his perspective, Luz had provoked the opponent, who then went berserk and charged at him. Luz had stood completely still. Then, in an instant, he dodged somehow, and the opponent ended up knocking himself out against a wall. The whole situation carried a strange sense of ease, completely at odds with the tension from before. The contrast was almost absurd. Just moments ago, Zhao Jiakang had been gritting his teeth in panic, even mentally preparing for the worst. Luz getting severely injured or even dying, and himself being held responsible for a life. But now, everything was fine? Not just him, but many of the students in the crowd had gasped when Liu Peng charged. Some had been furiously pressing their phone cameras while squeezing their eyes shut. Now, seeing Luz completely unharmed, a strange silence settled over the crowd. As if this wasn't how things were supposed to play out. You. Zhao Jiakang frowned at Luz, scanning him up and down. Seeing that Luz appeared completely unscathed, he hesitated. He knocked himself out. Don't try to frame me, I don't have to take any responsibility for this, right? Luz quickly said. Zhao Jiakang? That's what you're worried about? Zhao Jiakang felt an instant headache. This kid's thought process seemed completely off. Are you okay? Does emotional damage count? I've suffered serious psychological trauma. Can I apply for government compensation? Luz argued righteously. Zhao Jiakang? Forget it, as long as you're fine. But in the future, don't try to play hero like this again. I heard you deliberately lured the lunatic away to protect your classmates. You should prioritize your own safety. Luz. Wait, where the hell did that come from? What kind of ridiculous misunderstanding is this? At that moment, another commotion broke out behind them. The students, who had originally retreated far away, were now slowly gathering around. That was insane. What kind of reaction speed is that? Like an F1 driver. Didn't even flinch, bro, respect. In an instant, people were snapping pictures, recording short videos, and shouting praises non-stop. The dean rushed over as well, showering Luz with concern. If a student had actually died today, his career would have been in jeopardy. A round of applause even erupted from the crowd, making Luz feel like he had just put on a bullfighting performance. Fitting, actually. The bull had just knocked itself out. Zhao Jiakang saw the students swarming in and quickly shouted for order. Finally, some teachers stepped in to restore discipline. Not long after, several people wearing special uniforms also squeezed into the scene. But their uniforms were blue. These individuals surrounded Zhao Peng, seemingly examining him. Luz casually brushed off the crowd's concerns, repeatedly assuring the dean that he didn't need to go to the hospital. Then, he tried to quietly disappear into the sea of students. Zhao Jiakang, watching Luz's retreating figure, furrowed his brows before suddenly calling out, "Wait a moment." He reached into the inner pocket of his uniform and pulled out a golden business card. Luz turned around, and Zhao Jiakang handed him the card. "This is my business card. Hold on to it. Right now, I have a lot of follow-up matters to handle. This area is going to be sealed off soon, and I don't have time to talk. But if you think you should contact me, then do so." The way he emphasized "you should" carried an unmistakable undertone, and his sharp gaze locked onto Luz's eyes, as if implying something. Luz took the card, didn't even glance at it, and stuffed it straight into his pocket. While verbally acknowledging, he simultaneously slipped away. Zhao Jiakang didn't say anything further, turning back to his colleagues to handle the aftermath of the incident. "You're okay?" Xiantong approached, speaking softly. She watched as Luz nodded. Seeing that he had successfully slipped away, she let out a quiet breath of relief. But a hint of doubt lingered. Why did Luz seem so certain that he wouldn't be in danger? Was this guy that confident in his strength? Did he gain an agility-based ability from the game? And why did that creature seem to be fixated on Luz, chasing after him non-stop? She pushed these questions aside for now, deciding to ask him privately later. As the students were dispersed and the police tape was put up, the special department personnel continued their work. As night fell, Zhao Jiaqing let out a long breath, reflecting on the day's events. Everything had happened so suddenly. Even he was a little dazed. A high school student, yet completely unfazed in a crisis. That kind of mental fortitude, combined with his reaction speed. And it seemed like he never once showed any tension or fear. Muttering to himself, that student from earlier had left an unnervingly deep impression on him. In this world, there are only two types of people who remain completely calm in emergencies. One is an idiot who doesn't understand the situation. The other is someone with absolute confidence. Captain Zhao, we've completed the initial investigation. Just then, a female officer in a blue uniform hurried over, holding some files. However, there's something a little odd about the injuries. Aside from the fractured skull from the impact, the victim's jaw is mysteriously shattered. Chapter 27, The Third Game, Hell Mode. Demon Asylum. Zhao Jiaqing, who had been lost in thought, was startled and snapped his head around, scaring the other person. His jaw is shattered? From the impact? Oh. The blue-clad woman in charge of clerical work responded and pulled out a stack of reports. Not sure? That's why it feels a little strange. After all, his skull also has fractures, which is more normal. Based on the angle of impact, that makes sense. But with that angle, his jaw shouldn't have been hit. Maybe there was some friction, or it was an old injury. He is out of life-threatening danger now. His name is Liu Bing. After an investigation, it's confirmed that he is a Chosen's game player. Just as the secretary was about to continue reporting, Zhao Jiaqing interrupted. Wait a minute. Frowning, he walked over, picked up the stack of X-ray films, and examined them repeatedly. The secretary responsible for the investigation was stunned. He didn't understand why Zhao Jiaqing was suddenly so interested in the injury. This level of bone fracture looks even more severe than the head trauma. You have to consider that, at the time, this student's body was already extremely strong. Strong enough to crash through a wall. Even though the skull is harder than a jaw, the difference in damage is still strange. What do you think could have caused it? As he asked, Zhao Jiaqing recalled the events from earlier that day. Day and night cycle. That guy had clearly lost his sanity for some reason, repeatedly muttering the same phrases. Repeating them over and over meant that his jaw couldn't have already been broken. It could only have happened during the impact. Maybe it was friction from the wall? Since he crashed straight through it, the secretary guessed tentatively, assuming Zhao Jiaqing was simply concerned about the injury. Zhao Jiaqing? Maybe. He didn't refute, only murmured to himself, but in his mind, he kept replaying the scene from earlier, going over the high school student's bizarre behavior. Time passed quickly. After that unexpected incident, the weekend arrived, and the school took the chance to tighten its security measures. Luz lay quietly on his bed, waiting for the next game to begin. The past 2 days had been nerve-wracking. He kept wondering if someone from that strange organization would come to investigate him or if the family of the student he had instantly taken down would cause trouble. Luckily, nothing had happened. Time until the next game begins. 58:43, the final hour. At this moment, he was on a phone call with Xiantong, discussing the upcoming game. Xiantong, I don't know how you did it yesterday, but I assume your strength isn't weak. But no matter what, this game is too dangerous. I strongly suggest you buy an exit token before entering. Luz typed back, got it. Are you playing this round too? A short reply. Let's play separately for now. If there's a chance later, we can add each other as friends. Also, just a heads up. The in-game clothing is standardized, but according to my intel, underwear can be brought in directly. So, you might want to see if you can bring other things in from the real world. Reading the message, Luz was surprised. He had never heard of this before. Just what kind of special connections did his deskmate have? Sigh, having a background is nice. Unlike me, who has no choice but to rely on cheats. After thanking her, he held on to the information and lay in his small room, staring at the ceiling. He wondered if Xiantong was trustworthy. If they were to cooperate, he would have to reveal his #1 ranking. But her family background was clearly not simple. Could this really be settled with just trust? As he thought about it, feeling the passage of time, he pulled a golden name card from his school uniform pocket. It was from Zhao Jiaqing, who had told him to call when he felt he should. He glanced at the department name. Something he had never heard of. Then flipped it over to look at Zhao Jiaqing's contact info. After a brief moment of thought, he stuffed the name card into his underwear. "Sorry, Mr. Zhao Jiakin? You'll have to keep my buddy company for a while." Since Xiantong mentioned testing whether items could be brought in, and he had nothing else suitable, he might as well use this. Fits just right. Taking a deep breath, he organized his backpack, packed up his achievements and various healing potions, and waited for the voice he had been anticipating. For some reason, this voice always ignited his excitement. "Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to enter as a spectator or a player. Welcome, player. You have a brief period to prepare. Reward points, 12,400, pain points, 6, strength, 24, agility, 10, speed, 10, luck, 3, spirit, 1, bonus achievements, Godslayer, legendary, system exploiter, epic. Game initialized. Preparing to begin. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise, the same dizziness, the same vertigo. But this time, Luz had already adapted. It felt like coming home. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dim, empty room. The air was damp and moldy, and the hygiene conditions seemed poor. His body swayed slightly, but his feet were firmly on the ground. Not like last time, when he had been suspended in midair. Luz felt a bit disappointed. Why didn't it feel as thrilling as last time? At least before, he had been hanging in the air with a chance to saw off his own leg. He touched his face. The mask was already in place, fitting perfectly. There were several other players around him, but before he could take a good look at them, a sound rang out. One that he found incredibly satisfying. "Welcome, players, to Hell Mode of the Chosen's game. Demon Asylum." At the same time as the mechanical voice spoke, the sound of grinding gears echoed. A treaded robot rolled out from the corner. Upon hearing this voice, all the players' expressions changed dramatically, their faces turning grim. They were no longer beginners. They already understood the terror of Hell Mode. How unlucky. This was only their second game, and they had already run into something like this. But beneath Luz's mask, his lips curled into a satisfied smile. Hell Mode? Now this really felt like home. Chapter 28, Gluttony Mask. Bro, are you sure you're not mentally challenged? Hell Mode should make it easier to increase my pain points. If I count this round, this will be my third Hell Mode game in a row. My luck is seriously locked in. Hey. Luz chuckled unconsciously. Good thing it was him. Any normal person probably wouldn't be able to handle this kind of arrangement. Greetings, excellent players, I am your host for this round. You may call me the Great Tom. Welcome to Demon Asylum. Of course, if you prefer to call it a prison, that's fine too. Luz looked at the metal robot in front of him and suddenly spoke. Tom? Are you the same entity as the voice from the last game? The Great Tom. Watch your wording, kid. Luz found the voice familiar but didn't bother to argue over something so trivial. Instead, he pulled up his live stream footage to check if the spectator mode had any useful information. It's starting. I skipped class just to watch this pros pov. I straight up quit my job for this. Once I learn enough, I'm ditching my crappy job and joining the game. This is a high-level match. I just checked. The 5 players in this game instance have all cleared previous games. No newbies, and aside from this guy, that foreign player over there is also a perfect completion player. This is gonna be good. Wait, am I seeing things? Why is the pro's mask a different color this time? Luz glanced at the barrage of comments, noticing that his viewership was increasing. Being constantly watched was an uncomfortable feeling, but it had its advantages. Like getting instant info on the people around him. A high-level match, huh? It looked like the players this time wouldn't be as easy to deal with. Wait, mask color? Reminded by the chat, Luz turned to look at the metal robot. Through its scratched-up body, he could faintly see his own reflection. It was a red mask. Red, Mko, gluttony. Personality influence, an enhanced form of greed, focused on appetite. Causes mental disorder. Able to eat anything. No matter how disgusting, everything tastes delicious. Benefits, insane digestive abilities. Anything consumed is converted into energy, completely nullifying all negative effects. Drawbacks, the more you eat and the more harmful the food, the greater the mental instability. The energy inside your body does not belong to you. If not released, you will literally explode. Hiss. Luz sucked in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected to be hit with something this big right off the bat. The greed mask from last time at least had normal mode and overload mode to choose from. In normal mode, the changes weren't too extreme. But gluttony was different. It was the only one of the 7 deadly sins masks that had no mode selection. Food and lust are the 2 primal desires. Lust and gluttony had the highest impact on mental state, meaning their negative effects were the worst. But judging from this description, its abilities were completely broken. Easily a bug-tier superpower in the early game. As expected of an S-tier sealed artifact. The effects and side effects were both top tier. He could only imagine what the other forms and overload mode would be like. Still, higher risk, higher reward. A principle that fit this game perfectly. At least for now, he didn't feel any mental instability. Alright, I assume none of you here are ordinary players. You may take some time to get to know each other, share your abilities, and familiarize yourselves. After all, in a way, you are both teammates and rivals. What do you mean? After the metal robot spoke, one of the foreign players in the group asked in English. Based on the live stream comments, Luce already knew that this guy was a perfect completion player. Literally what I said. Get familiar with each other. The red lights on the metal robot flickered twice, then it rolled on its dreads and exited the room. So what's the task in this game? Don't rush. And also, address me as the Great Lord Tom. The metal robot seemed quite offended by the lack of respect. Without turning back, it rolled away. Once the door shut, the 5 players were left alone in the damp room, around dozens of square meters in size. Silence. Since this was hell mode, even the atmosphere felt oppressive. The foreign player who had spoken earlier furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. What is the purpose of this robot coming here? He didn't say anything. Fuck. Maybe it was just here to act as a mirror. Luce, listening to the guy muttering to himself, replied while touching his mask. By the way, international friend, do you understand Chinese? If so, why aren't you speaking it? After all, the robot's voice seemed to be in Chinese. Or was it translated into English for this foreigner? Hearing this, the foreign player raised a brow, looking thoughtful. After a brief pause, he casually replied, I don't want. Luce didn't bother with him anymore. The silence returned. 5 players in this game. All of them veterans. Not bad. Their expressions look like they just ate shit, but at least no one cried and begged when they heard hell mode. That's a good start. One foreigner. Looks arrogant. Seems to understand Chinese but refuses to speak it. His expression reminds me of an actor trying too hard to look deep. To my left, there's a big guy. Physically strong, but probably not a real threat. At least his appearance is distinct enough that I don't need to remember his name. I'll just call him Big Guy. Then there's a woman. Her eyes have been darting around non-stop since she came in. Definitely not an easy one to deal with. But whatever, hopefully she drops some gold. The one on the far right is the flashiest. A 1.9 meter tall man. Everyone else is wearing the game's standard clothing, but somehow, he got himself a custom outfit. A full red suit with patterns. I'll call him Show-Off Guy. Silence. The man in red, whom Luce had just labeled Show-Off Guy, stiffly turned his neck. His mouth twitched as he looked at Luce. Dude. Couldn't you just think those things in your head? Why the hell are you saying the narration out loud? Are you sure you're not mentally challenged? Where am I, Flashy? This outfit was mandated by the organization, okay? Chapter 29, One of Us? Which department are you from? Show-Off Guy's mouth twitched continuously, and the other 3 players all turned to look at Luce, their faces full of speechless disbelief. Dude, your whole existence is out of sync with the atmosphere here, okay? A grim and oppressive mood, a hell mode game where death could come at any moment. And here you are, acting like a commentator. Everyone had been immersed in that intense atmosphere, but after listening to your monologue, they completely lost their emotional rhythm. Show-Off Guy sighed softly and looked Luce up and down, feeling too drained to even complain. You even went as far as evaluating us? Everyone else looks normal, but you're the only one wearing a mask. And not just any mask, but a bright red one with shifting patterns glowing across it. This is the kind of reward you got from the game? Honestly. Just as abstract as you are. Huh? Did I say that out loud? No way. Do you have mind-reading powers or something? Luce touched his lips in surprise, feeling the cold surface of his mask. You definitely said it. Show-Off Guy replied helplessly. But as soon as he did, he regretted it. Why the hell am I taking this lunatic seriously? WTF, is this some kind of brain-draining aura? Seeing everyone's expressions, Luce realized it was probably true. So the mental instability side effect of the gluttony mask was always active. If he didn't consciously suppress it, it could become a problem. Ah, well, if I said it, I said it. Every game needs a narrator, right? Helps you all understand how others see you. Who the hell asked for your perspective? Hey, I've heard that old people can't hold in their piss and shit, but I never knew there were people who couldn't hold in their words. Big Guy couldn't hold back his jab. It suited his persona well, and after that, silence fell over the group again. Everyone was sizing each other up. But no one was as unhinged as Luce. Ahem. A light cough broke the silence. Show-Off Guy took the initiative to speak, I'm not called show-off guy. My name is Jiao Tian. That's my real name, not a nickname. I think, since we're already in a hell mode game, we should eliminate unnecessary barriers as soon as possible. On a broader scale, relative to this game, we're all humans. We're on the same side. Looking at it from a practical standpoint, we probably need to understand each other. I believe that will be beneficial for this game. Most of us here are from Hua Nation, right? I'm from an official organization, so you can trust me. Jiao Tian spoke calmly, trying to unite everyone. It was related to his background. In times of crisis, one should unite as much power as possible, especially when there was no existing grudge among them. I don't think so. The foreign player finally spoke. We are not sure what the purpose of the game is yet. But you can call me Kirk, that's my name. The woman, who had been silent until now, also spoke. She looked at Jiao Tian and said, "Hello, I appreciate your sincerity." But the metal robot just said it. We're both cooperating and competing in this game. Trust is hard to build right now. Huh, official? Big guy scoffed. The game just started a few days ago, and there's already an official faction? You guys just love sticking your noses into everything. Honestly, the best thing you could do is stay the hell out of it. Always messing around. Big guy's temper was clearly not great, and he wasn't polite to anyone. But Luce knew. This was probably his way of coping with fear and stress. The pressure of a hell mode game needed an outlet, and acting aggressive was his method. Seeing that the conversation wasn't going well, Jiao Tian sighed. He had expected this kind of resistance. He slowly turned his head and looked at Luce, waiting for his response. He had watched his own live stream earlier. Since he was part of an organization, his external team was constantly monitoring him and had already given him Luce's information. By all accounts, this guy should be a top player. Luce noticed his gaze and, after a brief moment of thought, replied, "Are you really sure I can't call you show-off guy? Jiao Tian?" At that moment, he felt a headache coming on. "If you don't know what to call me, just make up a random nickname." "Who asked you that? Is that the point here?" Just as the situation started to stagnate, a voice echoed through the room again. It was the same mechanical voice, but this time, the metal robot did not appear. Only text lit up on the wall. Chosen's Paradise, Hell Mode, Demon Asylum, Basic Player Task, Survive. As long as you stay alive until the completion task is finished, you will pass. Player Objective Task, find the source of the disease, locate the most severely infected individual, and eliminate the crisis they bring. Players who complete the objective will receive additional rewards, graded based on performance and contribution. Demon Asylum welcomes all patients. Countdown, 5 minutes. Game will begin shortly. 00:05:00. The brief announcement ended. No extra dialogue. Probably because the metal robot had already handled the introductory explanations. Seeing this task description, everyone's expressions became serious. Hell mode. And the basic task is just to survive? That meant even among the 5 of them, nobody was an easy target. Jiao Tian realized that cooperation was unlikely. The task description was vague. What disease? How do we determine who is the most infected? If surviving until the end counts as completion, what's stopping someone from just doing nothing while others handle the mission? How was this designed? Everyone fell silent, checking their backpacks and healing potions, preparing for the unknown 5 minutes ahead. "Oh, right." Luce muttered softly. But in this tense atmosphere, even a small sound immediately drew everyone's attention. They watched as the guy wearing the red mask reached into his pants. The location he reached for was quite inappropriate. Dude, what the hell? In front of everyone? Are you finally revealing your true nature now that your face is hidden? Do you think wearing a mask means nothing matters anymore? Jiao Tian face-palmed, then turned to his live stream, asking the external team, is his info accurate? Is this guy really a top player? Before he could finish his sentence, his expression completely changed. His eyes locked onto the object Luce pulled from his pants. A golden name card. That custom-designed name card. Jiao Tian knew it all too well. His expression immediately relaxed, as if he had just found an ally. With large strides, he walked toward Luce and whispered near his ear, "You're one of us? Damn, your disguise is good. Which department are you from?" Chapter 30, Patient Sedation Meal, are you gonna eat it? Luce saw the other person approaching and instinctively flipped his wrist, turning the card in his hand face down. He shot the man a wary glance. Cut the crap, we're on the same side. Time's running out. Which division are you from? Me? Luce raised his head slightly and thought for a moment. I'm from the senior high division. Jiao Tian? The fuck do you mean high school division? What kind of nonsense is that? What the hell are you talking about? Zhao Tian was completely dumbfounded. Seeing that there were only 3 minutes left, he was starting to panic. Why was his colleague still acting like this? Did he look that untrustworthy? Sure, their origins might be scattered across different places, but they were still part of the official organization. Wasn't that enough reason to trust each other? Dude, hurry up. I already saw your name card. I'm Zhao Tian, from K-City, Jianghai Province. I didn't bring my card. Besides, do we even need to use these anymore? Look at my clothes. He tugged at the red fabric of his outfit. Why aren't you wearing the uniform? Turned it into a red mask instead? The rules in your division are pretty unusual, huh? Oh right, your live stream should have our people watching. Just have them check my identity. Luce figured the guy must have misunderstood something and continued talking nonsense. You look pretty old. How could we be in the same division? You're still in high school? Are you the director of the political education office? Zhao Tian? He was done. His fists clenched hard. What the hell was wrong with this guy? No sense of organization, no discipline at all. Zhao Tian, based on our records, there is indeed a perfect completion player in our organization. However, there's no record of anyone matching this mask type. Try engaging in more conversation. A message popped up in Zhao Tian's livestream footage, a reminder from the support staff. Zhao Tian suppressed his growing urge to punch someone. Keeping his expression cold, he lowered his voice and said, "Comrade, I don't know what you're planning. But you mentioned my uniform earlier and deliberately showed your name card. Clearly, you were trying to get my attention. So, do you have something to say?" Luce scratched his head. "Now that you mention it, I think I'm kinda hungry." "Weird. Who asked you that?" Zhao Tian turned away immediately, throwing out a quick take care of yourself before deciding to ignore him completely. "Bye-bye, man." Turning to the staff in his live stream, he said, "Hurry up and check which department this guy belongs to. Is he out of his damn mind? This is a hell mode game. How the hell can he be messing around? Reminder to all players, you should leave this room before time runs out." The countdown had already reached 1 minute. The door had opened, revealing a pitch-black corridor stretching forward like an abyss. No one wanted to ignore the system's warnings. In hell mode, you never knew when an instant death condition might trigger. The foreigner Kirk was the first to step out, his back exuding an air of cold arrogance. Big Guy frowned at his retreating figure. TCH, what a show-off. Then, he followed suit. Zhao Tian and the woman left as well. Luce, true to his usual antics, stepped out at the last second. Then stuck his head back inside, just to see what would happen. Bang. The door slammed shut, smacking him right out. A mask-shaped imprint even appeared on the surface. Zhao Tian, who had been keeping an eye on this colleague from the corner of his eye, silently turned his head away. He felt like he couldn't handle this anymore. Beyond the closed door was a long corridor, curving slightly to the left. About 100 meters ahead, the darkness swallowed everything from view. On either side of the hallway, large iron doors lined the walls at regular intervals. They were pitch black, silent. Like cages holding wild beasts. No sound came from within. This was probably where the patients were kept. Zhao Tian ran his hand along the curved wall, calculating the distance ahead as he strode forward. Before making any serious moves, he wanted to get a clear grasp of the layout and basic structure of this place. No stairs leading up or down. It should be a single-floor structure. Unless there are hidden doors. With this curvature, it might be a circular building. His voice echoed in the eerie silence. He wasn't keeping his thoughts to himself. He shared them decisively with everyone. Just then, the game system announced, breakfast time, 30 minutes, mealtime is part of the game task. During this period, players must enter a patient's room. If you leave, you must return quickly. Staying too long in the hallway will lead to unfortunate consequences. Clank. Clank. As the announcement ended, hidden compartments beneath each door opened, revealing metal trays that had been delivered from somewhere. Immediately, an overwhelming, sickening stench filled the air. Under the dim strip lighting, each tray held a large can of slimy, unidentifiable sludge. So unappetizing that it was hard to believe it was meant to be food. You couldn't even tell what was inside. There were bits of bone and shreds of membrane floating in the mush. Beside the can, a small dish of white pills sat neatly on the tray. A label was attached to the tray: patients are mentally unstable. Sedative medication has been mixed into their food. You may attempt communication. This place looks more like a psychiatric hospital, Zhao Tian murmured. Fuck. Big Guy cursed. This crap is supposed to be food? No wonder the patients are crazy. Eating this shit would mess up anyone's mind. Is it really that bad? Luce stared at the trays on the ground. Why did it look kinda delicious? The gluttony mask maximized his hunger drive, completely suppressing any rational judgment. A red warning light started flashing, urging players to enter their designated game instance rooms. No time to think. Luz randomly picked a door, grabbed a tray, and stepped inside. The room was nothing like the corridor outside. It was filthy. Stains covered the walls, some even resembling blood smears. But the lights were blindingly bright, on 24/7. In the corner, a gaunt, ghostly man crouched, shackled in high-grade alloy handcuffs and foot restraints. The moment Luz stepped in, the man glared at the tray in his hands with pure hatred. Time to eat. Looks like breakfast, I think. Don't really remember. A feast, my friend. Look at you. You're practically skin and bones. Do you want some? The room was completely barren. No furniture at all. Luz glanced around before casually sitting on the floor, setting the tray down beside him. Want some? A hoarse, grinding voice came from the patient's throat, filled with fury. Of course not. You little newbie. Feast? Feast, my ass. If it's so damn delicious, why don't you eat it yourself? Let me tell you, don't get cocky. Before he could finish, Luz's eyes lit up. Really? Thanks, man. And with that, he grabbed the sludge can and chugged it down. Patient? Chapter 31, Devouring Everything, the Unforeseen Variables of the Hell Mode Game. Bang. 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 A crack split across the gluttony mask as the entire can of sludge was funneled down like a bottomless pit. You'll be the same sooner or later. The man had only just finished his sentence when he froze in shock. In the blink of an eye, half of the can was gone. Holding the remaining half, Luz politely asked, You sure you don't want some? Before the man could respond, Luz answered for him, All right, thanks. Then, he tilted his head back and continued chugging. In less than a minute, the entire disgusting can of food was completely gone. This was not human behavior. Simply put, just from this method of eating alone, Luz was demonstrating supernatural power. Extraordinary power. Truth be told, the moment he picked up the can, his rational mind rejected it. Even though the gluttony mask made him perceive the meal as the most delicious thing in existence, his reasoning still warned him that this stuff was probably not edible. But since he wanted to test the mask's effects, and considering his pain points, Luz decided to go all in. Secretly seasoned mini burger. Yet the moment the food entered his stomach, he lost control. Heavenly flavor. Never in his life had he tasted something so good. It wasn't just stimulating his taste buds. It was directly stimulating his brain. He couldn't stop. By the time he finished the entire can, his whole body felt ecstatic. Warmth wrapped around him, as if he had ascended to paradise. At the same time, there was zero sense of fullness. In fact, his hunger intensified. A ravenous appetite gnawed at him, and Luz felt a surge of power coursing through him, driving him to find more food. Meanwhile, the livestream spectators and the official organization's staff watching him were completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? Huh? What does this mean? Is this part of the mission? I don't get it. Any experts here to explain? Where's our analysis, God? Help. Compared to this, the mental patient's behavior actually seems normal. Man, I've heard this guy operates differently, but this, analysts from various organizations were pulling their hair out, struggling to understand what the hell just happened. But Luz had already explained his reasoning. He was hungry. The patient swallowed hard, staring at the masked man in front of him, completely lost. You're not staff. You're a fellow patient? Luz, feeling absolutely blissful, relaxed completely. When it came to his hunger, he decided not to resist at all. All rationality was locked away. His only focus now was the game task. This food is amazing. You guys live like gods in here. The man's face twitched. Gods? His mental state wavered, before he let out a cold laugh. His gaze shifted to the small dish of pills beside him, and his eyes turned ferocious again. So you're done pretending? No one actually cared about what they ate. This so-called meal was just a way to drug them. At first, the staff at least pretended. But this lunatic was just shoving the drugs down his throat directly. Pointing at the pills, the patient growled, What the hell is this supposed to mean? Oh, my bad. Luz glanced at the dish, apologized, then flipped the entire plate into his mouth. No chewing. Just straight down the hatch. Waste not, want not. The poor guy across from him was actually pretty decent, reminding him not to forget his meal. After swallowing everything, Luz rubbed his empty stomach. Then, he looked at the shackled, emaciated patient and asked, You full yet, skinny? Thin patient, huh? I haven't eaten anything. You ate it all. When did I eat your food? Luz blinked in confusion. Degrees, it was as if the events of the past few seconds had never happened. blatantly lying through his teeth. Patient. Huh? He clutched his head, replaying the past few moments. Comparing his own memory to Luce's completely serious tone, he seriously started questioning his own sanity. Yeah. That disgusting, revolting slop. Why would staff eat that? Was he hallucinating his own meals now? Wait. Was I the one eating just now? The patient muttered, his eyes gradually losing focus. Wait, huh? What's happening? Is he actually gaslighting this guy? Oh, I get it. He's brainwashing the target to make him question himself, so he'll be easier to interrogate. Genius. Absolute genius. The live stream spectators seemed to catch on, immediately flooding the chat with praises. No, wait. The pills. My pills. Suddenly, the thin patient's eyes turned blood red, and he lunged at Luce with pure fury. Crack. Crack. The chains yanked him back, suspending him midair. Just inches away from Luce. But the distance might as well have been an unbridgeable abyss. He couldn't touch him at all. My pills? My pills? What the fuck am I supposed to take now? Just moments ago, he had rejected the drugs. Yet now, he was completely out of control, his skinny frame revealing taut, sinewy muscle fibers, skin lined with deep scars. The chains groaned under the tension. His strength was clearly beyond human limits. What pills? I don't know what you're talking about. Luce, looking calm and collected, stayed perfectly composed. I get it now, bro. You're just not full yet. No worries, I won't let you go hungry. This place barely gives you anything to eat. I got you, man. Look at you. You're all skin and bones. Saying that, he patted the crazed man's head. Then, sprinted out of the room at full speed, looking absolutely desperate. Inside the cell, the thin patient kept fluctuating between rage, clarity, and utter despair, rolling on the ground and howling. Meanwhile, Luce raced through the circular corridor. Each cell door had another tray of grotesque food and pills waiting outside. Wait, what was I doing again? Luce, momentarily dazed, mumbled to himself. Screw it. Might as well eat first. And so, he devoured everything. Frame after frame. Bite after bite. Whenever the hospital alarm signaled him to return to his game instance room, Luce would bolt back inside. The thin patient was completely stunned. This guy said he was going to find food. But every time he came back, all he did was fucking eat? Bro, where's my food? By the time he was done, every hell mode game breakfast, every tray outside every single room, had been wiped completely clean. Meanwhile, Kirk. When he saw the food, he thought for a moment. Then chose not to take any and just walked straight into the room. So. Chapter 32, Where's the food? Kirk is done for. So, the food that Kirk had deliberately left behind temporarily also ended up in Luce's stomach. As he passed by the door where Kirk was staying, Luce glanced over and noticed the door was slightly ajar. But he didn't bother with it. What was the game? Who was Kirk? He'd already forgotten. Eating was all that mattered. Foreign big shot, danger. I just went to Kirk's live stream. The guy's pretty skilled. He didn't take the food in on purpose. It was part of his plan. I'm kind of looking forward to his reaction now. Outside, while Luce was devouring everything like a whirlwind, Kirk was inside his room, working his powers with calm persuasion. Kirk, the proud American, but he had the credentials to be proud. Former CIA criminal profiler, skilled in negotiation and psychological analysis, honorary professor at Harvard, recipient of numerous awards in the field of criminal investigation. With his impressive qualifications, he had accessed large volumes of restricted information after completing the initial game and realized the importance of the game. He even achieved perfect completion in his first round. And now, he was a player with superpowers. Mental interference. In terms of superpowers, he was even ahead of Luce. Backed by his background and current abilities, Kirk didn't think it'd be hard to get some intel out of a few mental patients. How long have you been here? Kirk opened his mouth and spoke fluent Chinese. The game wouldn't create language barriers, but at this moment, he actively chose to speak in Chinese. I can't remember. 3 years? 30 years? Kirk furrowed his brow, exerting all effort to interfere with the man's mind, pressing his questions. With his earlier calm persuasion and non-threatening questions, he had essentially numbed and taken control of the man. What he knew so far, the guy's name was Longliu. He reminded him of his mother and kept muttering something about a mission. He really wanted Yuxi and shredded pork. Especially the Yuxi and shredded pork. He didn't know why the guy kept repeating it over and over. So, what illness do you think you have? Kirk asked. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Longliu shook his head violently, like he was having a hysterical episode. Kirk also felt like he was starting to lose control. Okay, sir, we're willing to believe that. Then who do you think is the most ill here? Med. No. Med. At this point, drool was dripping from Long Jiayu's mouth. He was completely delirious and hard to handle. Kirk sighed, realizing there was no other choice but to back off for now. Alright, you get some rest. I'll go out and get you some food. Your favorite Yuxian shredded pork. I'll bring it to you right away. With that, Kirk stood up and walked outside, ready to grab the food and medication. He hadn't wanted to resort to this. He believed that medication and those kinds of things could easily trigger rebellious instincts or long-term psychological trauma. But now, he could no longer control the man with just his mental influence. He had no choice but to go get the drugs. Still, he had already brought the man's consciousness into his rhythm. Say what you will, but making that pile of disgusting stuff look like Yuxian shredded pork to the guy wasn't much of a problem. Yuxian shredded pork seemed to be some kind of obsession for him. Once he fulfilled that obsession and got the guy to take the drugs, total control would follow. And getting information about the game would be way easier. Hell mode. Wasn't so bad, really. Just a bit darker and creepier looking. Those other Chinese players probably weren't progressing as quickly as he was. He didn't care if anyone was slacking off. He joined this game for one reason. Perfect completion. In his eyes, cooperation didn't exist. Players were in competition. The faster you cracked the game, the bigger your rewards. Snowball that, and you'd only grow stronger. Hell mode couldn't scare him. Thinking this, Kirk walked out to the hallway, hands in his pockets, lips curled into a smirk. He looked like the Western version of a crooked-mouthed Dragon King. As soon as he stepped outside, the tray was empty? Huh? Where's the food? Kirk froze for a second. This was the first time since entering the game that something had happened beyond his control. Where's the food? Why was only the tray left? Food being gone was one thing, but the meds too? All of it? Instinctively, Kirk glanced at the doors of the other rooms. There were only 5 players total, and still so many trays left. He looked left and right subconsciously. His body stiffened. Gone. All gone. Completely gone? Where the hell did all the food go? What the fuck? He couldn't help but curse, face full of confusion. Could it be that in this game, any food not taken into a room would disappear? The previous game announcements didn't say anything about that. And why did the food vanish, but the trays were still here? Ha 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 ha. I actually feel kinda bad for the guy, who would have guessed that your own teammate would be the biggest problem. Not even the smartest brain could have predicted your teammate eating all your stuff. Poor Kirk. Kirk's game livestream was now flooded with comments full of ha ha ha. He returned to his room, face blank, with none of the confidence he had just minutes ago. But as soon as he looked up again, his brow twitched hard. The guy across from him, Long Liu, no longer looked clueless and deranged. His bloodshot eyes now brimmed with menace, the iron chains on his body creaking. Cracks had even started to appear on the walls and floor from his scratching. That strength had clearly surpassed human limits, and the sight made Kirk's teeth ache. It felt like the guy could break free at any moment and come charging over to finish him off. Yuxian shredded pork. Where is it? Hold on, the chef's still making it. To give you the best taste experience. Don't rush. Kirk forced himself to stay calm and tried to keep the guy stable. I'll go hurry them up for you. Saying that, he immediately shut the door and left. While Kirk was spiraling into despair, Luce had already eaten his way to the end of the circular corridor. In one of the open rooms there, Tom was stationed. Any discoveries, dear player? The familiar mechanical voice rang out as the tin robot turned its head toward Luce. Do you have any more food? Tom seemed to short-circuit from the question and didn't respond right away. You smell kinda yummy. Luce continued, but made no further moves. As the red warning light was about to flash, he turned and walked back to his room. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly looked up. And there, coming his way, was Kirk, out looking for answers. Refusing to believe it, he was inspecting every room down the corridor. Right in front of him, Luce tilted his head back and poured a can of food into his mouth. Like he was afraid someone would snatch it from him. Kirk. Chapter 33, eyes instantly clear. Bro, I was just messing with you. Seeing the red-masked man unexpectedly walk over, seeing Luce's movements, Kirk felt like his brain had cramped up. Am I hallucinating? Did the mental interference backfire on me? Watching Luce down a strange can of food in the blink of an eye, he forced himself to accept the reality in front of him, eyes wide and mouth slightly open. Historic encounter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I've been flipping back and forth between their perspectives. Honestly, this horror vibe got turned into a comedy. Funny, sure. But I still have no idea how they're supposed to complete their tasks. This is hell mode, you know, What are you doing? Kirk stared in disbelief at Luz. At this point, he couldn't care less about national pride and just asked in Chinese. Eating? Isn't it mealtime? Luz said as if it were obvious. You got any more food? Kirk opened his mouth, but no words came out. He had no idea what Luz was even doing right now. He tried using mental interference on Luz, only to find the guy's mental state was already a tangled mess. His interference had no effect at all. It was like trying to contaminate a mud pit by dripping ink into it. He even felt a backlash when activating his ability, his face turning pale. Kirk looked at Luz with some alarm in his eyes, thinking, did this guy go through something? Has he already suffered mental damage in this hell game? In just a moment of eye contact, Kirk imagined 10,000 scenarios. Meanwhile, Luz's mind was filled with 10,000 classic international dishes. Suddenly, a flash of light at the corner of his eye. He saw the small dish in Luz's right hand. There were still 6 pills on it. No time to think more. He barked out, give me the medicine. Luz yawned and said, what kind of bird's peak are you speaking? I don't understand. Give me the medicine in your hand. What medicine? This isn't medicine. This is my breakfast. Okay, it's breakfast. Can you give me your breakfast? Kirk started calmly persuading. He realized Luz probably wasn't mentally stable anymore, so he switched to the mental patient communication approach. Why would I give you my breakfast? You a beggar? Luz shot back, a displeased expression showing on his mask. Kirk? Right. Why should he give me his food? Wait, no. Why am I thinking like this? Shaking his head hard to calm himself down, Kirk finally realized. This hell mode game really was kind of tough. Patiently, he spoke to Luz, because I'm a poor man. I've been starving for so long. I need your help. For the sake of Christ, please, my dear sir. In his desperation, Kirk even broke out the translated English accent. If you're hungry, then eat. But you can't eat pills like they're food, crazy guy. Luz replied, then picked up the dish, flipped it, and swallowed all 6 pills. Kirk? Wasn't I going along with your logic? How am I the crazy one now? But as he watched Luz eat the last of the medicine, Kirk felt like his heart had sunk to rock bottom. It's over. A perfectly good game. How did it end up like this? A total pig teammate. Can this game be solo mode, please? The red warning lights flashed, forcing both of them to return to their rooms. Kirk's gaze grew colder. Watching Luz's back, he said flatly, if you still have a bit of sanity, use the exit token. At least your life can be saved. Luz didn't even look back, like he had no idea the words were aimed at him. He quickly walked back to his room. Back in his own room, Kirk was completely tense. Longley was rolling on the ground like a ghost. He'd clawed open his own scars, blood smeared everywhere. Even the tiled floor had chunks gouged out by his bare hands. This guy is not fucking human. The calm in Kirk's eyes slowly turned into dread. He didn't even dare to speak, pressing himself against the door. Medicine. Medicine. My. Yuxian shredded pork? Faced with the guy's clearly insane mutterings, Kirk swallowed hard and started to negotiate. The food is still being prepared. Switching back to Luz's side, he had also returned to his room, facing his own patient who looked like a skin and bone monkey. The situation was almost the same as Kirk's, a patient who hadn't eaten anything and was now rolling around like some kind of xenomorph, just one step from full-on transformation. But Luz didn't feel afraid at all. He casually walked over and sat down next to the guy, naturally asking, that was a satisfying breakfast. Are you full now? You clearly didn't bring me anything. If the patient could still speak normally, he'd definitely yell that sentence right into Luz's ear. But he couldn't. All he could do was make various meaningless noises. RRR. RRR. You'll be like me too. You'll become just like me. He roared, the iron chain stretched taut, his fingers slashing down like knives, leaving a huge gash on Luz's shoulder. Blood flowed out. But Luz didn't react at all. He just leaned against the wall and muttered, guess you're not full yet. Yeah, same here. I'm not full either. Patient. He had gone completely mad, flailing his limbs wildly, carving wound after wound into Luz's body. Chosen of agony. Pain points +1, chosen of agony. Pain points +1, Luz didn't respond at all, letting the damage happen as if he didn't even notice. Alright, we've just about finished eating. So, what did you come to me for? Luz turned to speak to the ghost-like face. Patient. Weren't you the one who came to me? Maybe Luz's thinking was so chaotic that it surpassed the patient's own insanity. He couldn't help but respond. Ugh, I'm so hungry. But I also kinda feel like I ate too much. Luz rubbed his stomach and stood up. Bro, this position's kinda uncomfortable. You came to me. Looking for help, right? As he said that, he grabbed the incoming arm. An arm strong enough to crack bricks and stone. But once Luce grabbed it, it couldn't move an inch. Red light flashed. From his backpack, Luce pulled out his sharpened blade. Gluttony mask side effect: the energy from eaten food doesn't belong to you. If it's not released after reaching a certain limit, your body may explode. Well then, let's release it. Ra-arg. The patient whose wrist had been grabbed let out a beast-like roar. Next second. Red light flashed. 24 strength points, tripled by the sharpened blade's bonus, plus the partial energy release from gluttony. Crack, the thick iron chain, strong enough to restrain a dinosaur, snapped instantly. At the same time, the patient's roaring stopped abruptly. He stared blankly at the chain that had held him for who knows how many years. In his crazed and chaotic eyes, there was suddenly a strange clarity. His wildly swinging arms lowered as well. What just happened? Chapter 34, Breakfast Ends. No one in the ward took their medication. The patient stared at the broken chain, frozen like he'd been hit by a paralyzing spell. Completely still. His back didn't ache, his legs didn't hurt, and even his mental illness seemed miraculously cured. The guy who was just trying to kill Luce like a maniac? It was like he'd never existed. Bro, I was just messing with you earlier. No hard feelings, yeah? Fuck. What just happened? Here we go. Top tier brute force. This guy's last game already blew my mind. He could have just gone on a rampage, but no, he had to perfectly blend in as a mental patient. Honestly, I'd already heard about this guy's illness from the last game. Coming to the asylum probably feels like going home for him. The skinny patient stood there awkwardly, stiff from head to toe, like he had no clue what to do next. He'd lost a chain, but something even more unbreakable held him down. Luce's hand still gripping his wrist. In those few seconds, it felt like his nerves had gone numb, and he couldn't even feel his arm anymore. Luce let out a slow breath. The violent power inside him calmed slightly, making him feel a bit better. He released the man's wrist. You. Who are you? Maybe the shock had jolted the patient out of his madness for a bit. He sounded a little more lucid. I'm your ward mate, Luce replied, sounding no saner himself. The conversation was a total mess. What's your name? My name's Gotogang. Patient? It was a normal enough name, but for some reason, it just felt off. I'm Longwu. My name's Longwu. Luce hadn't even asked, but Longwu suddenly blurted it out, shouting like he'd just woken from a dream and finally remembered his own name. But the clarity in his eyes faded quickly, swallowed up again by confusion and madness. The hand that had gained freedom started twitching. Strangely, though, he didn't attack Luce, who was right in front of him. Instead, he began whipping his chains at the walls and floor. From the outside, it just looked like a rage-fueled tantrum. Breakfast time is over. All players, return to your designated correction area. Breakfast time is over. The game time announcement suddenly boomed, echoing through the prison-like asylum. Oh, the class bell rang. Guess it's time to head back. Luce muttered to himself, not bothering to look at the patient who'd started losing it again, and casually walked out. But just as he was about to leave, a loud bang echoed behind him. Go. Luce turned slowly. What he saw was Longwu collapsed on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging across his face, his skin purple. He'd smashed his head into the floor, blood slowly oozing from his brow. With his torn clothes and body covered in blood, he looked like someone who'd been tortured in prison for a decade. Seeing Luce turn, Longwu stared back with reddened eyes, gritting his teeth to squeeze out a few words. Go. Get out of here. If you don't leave, you'll end up just like me. Luce stayed silent for a few seconds. He bent down slightly, looked at Longwu, and the mask on his face twisted into a strange grin. Kama with a playful tone, he said, Sir, between us. What's the difference now? You'll still treat me to lunch, right? His words were like a stream of ice water, pouring from the top of Longwu's head, sending a chill through his entire body. After that, Luce straightened up and walked out of the ward. Bang. A loud noise. The main door slammed shut. Everyone returned to the starting room. Still 5 people, no more, no less. But no one looked too good. Judging by their expressions, none of them made any real progress with their game task. The only female player looked pale, clearly frightened. And that big guy from earlier? He was actually injured. His right arm was soaked in blood, loosely wrapped with his shirt. Blood was still seeping through the fabric. Alright, players. The first game time has officially ended. Are you starting to adjust yet? A mechanical voice rang out. It was Tom speaking. He was also in the room now. Feel free to talk among yourselves. Share any insights while we wait for the next meal, of course, If anyone thinks they've found the sickest patient, you're welcome to tell me at any time. You are now free to act. After that, Tom rolled to a corner on his threads and stopped moving. Like he powered down into standby mode. Cow. Fuck this damn game. Someone suddenly roared. It was the big guy, sweating bullets as he tightly gripped his bloody arm. What the hell is this place? An asylum? These things aren't even human. He kept cursing, but the fear in his voice was obvious. Turns out, after entering the ward, he focused solely on completing the task. Just wanted to force-feed the medication and get it over with. He didn't even spare the tormented patients a second thought. When they refused the meds, he tried to pry their mouths open and shove it down their throats. That's when he realized what he was really dealing with. Those pitiful-looking patients were like wild beasts. They snapped instantly. He couldn't even fight back. If he wasn't in decent shape from regular workouts, he wouldn't have escaped. He was this close to dying. Yeah, their physical strength is off the charts. Not something you can compare to normal humans, Jiao Tian chimed in from the side. This is a hell mode game. This level of difficulty is expected. Be more cautious. At least they still have chains, and we still have the meds. I suggest everyone share whatever info they have so far. I'll go first. I noticed something strange. My patient was resistant to the meds at first, but after I talked to him for a bit, he suddenly went nuts and begged for the medicine. The woman, face still pale, added right after Jiao Tian. Same here. My patient seemed manic at first, wouldn't eat or take anything, but then suddenly screamed about wanting the meds and swallowed them all. It was really weird. And after they took the meds, that manic energy disappeared. But it was impossible to get any real info out of them. Their minds were totally scrambled. Just then, Kirk suddenly stood up. I have nothing to say. I just have a question. Then he looked at Luce, who was lying on the floor, and said, Did you guys know? Beside your patients, not a single other person in the entire asylum took their meds this round. Did you eat them all, Mr. Red Mask? Kirk's last two sentences were in Chinese. Hearing him, everyone froze. Then quickly turned their heads in shock. None of them knew what had just happened between those two. Chapter 35, the patient seemed more rational than him, and the medication isn't a key item for completion. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned eerily silent. No one expected this kind of internal conflict to break out, especially when there had been no progress on the task. Jiao Tian stayed quiet for a few seconds, clearly struggling to process the information. What did he mean by he ate it all himself? So, he stepped up to defuse the situation. Mr. Kirk, what exactly do you mean by that? Exactly what I said, Kirk replied bluntly. I never imagined someone's game ability would be eating. It just feels like he's deliberately hindering our progress in this game. Kirk looked visibly irritated. Much less rational and arrogant than before. If you looked closely, there was a scratch on his face. That had come from failing to bring back the Yuxian shredded pork. His patient Long Liu had actually dug out a piece of stone from the ground and hurled it at him. Jiao Tian glanced between the two, still not quite getting it. He decided to ask for help directly in his live stream, since the external staff had been watching all along. Agent Jiao Tian? Yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. The player in the red mask ate all the distributed items in the asylum, not just the medication, but the food too. All of it, after counting, that's 112 total portions. No way a human could do that. The volume alone exceeds the world record for competitive eating. Our guess is that this is an extraordinary power unique to him. The level and peculiarity are completely unhinged. But so far, it seems kind of useless, huh? Jiao Tian stared at the message on the screen from his own people, brain feeling short-circuited. His reaction now looked just like Kirk's earlier face when he first encountered Luce. Brain cramp syndrome. What the hell? Is he insane? Why would he eat all that? That stuff's not even edible. Isn't he worried about killing himself with food? Was he trying to test out his own superpower? Wait. What's the backstory here? Why did he eat it? Why eat all of it? There wasn't any trigger? Unfortunately, Agent Jiao Tian, there was no backstory, no real reason. If we had to give one, it's that he said he was hungry from the start. He was hungry, so he wanted to eat, so he ate everything. Very absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been monitoring, but they can't determine any clear motive. There's suspicion that his mental state is extremely unstable. Compared to him, the patient in his room actually seemed a lot more rational. It's worth noting that this patient initiated 2 rational conversations with him. Something none of you other players have managed to do. Sadly, the patient was more rational, but he wasn't. So nothing useful came of it. Jiao Tian's frown deepened. He couldn't make sense of it. No reason, no motive. And yet the outcome wasn't necessarily bad. What the actual hell? How is the patient more rational than him? A mental patient could actually hold a logical conversation with him? Is this really as meaningless as it looks? After all, since being chosen for the Chosen's game and becoming a special affairs agent, he'd had a long stint working at the grassroots level. He knew not everything was as simple as it appeared. Following the rules to the letter often didn't get things done. On the ground, it was usually those who ignored rules or skipped procedure that actually got results. He didn't know what was up with Luz. Couldn't think of any logical explanation. Also, one more thing to be extremely cautious about: no matter what, do not provoke him. Don't mess with that guy, his combat power is absolutely terrifying. Jiao Tian raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he'd ever seen combat power described as absolutely terrifying. At that moment, Luz, who'd been lying down the whole time, finally spoke, interrupting Jiao Tian's train of thought. "Oh hey, it's you. The guy who begged for food. What, still didn't get any?" He was clearly speaking in code, a conversation only the two of them could understand, lying comfortably on the floor like he didn't have a care in the world. The big guy and the woman stood off to the side, totally confused by whatever this weird exchange was. Kirk, no longer arrogant, now looked like he was grinding his teeth. "That medication is for the mental patients. Not for you to eat. You've clearly lost your mind from eating too much. If you're that far gone, then just quit. This game isn't for you. Hey, just cause you didn't get any food doesn't mean you can blame me. I got my food. Means I've got skills." Luz kept spouting nonsense. "Enough." Kirk snapped. He completely lost it. The man who'd always lived on a pedestal now felt the soul-crushing despair of talking to a brick wall. "Do you even realize? If I had gotten that medicine, I'd be this close to full control. I was almost there. This hell mode game wasn't even supposed to be that dangerous, but you turned it into a living nightmare. Chinese guy, I don't know if you're just playing dumb, or if you've completely lost it. That medication was a key item for completion. You're blocking the game's progress. You're making hell mode even worse. You'll drag all of us down to hell with you. So either play properly, or get the fuck out. Quit this game right now." Suddenly, Luz, still lying on the floor, slowly lifted his head and glanced at him. From behind the red mask, it was like a sharp beam of light shot out. Kirk felt like a predator had just locked onto him in the wild. His mind went blank for a second. Luz spoke slowly. "How do you know the medication is a key item for completion? Who told you that?" Everyone turned their eyes toward Luz in unison. He spoke like a normal person. This was the first time he'd said something meaningful. Actually held a conversation like a regular player. Kirk's brain stalled for a moment. Jiao Tian was also thinking it over. Now that they thought about it, the game never actually said anything about the medication. It was only on the meal tray label that it said the medication could relieve symptoms. Right next to that shit-looking food. It was just part of the meal. But what did the medication actually do? What was its mechanism? What condition was it even meant to treat? None of them knew. In fact, Kirk himself had originally been skeptical and had wanted to rely on his own abilities without the meds. But in the end, they'd all just assumed. Luz kept talking. This time, with complete confidence. That medication isn't some key item for game completion. The moment he said that, it hit like a thunderclap. Everyone fell silent. Even the tin can robot Tom in the corner, who hadn't moved at all until now, turned his head to look over. Kirk furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Everyone was thinking hard. Jiao Tian spoke up. "You're saying that's not a game item?" Luz muttered as he laid back down again. "That's my breakfast. Ah, kinda hungry again. When's lunch?" Kirk, #%#. Chapter 36, Repair, Growth. The terrifying power of the gluttony mask FCK. You son of the BTCH. $$. Kirk immediately exploded with curses. The emotions he painstakingly held together completely collapsed. He had never seen a player like this before. He had just been deep in thought, starting to think maybe this guy actually had some unusual insight. And then, just as he was getting serious, the guy suddenly hit him with a, "That was breakfast? Why the hell didn't you say that was your last meal before execution? Still not cured yet, are you? Do you even know what time it is?" He almost coughed up blood in reverse. Kirk's face turned beet red from anger as he pointed at Luz and started laying into him. But honestly, he didn't even know what to say anymore. Investigating a mental hospital, only to find out your teammate's a mental patient? How the hell are you supposed to work with that? Luz lay on the ground, staring at the furious Kirk like it was their first meeting, curiously asking, "Oh my god, what's wrong? Poor Tom? Did that white cat mess with your feelings again?" "I'm Tom, I'm not poor. And also, call me the Great Tom," from the corner, The metal robot that had previously turned its head spoke up seriously, then turned its head back around. The female player bowed her head speechlessly, feeling a splitting headache coming on. Big Guy immediately started cursing again as he redid his bandages. He'd been so mad earlier, 2 more streams of blood had burst out. The whole scene had turned into a complete farce. The previously serious atmosphere collapsed in an instant. No one was thinking about medicine or no medicine anymore. It all just felt like the ramblings of a man lost in mental confusion. Jiao Tian also had a headache. He had been thinking that Luce, being someone extraordinary, would do something unique. He'd really been thinking hard. But now, maybe it's best to stop overthinking. Better not follow a lunatic's logic and end up getting played to death in this hell mode game. That kind of thing really could get you killed. This team is a nightmare to lead. Still, remembering what his colleagues said about Luce's top-tier combat power, and considering they absolutely couldn't afford internal conflict, he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Everyone, calm down for a moment. Let's focus on the game and not fight among ourselves. Show-off guy in red? Luce suddenly seemed to recognize Jiao Tian. Jiao Tian's face twitched. Seriously, bro? Aren't you supposed to be mentally unstable? How the hell do you still remember the nickname you gave me so clearly? Go fuck away from me. Kirk had nothing more to say. He left behind a cold line and walked away from the group to sit farther off. There was no such thing as a team here. These useless people were either dead weight or, like that lunatic, flat-out liabilities. He'd just have to plan things out on his own from here. Luce continued lying on his back like he hadn't heard a thing, completely immersed in his chaotic world. Calling Jiao Tian show-off guy in red earlier had been intentional. It was the one bit of responsibility he could offer to the team. He was trying to send a signal. He hadn't completely lost his mind. If he didn't let his mind slip into chaos, he wouldn't be able to absorb the bonuses from the gluttony mask. So he allowed himself to act erratically, indulging in every irrational impulse. But deep down, he still clung to the bare minimum of rationality. After all, becoming a complete lunatic and being controlled by the mask. That was unacceptable. Whether anyone actually picked up on the signal he was sending, whether anyone understood him, that was anyone's guess. Right now, he was enjoying it. Experiencing that sense of power. The side effects of the gluttony mask were severe, but the special power bonuses it gave far exceeded the greed mask. 112 portions of food. 700 unknown pills. It had created a massive surge of energy. Luce felt like there was a powder keg inside his body, ready to explode with overwhelming force. That slash of his earlier? Child's play. The raging energy was swelling inside him. Every little bit that got absorbed would instantly start repairing his body and boosting his strength. Back in the room, when Long Wu had attacked him, Luce had let himself be torn apart and racked up 4 or 5 pain points. But now, to the other players, he just looked a little disheveled. No one realized he had been injured at all. Because all his wounds had already fully healed. The energy accumulated in his body gave him an absurd level of regeneration when it came to open wounds. And now, his strength had gone from 24 to 25. To be precise, all his attributes, except spirit, had increased by 1. It wasn't from stat allocation. This terrifying effect came from the gluttony mask. That powerful energy, even the tiniest bit absorbed by the body, had such astonishing results. He had to fully enjoy this mask. As long as he kept that baseline rationality, the surface-level madness didn't matter. In fact, he wasn't sure if it was just the mental chaos syncing well with this place. But he genuinely felt that in this disordered, unclear state, he was seeing a lot of things more clearly. Like those pills. Like these people. The argument ended. There was still some time until lunch. Kirk sat alone, facing the wall, deep in thought. Luce lay still on the ground. No one knew what these 2 perfect completion players were planning. Jiao Tian tried several times to start a conversation, hoping to gather any new information or coordinate next steps. But very few responded. From the breakfast session earlier, everyone had only gleaned 2 shared insights. 1, patients only calm down after taking medication, and 2, patients always claimed they weren't sick. Very in line with symptoms of mental illness. But this kind of intel wasn't much help for progressing the task. After some hesitation, Jiao Tian finally shared his own discovery. My patient told me one thing. Aside from insisting he wasn't sick. He also said, I'm innocent. I don't know if it helps, but please take it into consideration. Big Guy and the woman didn't react, but Kirk and Luce, still lying down, both twitched their ears noticeably. Lunchtime is about to begin. You all know the rules. Get ready, time was almost up. The large door opened again. The metal robot Tom rolled out on his threads and exited the room. Lunchtime begins. Players, Please begin the game. Kirk slowly opened his eyes and walked toward the door. In the history of international medicine, there has never been a fixed standard for grading the severity of mental illness. But here, they had to find the one who was the most mentally ill. Yet all the patients claim they weren't sick. It seemed. It was time to change strategies. With that thought, he turned around and looked at Luz. Chapter 37, The Asylum is Actually a Prison? I love you, I need to warn you. I need to warn you. WTF? He turned his head, originally intending to weigh the pros and cons, to stop Luz from interfering again. But the moment he looked back, he realized Luz had already vanished into thin air. He was the first to move toward the door. When the game start voice sounded, Luz was still lying on the ground motionless. Where the hell did he go? A terrible sense of foreboding rose in his chest, and right after, clattering sounds started echoing behind him. Once his appetite was triggered, it couldn't be shut off. Luz had been waiting for lunch to begin for quite some time already. Of course he wasn't going to wait for anyone else. The moment he heard lunchtime, he launched himself like a cheetah, storming the lunch trays. What he was doing could no longer be called eating. He was just shoveling food down and immediately moving on to the next. He moved so fast that by the time Kirk reacted, Luz had already downed over a dozen trays and was rapidly advancing. As if afraid someone might steal from him. Honestly, I was kinda expecting this. This is hell mode, but why is it so funny? Ha 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 ha. Poor Kirk, I'm dying of laughter. Mask bro appears equals instant co. No logic whatsoever, the players were stunned. They had heard the rumors that Luz had eaten all the food in the asylum by himself, but had never really grasped what that meant. Seeing it with their own eyes now, they were practically dropping their jaws to the floor. Jiao Tian couldn't help swallowing hard. Now he finally understood why people said this guy's combat power was not to be underestimated, not to be provoked. With that kind of eating speed and explosive sprinting, he seriously suspected that if he stepped up now, he might be eaten too. Scared. He's not gonna eat me, right? JPG stop. Kirk let out a miserable scream and lost all composure, charging out like a madman to grab some food. In the end, Kirk managed to snatch a tray of pills, clutching it cautiously to his chest. Everything else, every scrap of food, was completely wiped out. The patients probably didn't even know what hit them. One moment they're quietly living in the asylum, next moment, no lunch for you? Holding the medicine in his hands, Kirk shot a wary glance at Luz. This time, he didn't dare say a word. He was seriously afraid Luz might leap over and bite him. Carrying the meds, he headed straight for Long Liu's room to start his info-gathering phase. The other players now clearly viewed Luz as a completely unstable player. No one tried to talk to him. They avoided him like the plague and rushed into their assigned rooms. Inside the rooms, the patients actually seemed a bit more normal. It looked like the hell difficulty in this hell mode game mainly came from that guy. Luz also walked into the same room as before and looked down at Long Wu. Long Wu looked like he'd been tortured all morning, twisted and slumped on the floor. As soon as he heard someone enter, he let out a roar and tried to charge forward. But he only got halfway before he suddenly froze. Not because he was yanked back by chains, but because he recognized Luz. His eyes immediately cleared up, and his rage vanished, replaced with a docile calm. "Hello, beautiful lady." Luz softly closed the door and said politely. "Why did you change my gender?" Long Wu sat dumbly on the floor like his soul had been sucked out. He didn't move, didn't argue. He looked like a dried-up salted fish. He knew there was no point trying to communicate with this man. Luz stood by the door and continued speaking. "What did you call me here for?" "Oh right, is there any food? That guy who invited me this morning didn't even let me eat my fill. How rude. I still get mad thinking about it. I'll never forgive him." Long Wu still said nothing, sitting there silently, thinking, that guy this morning was me. "You didn't eat enough? Pretty sure you wrecked my lunch too, didn't you?" Slowly, suddenly, Long Wu, who had been mentally unstable all along, opened his mouth and spoke. "Why? Why me?" "Because with great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man." Luz replied with total nonsense, even patting him on the shoulder. "Peter, you have to remember this. What the hell is this gibberish? I'm so lost. Did he just bring up Spider-Man?" "No, this guy's strategy is to reply with pure chaos, but don't you guys feel like every time the boss talks, the patients actually regain a bit of clarity?" Long Wu's mouth twitched. He seemed to be getting used to Luz's brand of madness and continued speaking. "What are you really here for? If you've gone mad, then everyone in this prison has their own private cell. If you haven't, then why are you here to torture me? I'm innocent. The ones inside, they're the guilty ones." What Long Wu said made the livestream explode with activity. Holy shit. That's a huge bombshell. What does that mean? I thought this was an asylum. Why is it a prison now? Who are the ones inside? This patient said way more than Kirksky. Is this how mental patients talk to each other? No idea if he even understands it himself. Luce rested his hand on Long Wu's shoulder. The expression behind his mask was unusually serious, as if he were contemplating something deeply. You mean? The people inside. They'll give me food, right? Long Wu. He really wanted to lose it, but he held back. Yes. Thanks for the meal. Luce stood up and headed straight for the food, without the slightest hesitation. After he left, Long Wu collapsed face first onto the floor, gasping for air. But their sins. I guess they've paid for them, in here. Luce kept walking, heading deeper into the circular corridor, finally arriving at the place where Tom was stationed. He paused, looked at Tom, and said, "Bro, you smell delicious." Tom. Then, without wasting any more words, Luce pushed open a nearby door and walked in. Dim lighting. Walls and floors tinged with blood red. A shadow sat quietly on the ground, slowly raising its head to reveal a pitch-black face. Deep-set eyes. A mouth stretched in a wide grin, revealing a jagged, broken set of teeth. Finally, another one of you types has shown up. My meal? That shit they fed me. Did they cancel that too now? He looked straight at Luce as he walked in, letting out a sinister laugh. I know what you're here for, but... Before he could finish, Luce interrupted him. Luce said, I love you. The other guy? Chapter 38, The Great Masked Man begins a new round of torture. What did you just say? The patient in the inner ward didn't quite catch it and asked suspiciously. I love you. Luce's mind had cleared up by now, and he repeated it very naturally. Huh? A single confession stunned the other guy for over 30 seconds. His mouth hung open like something was stuck in his throat, making him unable to speak. That previously deranged grin and twisted expression were completely gone. Only confusion remained. You're not. This, damn, I didn't see this kind of opener coming. Straight up dropped the ultimate move at the start. Hard crowd control, incredible effect. Looks like Long Wu was right, the masked boss is just picking new players to torture. Kirk, come take notes. Didn't he say his ability was mental interference? Come see what top-tier mental interference really looks like. Honestly, the guy seemed kinda rational before, but now, that's gone. Even the viewers in Luce's game livestream had forgotten how dangerous the game was. They were just thoroughly entertained. But the patient inside the game? He wasn't having fun. He stared at Luce, face like he just ate shit, and finally couldn't hold it in. Why? Luce casually closed the door and replied, Kid, you gotta understand. True love doesn't need a reason. All the lines the patient had prepared flew out of his mind. He murmured unconsciously, love really doesn't need a reason. No wait, why the fuck am I even thinking about this with you? He looked up at Luce in panic and cursed, you gotta fucking screw Luce, are you insane? Bro, technically speaking, you're the one who's insane. Luce replied seriously. The guy. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense. No, wait. He shook his head violently and slapped his own face, thinking. Why the hell am I following this guy's train of thought? He had thought his new toy had arrived, but now, he was starting to feel an odd sense of dread. Something about this guy was different from all the others who'd come before. Who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking someone else? Luce replied very politely. I don't even really know who I am anymore. The guy's eyes looked a little hazy. But you can call me Wang Ao. Alright, nice to meet you, Mr. Zhang. I'm Batman. I am Batman. Luce deliberately lowered his voice, like he had phlegm stuck in his throat, mimicking the DC-style pronunciation. The hell? The guy's voice jumped an octave. What kind of fucking nonsense is this? He smacked his own head hard. Wang Ao started doubting if he'd missed 2 doses of meds. Was his condition getting worse? Why did his brain feel so foggy today? Like he was seeing illusions. Alright, let's get to the point. Luce said. Oh, okay. Wang Ao replied instinctively. That sinister expression from earlier slowly returned to his face. So, where's the food? Luce asked. Huh? Wang Ao looked up, stunned. The little momentum he'd regained was completely shattered. The food? Luce spread his hands, like questioning him. The food. I don't know why, but they didn't give me food today. Wang Ao answered with an innocent face. Then suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a second. Aren't you supposed to bring me food? Why? Luce looked totally justified. As the saying goes, when you're confident, the other guy usually loses his confidence. Wang Ao stood there dumbfounded, seriously starting to think about it. Yeah, why though? Didn't you call me here? Luce pressed on. When the hell did I call you here? Luz had only said a few words after entering, but to Wang Ao, it felt like a whole lifetime had passed. His mind was now a complete mess. No. I can't think about this. Suddenly, Wang Ao's eyes shot wide open, his already unstable mental state on the verge of snapping. Clenching his teeth, a violent aura exploded from his body. He stomped his feet hard, standing up in one go. His bloody gums bared, facial muscles stretched into stringy strips, his entire body bulging with muscle. He looked way better than Long Wu before. There were fewer chains on him now. Only a thick one around his left leg. The rest of his body had a lot more freedom. He pointed his dark fingernail at Luz and said, "Kid, stop messing around in front of me. I'm warning you." But the next second, Luz's figure blinked and appeared right in front of him. Face to face. They were so close they could feel each other's breath. Wang Ao froze. This was the first time anyone had dared get so close to him. Wasn't this guy afraid of dying? His pupils contracted, violence surged, and he was just about to attack. But a powerful hand landed firmly on his shoulder. "Mr. Liu, what's the rush? Let's sit down and talk." Then an immense, irresistible force pressed down from Luz, like a mountain falling on him. Wang Ao, completely unprepared, went weak in the knees and dropped straight to the floor. "Why are you kneeling?" "No need to be so formal," Luz said, then sat cross-legged in front of him. Wang Ao's lips trembled. He stared blankly at Luz for a long while, unable to speak. Is this guy even human? Was that strength even something a human could have? His bloodshot eyes gradually softened. The thought of fighting vanished like smoke. Nice, just as expected. His eyes instantly cleared up. Ha ha ha. Just like Long Wu before. Long Wu, bro, better you than me. Enjoy the ride. In terms of pure combat ability, this guy's a total bug, right? Let us welcome our great masked man boss for a new round of torture. What's wrong, Brother Lee? Why are you still kneeling? Luz sat in front of him, the two mere inches apart. Can you at least stick to one surname if you can't remember my name? How many different ones have I had now? Wang Ao's brain was scrambled beyond repair. Talking was pointless, fighting looked like it wouldn't work either. Only one thing left. Go with the flow. He needed to take back the rhythm, fast. It was kind of sad. Under the overwhelming pressure of Luz's insane mental game, Wang Ao, a full-on mental patient, was actually trying to strategize. I know why you're here. You've got questions for me, right? Wang Ao blurted it out, afraid Luz would steer the convo to another weird place again. Not waiting for a reply, he rushed on. You're here to ask who's the most severely ill person in this asylum, right? Chapter 39, The Broken Mental Patient and the Bloody Game. When Wang Ao said this, his head was slightly lowered, glancing at Luz from the corner of his eyes, with a hint of smugness in his gaze. After all, based on his experience, no one who came to him had ever failed to ask this question. No matter how crazy or mentally unstable the person was, he didn't believe they'd be indifferent to this. I can tell you. I can answer you truthfully. As long as you agree to play a game with me. At this moment, the staff from Jiushin who had been monitoring all the game players' live streams were all stunned, and everyone focused on Luz. They never expected that a game which had been making little progress would suddenly take such an unexpected turn. Wait. It's that easy? He just said it like that? Why do I feel like this patient doesn't even seem that sick? Honestly, the most normal one. Everything's relative. Compared to this masked boss, everyone else seems pretty normal. Still, why would a game NPC just casually reveal such a crucial piece of info? Or, has he seen players like this before? That last comment is low-key terrifying. Everyone was getting excited listening to Wang Ao. Except one person. Shouldn't you be asking a doctor who the most severely ill patient is? What does that have to do with me? Luz dug in his ear and said this with a strange look. You don't want to ask about it? Wang Ao was totally thrown off. He was now almost certain that this guy was nothing like the others he'd encountered. So, he tested the waters. Bro. Are you new here? Are you also gonna be staying in this place? If so, I think every room is supposed to be private. Why did you come looking for me? There was clear unease in Wang Ao's tone, even a bit of grievance. He'd suffered so much torture in here. Who would have thought someone would come just to mess with him more? If you really want me to ask you something, I guess I could. Luz stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. What? Wang Ao's eyes flared red again, bloodlust bubbling up once more. Just hearing Luz's tone, the live stream audience all breathed a collective sigh of relief. They thought Luz had gone completely off the rails and would throw away this obvious chance to clear the game. But then, on Luz's gluttony mask, a thinking expression formed. He leaned in mysteriously toward Wang Ao and asked, actually. Have you ever realized something? What? 5 characters is actually 3 characters. 5. What? Wang Ao, who had been waiting forever, suddenly felt his brain go numb. He didn't react for a second. Why would 5 characters be 3 characters? Wait. He counted a little on his fingers, looked up at Luce with a pained expression, and nodded helplessly. Now that you say it, 5 characters is 3 characters. So? So then, 6 characters is also 3 characters, right? Wang Ao. Which means, 6 equals 5. His face went totally numb. After living here for so long, this was the first time he so badly wanted to leave. He didn't want to stay in this damned place anymore. Luce clearly didn't care about his response and just kept muttering to himself. Following that logic. 7 also equals 5, 8 equals 5. 1 equals 2 equals 3 equals 4. Equals 0. I've discovered the grand unification formula of the math world. So eating 10 bowls of rice is the same as eating 3 bowls, which is the same as 0 bowls, which means I haven't eaten at all, right? I'm kinda hungry. At that moment, Wang Ao suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Luce's hand with deep sincerity, saying seriously, "Bro, I think you're way more messed up than I am. Like, way worse. I don't know why the meds weren't delivered today in this creepy hospital. Totally irresponsible. Tonight, you take my meds. I seriously think your case is worse than mine. Once we had Kong Rong offering pears, now we have Wang Ao offering meds. Wang Ao's been mentally wrecked. Seriously, who the hell thinks of this shit? I'm convinced our masked bro is here just to play. His main goal is pure trolling, poor Wang Ao. He's been played to death. After feeling bad for Kirk and Long Wu, now the fandom is sympathizing with Wang Ao. Luce might be the world's top heart surgeon. He's got everyone feeling heartbroken. Wait. No. Wang Ao suddenly let go of Luce's hand, eyes flashing with alternating waves of violence, confusion, and chaos. Wait. I think I'm a mental patient. What am I even doing? Why do I care what's wrong with this guy? Why do I care what problems he has? I'm gonna. Hey. As these thoughts filled his head, that deranged look slowly crept back onto Wang Ao's face. He grinned blankly like an idiot, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Sir, I know the answer to your question. I know all the answers. But if you want to hear it, I have one condition. You have to play a game with me first. This time, Wang Ao's chaos finally took over, and he stopped falling into Luce's rhythm. What game? This was also the first time Luce genuinely responded to his question. Red light flickered in Wang Ao's eyes. He looked thrilled, like he was finally back in his domain. He pulled a metal shard out from beneath him. It was rusted all over, except the edge, which was razor sharp and gleamed in the light. Clearly sharpened frequently, now shaped like a knife. The metal's dull shine reflected Wang Ao's excited expression. This was the true face of his illness. He looked at Luce and said, "Watch closely." Then he pressed one hand flat against the ground, raised the knife in the other, and started slashing it like mad. The blade danced between the gaps of his 5 fingers, striking fast and vicious. So fast it even left after images. A true display of knife-edge dancing. But his technique wasn't great. Between the flashing images, slicing flesh and spurts of blood burst out again and again, making Wang Ao let out painful but delighted groans. His eyes burned with increasing excitement. Finally, he stopped. Blood soaked the floor beneath his palm, deep red liquid snaking in rivulets. He handed the blood-smeared shard over. Your turn. 100 times. He grinned wide, looking like the Joker in a DC movie. Luce slowly raised his head, the mask on his face revealing a huge smile, and he took the bloody shard. Like I said, Mr. Chen, I love you. This time, I'm serious. Chapter 40, let's make the game more interesting this time. Even as Luce spoke like a madman, Wang Ao didn't care at all. It was like he couldn't hear a thing. He stared at the red mask in front of him, at the blade in the man's hand, grinning with a crazed smile. This was his illness. And also the source of his sins. 100 strikes. Yes, 100 strikes. Both of them burst out laughing, staring each other down, repeating the number again, their eyes full of their respective desires. Luce didn't expect that even at this point, someone would rush to offer him pain points. As for Wang Ao, he was already completely immersed in his peak state of mental pleasure. He craved blood, torture, and pain. And it didn't matter whether the one being tortured was someone else. Or himself. He couldn't remember how long he'd been here. But the reason he came. He remembered. Torture killings, sadism, indiscriminate violence. He had long since become a demon in human skin. But due to his mental illness, he wasn't executed. Instead, he was locked up here for treatment. Yet here, he suffered torments far worse than death. Day after day. Year after year. But he loved it. He had adapted to everything here, adapted to his own existence. And he'd even encountered people who came to him, hoping to extract some so-called intel, willingly offering themselves up for his games and his torture. And so, he sunk deeper into the abyss of self-inflicted pain and inflicting pain on others. Relishing it all. Only in the past, he always grabbed onto his target's weaknesses, forcing and threatening them, enjoying their fear and helplessness. This time, things were a little different. He'd run into someone with an equally serious condition. Someone who had even messed with his mind earlier. But it didn't matter. Once the game began, once the taste of blood returned to his body, he would feel no fear. On the contrary, having someone this strange collapse before him. Watching their pain and struggle. Wasn't that even more fun? Everyone who came to him wanted something. And if they wanted something, they'd have a weakness. Smack. Luz raised his right hand and slapped it down hard on the ground. His 5 fingers played wide, revealing the spaces between them. In the other hand, he held the iron shard but didn't move for a while, as if thinking. Then, he flipped his left hand, turned the shard around, and handed it over to Wang Ao. What? Got scared? Wang Ao twisted his neck with a smirk, as if mocking him or proclaiming his victory. Then, he leisurely sat up, licked the wound on his hand, and said, I don't know what your goal is, but I can promise you this. No matter how strong you are, if you reject me, you won't get what you want. My goal is just to spend a little more time with you. The red gluttony mask still had that unserious expression, tilde. Any trace of seriousness or tension just didn't seem to exist on that mask. Here you go, Luz said. What? Wang Ao raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you mean? You said it. You do it. Luz smiled at him kindly, even tilted the blade in his hand as if to say it was all good. I believe in you. You've got the skill. 100 strikes. Wang Ao's mouth twitched. Then his lips curled upward in a crazed grin before he burst out laughing. All right, no problem. Then he took the knife, leaned in a little, and whispered next to Luz's ear with a smile, You've got a solid mind. You're exactly the kind of prey I like best. Hope you're ready. Then he stepped back a bit, locking eyes with Luz's mask, watching for the tiniest changes in his expression. Then he raised his hand high. With full force, he slammed the blade straight into the back of Luz's hand. Zing. The sound of sharp metal slicing through flesh. Wang Ao didn't follow the rules of the game he'd just talked about. The blade didn't even aim for the gaps between the fingers. The rusty shard went all the way in. Blood began to pour out, warm and soaking into Luz's palm. Wang Ao could feel it. That was the warmth of blood. He licked his lips and stared at Luz's face, waiting for some change in his expression. But in the end, he was disappointed. Luz's mask showed no change. His body didn't tremble. None of the emotions that should have appeared on his face were there. Even now, even with his palm pierced through, Luz hadn't flinched. No muscle spasms, no reaction. His hand was still completely relaxed. What did that mean? It meant Luz had completely overridden biological instinct, suppressed his neural reflexes. Maybe he simply didn't care. Wang Ao's smile started to stiffen. Then Luz finally spoke, slowly. 1. His voice was calm. So calm it was like a whisper in the dark, trying to drag Wang Ao into the abyss. Chosen of agony, pain points +2, what? Gonna keep count now? Or is the blade stuck? As he spoke, that powerful hand grabbed Wang Ao's wrist, inch by inch, and pulled his hand. Along with the shard. Out of the wound. How about we make the game a little more interesting? Luz didn't need a response. Just as Wang Ao was stunned, his vision suddenly went black. Luz's other hand had covered his face, blocking his eyes. Ever played this game before? Come on. Let's continue. Blinded, Wang Ao trembled slightly, letting out a hoarse laugh. Maybe something was caught in his throat. A strange mix of emotions gripped his heart like a giant hand, sending his already unstable mental state into complete chaos. And what he couldn't see was that Luz had slowly closed his eyes as well. This feels way too R-rated, I don't get it, but for some reason, I feel super tense, I think. This is like a competition between the two of them, a psychological duel. Whoever loses will have their entire deranged mindset, built up over years, shattered. I think that's called the overload effect in psychology. The mask guy didn't fall into his rhythm. Instead, he's breaking him using his own methods. Alright, Luz said softly. That's one down. 99 more to go. Let's continue. In the darkness, it felt like a command had been given. Like the switch for the game had been flipped. Chapter 41, Wang Ao's Breakdown. You're the sickest one of all. As soon as Luz gave the command, Wang Ao suddenly let out a crazed howl, eyes shut tight, stabbing wildly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The iron shard became a razor-sharp blade, stabbing down in a frenzy. Some piercing through the palm, some slicing off flesh, some missing entirely and stabbing into the floor. Wang Ao used so much force that even the hand gripping the shard got completely cut up, blood flowing from it and mixing with Luce's blood. Wang Ao stabbed like a madman, fully committed to his task. He didn't believe that in this world, any flesh and blood body could be completely unreactive to pain. Even him. Someone who enjoyed pain and torture. Couldn't be like this. It wasn't just a lack of response to pain. From Wang Ao's perspective, it was like this guy didn't even consider that hand to be part of his body. Halfway through the 100 strikes, he even reached out with his other hand, grabbing Luce's wrist to check if he was still there, still playing along, or if he'd backed off. But he was disappointed. Luce's hand stayed exactly where it was, unmoving, as if it didn't belong to him. And Luce really did feel that way. Eyes closed, immune to pain, mentally chaotic. He didn't feel anything wrong at all. Only the occasional voice in his mind reminded him of the benefits he was receiving. Chosen of Agony, pain points +1, Chosen of Agony, pain points +2, Chosen of Agony, pain points +1. Toward the end, maybe because his hand was nearly destroyed, the pain points notifications were decreasing. 97, 98, 99, 100. Wang Ao shouted hoarsely, then yanked his hand free and looked down at the completely mutilated mess of a hand. Then, Luce's calm voice once again rang in his ears. Done with the 100 strikes? Then it's time to answer my question. Your game wasn't bad. I quite liked it. His tone was gentle, his demeanor composed. He, ha ha ha, what the hell are you? After a couple of meaningless laughs, Wang Ao completely broke down. He roared at Luce and lunged at him with the blade. Die. You fucking die. Like a total maniac, he drove the blade hard into Luce's shoulder. Luce didn't even dodge. But when Wang Ao tried to pull the blade out, he found he couldn't. Luce's muscles were so tense that he couldn't even remove the shard. No time to think. Or maybe he'd already lost the ability to think. In the next second, the world spun, and with a bang, he was slammed to the floor. A huge hand gripped Wang Ao's face. Luce had pinned him down. With one hard squeeze, Wang Ao felt like his skull was about to explode. The pressure inside his head spiked like crazy. That wasn't human strength. Sure, Wang Ao's strength was already beyond normal human limits, but right now, he was sure. He was no match for this man. How is this possible? How can you have no reaction at all? What the fuck are you? Wang Ao screamed. Any trace of sanity he had before was now completely gone. Their illness had always acted as a shell, keeping them locked inside, isolated from the world. But now, Luce had shattered that shell using Wang Ao's own methods. And in an instant, a flood of fear swallowed him whole. The red gluttony mask kept shifting expressions like a kaleidoscope. Ever-changing, unreadable. You know, there was a woman once. She behaved a lot like you. Played games with me. Halfway through, she tried to kill me. You're luckier than her. I didn't even give her the chance to speak again. Your game was good. But now that it's over, aren't you supposed to answer my question? Luce had both hands pressing Wang Ao down, including the one that was basically already shredded. At this point, Wang Ao was covered in blood. He was nothing like before. Now just a terrified mess, staring at Luce, repeating over and over, I don't know. I really don't know. I actually don't know anything. I always tricked them with this kind of act. I never knew who the sickest one really was. Wait. It's you. You're the sickest one. I get it now. I finally get it. You're the one who's the most sick. Luce grabbed his head and slammed it against the ground with a loud thud. Sound good? If it sounds good. It's a good head. Who the fuck asked you that? Did I say I was asking about that? Huh? Wang Ao's forehead was bleeding. He gasped heavily, and dazedly asked, then. What are you asking? I'm asking you. Based on what you said earlier. 3 equals 4, 4 equals 5. Then what does 5 equal? What about 6? Oh, right. They all equal 0. If it's 0, then our game's not over yet. There's still another 100 strikes. Wang Ao. His eyes instantly glazed over, hollow like a corpse. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, pinned to the floor, he began to laugh. Meaninglessly, that's it. The poor guy's been tortured into stupidity, seriously, ultimate torture king. This was supposed to be just 1 hour of lunch break. Why did it feel so damn long? This is terrifying. Ever since he showed up, no food, no meds, and now he's just randomly torturing patients. Is he a demon or what? Why? Why is this happening again? Why are you torturing me again? Are you one of the ones who tortured me before? Why is the method different this time? Wang Ao's eyes were empty, his mouth moving as he mumbled broken phrases. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Luce's eyes. For the first time, his rational mind overpowered the gluttony mask's chaotic influence. He asked, Who tortured you before? Wang Ao's eyes flickered with some clarity, but his expression became even more twisted and unstable. He clutched his head with both hands, writhing on the ground in pain. What? What torture? What did I say just now? Meds. Where are my meds? Why haven't I gotten my meds today? Just kill me already. Who are you? No, just kill me. In the dim cell, Wang Ao's anguished screams echoed non-stop. Like he was enduring the most horrifying torture known to man. Chapter 42, You seem able to commit suicide. Kirk's hypnosis. Luce's expression shifted beneath the mask. Countless smiling and serious faces rotated and morphed until finally, it settled into calm. I don't know, what abuse? Who abused me? Who are you? I don't know. Only at this moment did Wang Ao seem like someone had flipped a switch. Rambling madly, his words completely incoherent. Whether it was Luce or the spectators watching the live stream, they all knew that the question just now had struck deep into the soul. Bang! Without a word, Luce stepped forward and kicked the guy to the ground. What's your name? Did I ask you that? I haven't even asked yet. Huh? Wang Ao looked up, dazed, seeming weak, pitiful, and helpless. Didn't you just ask? What the hell are you talking about? Luce said, raising his foot in a threatening gesture. And no. Whatever you say goes. Wang Ao quickly replied. With his mind completely shattered, he now showed the weakest side of himself he'd ever had in his life. His eyes no longer held the madness and ferocity from before. It was clear that Luce had broken his spirit. Caught between confusion and fear, he'd drift into a dazed state every now and then. What did you ask? You asked. No, wait, meds, kill me. Let me go. His words didn't even form proper sentences, showing just how messed up his mind was. Dear Mr. Qin, if you really want to die, haven't you always had that iron shard on you? Why don't you just commit suicide? Wang Ao. In an instant, his eyes sharpened, suddenly clear. Like he'd woken from a long dream. He'd never once thought about that before, and now that Luce asked, he found it strange. Why hadn't he? Before Luce brought it up, it was like the very idea didn't exist in his brain at all, as if it had been wiped clean. Yeah. I guess I can commit suicide. He stared straight at the iron shard in his hand, slowly getting tempted. The light in his eyes flickered with struggle. Why? Why not just die? Once I'm dead, everything ends. Just as he was battling his own chaotic thoughts, his vision blurred. The iron shard in his hand was gone. He looked up and saw it already in Luce's hand. Somehow, he'd snatched it away without warning. Hey, classmate, how can you be playing with a blade in class? I'm confiscating this. Wang Ao. Wait, what? Weren't you the one who just said I could consider suicide? You got a fucking screw loose or what? Can I die or not? Grimacing, Wang Ao's nerves were like a steel wire, bent back and forth mercilessly by Luce. Clearly about to snap. He lunged forward, only to be kicked down by Luce again. Stepping on him, Luce said, Don't scream. I just remembered what I wanted to ask you. A serious expression appeared on Luce's mask, and Wang Ao's expression followed suit, turning serious. And the next question made Wang Ao seriously consider slamming into a wall to end it all. So, if you had actually committed suicide just now, would that mean this prison gained a suicide, or lost one? And now that I've taken your blade, doesn't that mean I just saved your life? A life-saving grace is like a second father. So can I count as your dad now? Looks like what I feel for you is fatherly love. Wang Ao. Let it all burn. The spectators watching the livestream were already losing it, poor Wang Ao, getting tormented over and over. No way he's dying a normal death now, TSK, but seriously, is it gaining a suicide or losing one? Kinda makes sense both ways, don't overthink it, guys. Any more and you'll go crazy too, honestly, the masked man's side always gets the most intel. Seems important, but they never manage to dig deep, clearly can't dig deeper. Wang Ao's spilled a ton of info, but he breaks down every time they talk, or just doesn't know. Something's clearly off, let's check out what's going on with Kirk. That foreign guy seems pretty good. Looks like he's already got a bunch of info. In Long Liu's room, Kirk, who had already built up a decent level of trust, was now full-on brainwashing mode. He'd fed all 6 pills he managed to pry out of Luce's mouth to Long Liu. As for the food, Kirk didn't think it mattered. Garbage like that wasn't worth eating. He didn't care if these game patients were starving. As long as he could get a perfect completion, that was all that mattered. At the moment, he had pushed his mental interference ability to the max, gently coaxing with his voice, while holding something that looked like a pocket watch, swinging it back and forth. It was his hypnotic tool. Not a game item, just something he normally used. To bring it in, he actually used Luce's carry it on you method. As for how he carried something like that on him, well, he, tucked it. No need to elaborate. You said just now that you're innocent, right? Kirk asked. This was info Jiao Tian had shared earlier, and he was using it to guide the conversation. Yes. Long Liu sat on the floor obediently, like a dazed child. And you said you came later? The ones before you were the guilty ones, and this place is a prison. Yes. But when entering the asylum, there's always an order in time. What does came later mean? Are you saying the ones before you are all guilty? Long Liu shook his head weakly and replied, no, it's not that. The ones before were already guilty from the beginning. We came in later, came in after. Kirk furrowed his brows, thinking hard. Something felt off. If that's the case, then the people in this asylum might be split into two groups. Whether this was key intel or not, and what the basis of that split was, remained unclear. The ones you're talking about before you. Were they locked up for crimes or because they were mental patients? Yes. Then you. Your group. The ones who came later, why were you brought in? Me? Why did I come in? Suddenly, Long Liu's state turned weird. He looked like he was about to explode. Kirk's mental interference started to backfire, as something in the depths of Long Liu's mind surged like a tidal wave. Without warning, Long Liu opened his mouth wide and roared furiously at Kirk. Kirk, already on edge, instantly jumped back with his watch in hand, retreating to the corner of the wall. Lunchtime is over. All players, please return to the initial rest area. Chapter 43, got nothing to do, so I stabbed Tom. Lunchtime is over. All players, please return to the initial rest area. The system prompt suddenly rang out, repeating 3 times like a battlefield's retreat signal. Kirk let out a breath of relief. Throughout the lunch period, his nerves had been strung tight, like he'd just been through a war. Now, his back was soaked in sweat. Something he hadn't even noticed during the earlier intel gathering. Long Liu's chains rattled violently, his face turning red as he strained forward, like he wanted to lunge and bite Kirk. Kirk touched the scratch on his face with some apprehension. It was left by Long Liu during his earlier rampage, when Kirk hadn't dodged in time. He felt he was now very close to the truth, stepping into territory untouched by the others. This asylum, or rather, prison, was split into 2 batches of people. The issue between these 2 groups might be directly related to the ultimate goal of the game, though he hadn't yet figured out what the connection could be. Still, progress was progress. Slightly bowing toward Long Liu, Kirk said, "Respected sir, today's noon psychological counseling is now over. Looking forward to our next session." With that, Kirk opened the door behind him and walked out backward from the room. Meanwhile, in the room where Luce was, he and Wang Yao also heard the system voice. Only this time, it was clearly Wang Yao who let out a breath of relief. When he heard that sound, his eyes lit up like a drought meeting rain. He lowered his head and peeked cautiously at Luce with a pitiful glimmer in his eyes. Luce also stood up with some lingering satisfaction, picked up his mangled right hand, and pressed it against his mask, carefully licking off the blood. As he licked, he stared at Wang Yao lying on the floor. Wang Yao shrank back a little. This guy. He's not planning to eat me, right? For some reason, that thought popped into Wang Yao's head. Luce held the iron shard without a word and turned to walk toward the door. Wang Yao's limp body leaned against the wall, collapsing to the floor. That demon of a man was finally leaving. Suddenly, Luce turned back at the doorway, and the mask showed a friendly smile. "I'll come back and visit you later, Mr. Wang." Then he politely closed the door. The light in Wang Yao's eyes went out. His heart, which had been hanging by a thread, was now completely dead. Honestly, I think Kirk's pretty sharp. The masked man always seems to stumble into info by accident. I think the masked man just blends in way too well with the mental patients. No communication barrier at all, the masked man grabs a mental patient and just straight up tortures them. Actually, comparing the 2 exits, the real gap is their difference in combat power. As the viewers chatted, they noticed Luce didn't head back to the initial room after leaving. Instead, he went in the opposite direction. Straight into the open room where Tom was. He walked right up to Tom, said nothing, and struck without warning. He stabbed the iron shard. Confiscated from Wang Yao. Straight into the metal head of the iron skin robot. Crack. With such force, the shard went halfway in. Tom? Spectators? Official monitoring staff? Dude. Are you okay? Seriously gotta screw loose. Why go mess with a game host for no reason? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Mouse licking a cat's bitch, looking for a thrill? Player, do you have a problem? Why didn't the system prompt go off? Shouldn't this have triggered some hidden in-game mission or maybe a new achievement badge? Seriously nothing? So stingy. Tom. God damn it, my face turned iron blue from anger. Well, Tom's face was already iron-colored to begin with. Players should focus on the game and not think about anything else. Alright, delicious Tom, you really do smell amazing. The great Tom, Luce didn't waste time bickering and immediately turned to leave, heading down the big circular hallway toward the farthest room. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed down the long curved corridor. It was inhuman, gut-wrenchingly shrill. The expression on Luce's mask shifted slightly as he continued walking toward the room. When he arrived at the initial room, he found he was the last to arrive. Along the way, a trail of blood led directly to the room. Looking up, he saw Big Guy's twisted, pained face. At that moment, his right arm looked almost severed. White bone shards were visible where the skin had split. Only the flesh kept it barely attached. Jiao Tian was beside him, helping to stop the bleeding. Got any meds? Hurry. Big Guy, grimacing in pain, pulled out a basic healing potion from his backpack and poured it on. In a flash, the torn flesh began to squirm and slowly knit itself together. The bleeding slowed. Seeing that, Big Guy finally let out a breath and plopped down on the floor, drenched in sweat. If it's too much, focus on keeping yourself alive first. How'd you end up like this? Jiao Tian, being part of the official organization, had the instinct to protect others and immediately asked. I fucking hit him. Those things' mental states are too unstable. It's impossible to stay alert the whole time. Everyone's level of restraint is different, and that guy. He just straight up pulled down his pants and started jerking at me. Jiao Tian. Okay, yeah, no man could have held it together after that. Hearing that, the woman called Jinshan turned pale, looking like she might puke. After confirming that Big Guy wouldn't die from blood loss, Jiao Tian finally relaxed and sat off to the side. It had only been an hour, but everyone felt drained. Mentally and physically. Well, except Luce. Kirk sat far off, glancing at Big Guy and calmly said, if you can't, exit. Nothing more to say. In his eyes, these people were useless. Might as well focus on survival. In the heavy silence, everyone finally noticed Luce, who had just walked in without saying a word. Jiao Tian gave him a quick glance and was immediately shocked. He saw Luce's nearly shredded right hand and nearly blew his top. He knew very well. This crazy guy was probably the one with the highest combat power. You actually got injured too? Who the hell could hurt you like that? Luce tilted his head in confusion. Who? Me? I didn't. What injury? As he said that, his hand, which looked like it had been through a meat grinder, swayed gently. Yeah, that visual was very R-rated. Jiao Tian. Chapter 44, Not cutting off hands is unreasonable. Exit token trade. Oh, you mean this? Luce looked at his hand, and it seemed like he just noticed it, surprised as he said, What happened? What did I just do? But it's fine, nothing major. Jiao Tian. He was at a loss for words. From the surface, Luce's injuries weren't any lighter than Big Guy's. But for some reason, seeing these injuries on Luce made it feel like it wasn't a big deal. Maybe it was because Luce was acting too relaxed about it. At this moment, Luce had already pulled out the sharpened blade from his backpack, looking at his hand. If I cut this off, will it affect the subsequent game progress? A large question mark appeared on the red mask, watching as he was seriously considering the question. After all, in the last 2 games, he had sawed off his legs, and now thinking about cutting off his hands. It made the game feel a bit pointless. Hold on. Jiao Tian quickly stopped him, afraid that this guy would really chop off his hand. Are you sure your state is fine? Jiao Tian asked cautiously, twirling one finger near his head. Meaning, is his mind still under control? He had the data from Luce's previous game and knew that this person might be a bit delirious, but his strength was immense, and beneath the madness, he hid a rather calm mind. Cunning and greedy. But now, it was clear that the strength and madness were visible, but the rationality was completely absent. Also, he had just learned from the staff outside the game that Luce's injuries had a very supernatural cause. Could the intel really be correct? Where was that calm mind? This was looking more like a mindless person. Or did the food and medicine here mess up his brain? Can we still cooperate with him? State? Not too good, Luce said, thinking while listening to the question, I feel really hungry. As he spoke, the mask even showed a bit of a pitiful expression. Jiao Tian immediately had an expression of exasperation. Ha 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 ha. So cute, I want to keep one. A strange contrast, you probably can't afford it, with this eating habit, Even a rich man would be bankrupt. I think Jiao Tian is about to lose it. The big boss tortures the freaks in the hospital, then tortures teammates after he leaves, focusing on indiscriminate damage. Ah. Damn it. Suddenly, big guy yelled in pain, clutching his shoulder and howling in agony. He started convulsing violently on the floor, clearly unable to bear it. It turned out that the basic healing potion in the game was top-tier biochemical technology, repairing the body in ways humans couldn't fully understand. Even the basic version was extremely effective, but rapid muscle reconstruction, bone realignment, and secondary nerve connections all caused immense pain. Big guy was fine when only surface muscles were being repaired, but now that it was at the stage of nerve reconstruction, the pain was beyond what he could handle. What is this? Doesn't this medicine have anesthesia? Oh? Is it really that intense? Luz watched, immediately taking out a bottle of basic healing potion from his backpack and pouring it onto his own hand. Jiao Tian, watching the scene, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, is this guy's idea of treatment really that different from a normal carbon-based life forms? Big guy was still screaming in agony, and his voice echoed through the room, sharp and ear-piercing, making the already oppressive atmosphere even more terrifying. Hell 5 game was like this. Brutal and agonizing. Luz was a bit disappointed though, because after waiting for a while, he didn't gain any pain points. It seemed that the pain from the healing process didn't meet the trigger conditions. Damn it. I can't stand it anymore. This damned place doesn't have any information. What kind of damned checkpoint is this? No one's ever beating this hell mode game. Why can't I open it? Big guy collapsed on the floor, venting his emotions. Suddenly, his voice was filled with terror. What can't you open? Jiao Tian asked in confusion. The shop. What's wrong with the shop? Why can't I open it? Big guy's voice was frantic, and he was no longer as enraged as before, sounding like a helpless child. Jiao Tian looked at him oddly, answering, the game shop can only be opened outside the game to make purchases, and the items have to be loaded into your backpack to bring them into the game. What? Didn't the game officially remind us of this? You didn't know? Big guy's eyes were immediately overwhelmed by fear, his voice muttering repeatedly, what? When did they say this? Why didn't I know? So how do I buy exit tokens? What do I do now? Jiao Tian's expression stiffened, and he took a few steps back. This was a hell game, and everyone knew the high mortality rate. The reason everyone was staying calm was because of the exit token. Everyone present had completed the game before and bought that item. At the end of the day, if things went wrong, they could exit, losing everything they earned in the game but at least saving their life. They would still have their lives, so the players weren't as fearful as when Luz had encountered hell mode the last time, when the newbie players had no exit option. But to forget something so crucial? Jiao Tian was left speechless, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. The atmosphere became quiet, and Big Guy's eyes filled with despair, the mood becoming suffocating. Suddenly, there was a sound like a coin flicking in the air, crisp and clear. Everyone looked over, only to see that it was Luz doing it. They were confused, wondering if the madman was just showing off or what? Bullying a desperate player? Was that necessary? I'm hungry. Luz's deep voice came, do you have anything to eat? Jiao Tian's confused mind suddenly remembered the description from his colleague about Luz's performance in the last game. He was instantly enlightened and looked at Luz in surprise, then turned his gaze to Big Guy. If you use the exit token, you'll lose everything you earned in the game. Whether it's physical enhancements, superpowers, or points. So, when it's time to save your life, go all in to save your life. Chapter 45, There is no way back in this world. Condition worsens. Big Guy's eyes were initially confused, but then it seemed like he understood something, and instantly grabbed onto it like a lifeline. Your exit token, are you planning to sell it? Before, he thought Luz was insane, but now he even used respectful language. It was clear that, to save his life, he was willing to do anything. Luz didn't say anything. He didn't want to waste too much of his rationality on the other person. He just kept flicking the coin in his hand. The pattern was exquisite, like a good toy, but in the game, it was something that could save a life. Bro, let's talk. Sell it to me. I didn't know the shop couldn't be opened. I saved all my points, didn't spend a single one. All the prizes, rewards, I almost haven't used any of them, saving them for a critical moment. Well, I just used that basic healing potion, my bad. At this moment, Big Guy completely forgot about his dignity, trying to flatter and beg in a very humble manner. I'll give you everything, all of this, just give me an exit token, I need to leave. I don't know when something will happen here. I can't take it anymore. Or, how about we exchange contact info, after we get out I can By the end, he started giving various follow-up conditions like other players had done before. Of course, Luz didn't care about such things. Luz flicked the exit token in his hand, tilted his head, and then with a slight push of his finger, the coin drew a perfect parabola in the air, landing right in front of Big Guy. Big Guy's eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly crawled forward to pick up the coin, holding it like a treasure. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and he felt a sharp killing intent lock onto him. Luz was standing in front of him, holding the sharpened blade, standing silently. Big Guy gave a forced smile, then quickly began transferring the points, trying to avoid misunderstanding from the big boss in front of him. Afterward, as if afraid Luz might go back on his word, Big Guy immediately ran off. With the exit token in hand, his body flashed, disappearing from the spot. 1 out of the 5-man team had already left. Luz received 1,400 points, a strength potion, a basic healing potion, and a skill learning scroll. Seeing the skill learning scroll, Luz was a bit surprised. Although it wasn't of high level, it was still considered a superpower. However, using it required the awakening of spirit. Fortunately, Big Guy hadn't awakened yet, otherwise, he would have surely used it. For now, he put it into his backpack. This haul was still a good one, considering the exit token was only worth 1,000 points. At this moment, Kirk, who had been staying out of it, finally spoke up. He raised his head and, surprisingly, spoke in Chinese. It's better that he left. After all, less people to divide the rewards. Also, was your exit token a game reward? I remember the exit tokens in the shop are limited to 1 purchase per person. This was directed at Luz. He was half right. Luz's exit token was indeed a game reward, but he hadn't bought it himself. He had never considered leaving the game. Jiao Tian, who had been standing by, felt a jolt of worry. He hadn't noticed this detail. Could Luz be in trouble? He quickly asked, "Do you still have an exit token?" "Maybe not, why would I leave? Isn't the game fun?" Luz replied, a bit absent-minded. "But that's a way out." "What about your way out?" Jiao Tian asked, growing anxious. "A way out?" Luz raised his head, his mask showing a rare moment of composure. "From the moment I entered this game, there has never been an exit." This decision had been made by Luz from the very beginning. It wasn't a matter of mental confusion. Even without the Chosen of Agony, without extraordinary power, and without immunity to pain, he would still have joined this cruel game. Leaving the game, losing everything? Losing superpowers, losing the chance to change his life, losing the current mask, maybe even losing the Chosen of Agony. Impossible. From the moment he entered the game, Luz's way out was either success or death. He didn't feel he had anything to lose. Starting over was an excuse for the weak. Those who didn't have the resolve should just be good spectators. If you leave once, you'll never stand at the top again. After saying that, it seemed to exhaust his mental energy. Luz collapsed onto the ground and began a long sleep that lasted the entire afternoon. Eat and then sleep. Yeah, that fits the character of gluttony. Jiao Tian stood there, staring at the Luz on the ground, looking somewhat incredulous. He hadn't expected that someone who was clearly mentally unstable could say such things. For a brief moment, he seemed normal, right? Meanwhile, Kirk, far off in the distance, didn't share this thought. He sat quietly, watching, a trace of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Dinner time begins. All players, please start the game. Another door opened, and the only female player stepped out of the room with heavy steps. This time, Luz and Kirk almost launched at the same time. Luz, naturally, began his next sweeping round, while Kirk aimed to snatch at least 1 potion from Luz's hands. This time, everyone clearly noticed that the eerie atmosphere in the entire asylum had thickened. As soon as the door opened, the sounds that had not been heard before echoed out. Screams, muttering, sizzling noises. The sounds were obscure, distant, and terrifying. Even those thick iron doors couldn't block them. Perhaps it was because no one had taken their medicine all day, but it felt like the condition of everyone in the asylum had worsened. The whole place seemed to be in chaos. The final female player even entered the room, holding an exit token in her hand. However, the ones most seriously ill were not just the patients here, but also Luz. For the 3rd time, he swept up all the food and medicine. The energy inside his body felt like it was about to explode, and the gluttony mask seemed to have reached a critical point. Bang! When Luz opened the door, unable to control his strength, he kicked the 10-centimeter thick iron door, bending it. The patients who had planned to act out were instantly scared straight. The next moment, Luz flashed to their side. "I heard I could ask you guys questions. I ask, you answer." Meanwhile, no one noticed that Kirk had never entered the room. After everyone else entered, he paused briefly before walking toward the door of Jiao Tian's room. He pushed the door open. Chapter 46, Doubts and Warnings, only 3 left. In the room at the end, Wang Ao was currently facing Luce, who was on the edge of losing control. Originally, when the door was suddenly kicked open and his headache was unbearable, Wang Ao instinctively wanted to bare his teeth. But as soon as he saw it was Luce, his body instinctively shrank back, and he didn't show his teeth anymore. However, he had already been pinned to the wall, and Luce, using terrifying strength, lifted him up. The moment those hands grabbed him, Wang Ao felt a strange sensation, one that made him no longer want to resist. Resisting was futile. The gluttony mask. The more you ate, the hungrier you got, and the more you ate, the more you wanted to eat. Meanwhile, the level of mental confusion also deepened. Wang Ao stared at the mask in front of him, feeling inexplicably as if the person before him wanted to swallow him whole. This wasn't a metaphor, it was a real feeling. Hey. Big brother, calm down, I'm not tasty. You can ask whatever you want, Wang Ao said, trying to keep his composure. That feeling of being preyed upon was a deep, instinctive fear rooted in his genes, stirring an unconscious desire to survive. Ho. Luce panted for a while before continuing. I met someone at noon, and he left me very dissatisfied. I hope you can satisfy me. Wang Ao was slowly put down, not daring to say a word. He thought to himself, that person you met at noon seems to have been me. But in this situation, he naturally didn't dare to argue or remind Luce. If he did, wouldn't that be totally insane? Luce took out a knife from his hand, a sharp blade, and pointed it at Wang Ao. After I'm done asking questions, we'll play a game. Hey. In hospitals, donating sperm is legal, so why is it illegal to privately donate it to someone I want? They say bananas and carrots help clear the intestines. Do you think it's for oral use or external use? If an adult novel is about minors, can it still be called an adult novel? You've prepared 5 cups of water, and 100 million liters arrive. How do you plan to distribute it? Wang Ao. Luce's mouth kept firing questions like a machine gun, as if doing so would help calm his chaotic mind. But Wang Ao was trembling, unable to say anything. His lips quivered as he stammered, I don't know who the most seriously ill person here is, maybe there is no such person. Don't push me, hiss. Even though the masked guy has been babbling non-stop, don't you think Wang Ao's mind is really becoming more stable? Yeah, he is being pushed to the brink. But so what if he's stable? He hasn't asked anything useful yet. Just here, babbling, honestly, even though the stream of this big shot looks exciting, it seems totally meaningless to the game. He doesn't even care, how's this going to end? We're about to get useful info, but he's just rambling. Honestly, we'll see how it ends in the game, it's really all about watching Kirk, for real, I'm going to watch Kirk. He seems to be looking for Jiu Tian. Only the reliable ones matter. As time passed, nearly a full day had gone by in the game. For the games that had been more normal before, one day wasn't short at all. But here, it seemed like there was no progress, and the viewers started expressing dissatisfaction. This supposedly very strong perfect completion player, it seemed like his brain was really messed up, blending in with the mentally ill. It looked like he hadn't contributed to the game's completion at all, and might even be a side effect. At this point, with some reminders, the audience had become aware of Kirk and Jiu Tian meeting. Jiu Tian was sitting in a hospital room, looking at a drooling, babbling guy, when suddenly a voice came from behind him. Hello. With standard Chinese pronunciation, Jiu Tian's body jolted, and he quickly turned around, only to see a foreign face. Oh, Mr. Kirk. Jiu Tian said as he turned around. Why are you in my room? The game rules don't say 2 people can't be in the same room at once, Kirk said, hands in his pockets, speaking arrogantly. Also, you're from China's special department, right? Jiu Tian. He hesitated, wondering if he could share such things with a foreigner. Although he claimed to be official, his background was clearly even more significant. Don't worry. With your country's strong organizational structure, you've probably already established related departments. This kind of thing will definitely be made public soon. Judging by the information you have, it must be the most comprehensive. Our background, as well as our performance in the game, shouldn't have escaped your eyes. Jiu Tian nodded and openly admitted, yes, it's for the better game. I'll give you a piece of advice, don't get too close to the mentally ill. Eh? Jiu Tian froze, then looked around. The patient didn't seem to pose a threat, so he said, thanks for the concern. But I've been very careful, keeping a safe distance. No matter the temptation, my psychological endurance is okay. I won't have a problem. Kirk's expression was stern, and his face remained emotionless as he said, I'm not talking about them. Jiu Tian? In that instant, he understood. You mean the masked man? What about him? Nothing. I still have a lot of things I haven't figured out. The information we have now is too little. Kirk briefly said, then turned to leave, exuding a hawk-like arrogance. I'm going to get the perfect completion in this game. You still have some use. Conserve your strength, stay alive. When I figure it out, I might need you. After speaking, he left, closing the door behind him. Jiao Tian furrowed his brows into the shape of the Chinese character comma, feeling unsettled for a long time. Ha ha ha. As soon as the mental illness topic came up, Jiao Tian immediately realized who it was about. Jiao Tian? Who's mentally ill? I can't tell. Is this infighting? Seems like Kirk isn't very friendly. Makes sense though. The masked guy has been dragging the team down. Amid the viewers' discussions, the first day's dinner passed by. Game over. Please return to your initial room to rest, players. As the familiar voice rang out, a door immediately opened, and a figure seemed to leap out like a fish, staring vacantly. It was the last remaining female player. Her clothes were disheveled, her eyes were vacant, and there were bloodstains on her face. After the door to the initial room closed, the remaining 4 players looked at each other. The female player suddenly ran to the corner of the room and, looking pale, vomited violently. As Jiao Tian was about to ask something, the female player directly pulled out the game token, said nothing, and exited the game. The first day, from the surface, showed no progress, still mysterious and unclear. And the players? Only 3 remained. Chapter 47, Bone-Chilling Fear, Earth-Shattering Speculations. Jiao Tian looked at the place where the female player had left and let out a soft sigh. He knew the torments of this game. Aside from the guy with the red mask, who seemed to be doing just fine, no one else was comfortable. Even Kirk's face had occasional injuries. The mental torment, the terrible living conditions, and the physical harm that could occur with just one mistake. Considering what the big guy had said earlier about being, well, you know, plus the fact that she was a woman. And, this game hadn't provided any food or water for the players. They hadn't had a drop to drink or a bite to eat all day. TSK, except for that guy with the red mask, who had food and drink. How special is this guy? Jiao Tian shook his head. As an official, he knew the girl's background. She was just an ordinary player who had barely managed to clear 2 games and gotten some rewards. When she saw that it was a hell mode game, she initially thought about running away, but then she realized that as long as she survived, if others cleared the game, she technically did too, so she decided to just hang on. But she realized she was naive. A crazy prison, teammates losing their minds, and the bloody consequences for those who came before her. Forget it. Ah, it's a pity, but quitting is fine, Jiao Tian said with a sigh. Luce, who was beside him, looked at the pile of vomit the female player had left on the floor and nodded in agreement. It's a bit of a pity. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly slapped himself hard, quickly turned, and walked off to the side. Jiao Tian? What's wrong with this guy? On the other side, Kirk, unusually, walked over and continued speaking. There's nothing to feel sorry about. In this kind of game, surviving is already quite lucky. This isn't a place for her level. As he spoke, he slowly scanned the room, then continued, now, the ones left seem to be somewhat fitting. 2 perfect completion players, 1 high-level player with a special official status. These are the ones worthy of this hell mode game. Of course. Kirk glanced at Luce, who had collapsed in the distance in a shape on the floor, and asked, this friend, who's been pretending to be mad, really isn't planning to quit the game. My supernatural ability is mental interference, and I've already used it on you many times. Most of the time, it backfired. Your confusion isn't just pretending to be mad anymore. Even if you explain it as self-hypnosis, you won't be able to hold out much longer. At the rate you're going, you might end up forever lost here, trapped in a permanent state of insanity. Kirk pressed on, getting closer and closer to Luce, as if he was delivering a death sentence to the person lying on the ground. In the distance, Jiao Tian furrowed his brows, watching the 2 of them. This time, he didn't intervene or try to mediate, he silently waited on the sidelines, observing how things would develop. Your ability is to eat? I've been asking since the beginning what your goal is, and I still want to know. But I think, as a normal human, that's not a good choice. I'll ask you again, are you really not planning to quit? Don't tell me you've run out of exit tokens. At this point, Kirk had walked right up to Luce. Just as he was about to move forward, suddenly, a huge sense of danger locked onto him. Luce, who had been lying on the ground in silence, suddenly spoke. I suggest you don't get too close to me right now. Kirk's footsteps faltered, and a strange premonition kept warning him inside his mind. Don't move forward. Ha ha. Chuckling, he withdrew his steps and turned to leave. Feeling confident. I'm just worried. If you don't quit, my game might be hard to complete. Luce remained silent. He was currently bearing the immense internal energy surges and the overwhelming, chaotic thoughts. He didn't want to speak. Soon, he lay back down and fell asleep. Jiao Tian didn't say anything else. He didn't even bring up discussing what they had learned today. He knew these two probably wouldn't listen. The three hungry individuals sat far apart in the empty room, either sitting on the floor or leaning against the wall, sleeping through the night. Yes, it was a night of endurance. It was an excruciating night. The entire hospital had gone without food all day. No food, no medicine. By nightfall, the place was filled with wails, and even several iron doors couldn't suppress the sounds. The hungry souls were slamming the doors and walls, making the hospital feel more like a haunted house than anything else. Kirk relied on self-hypnosis to ensure his sleep. Luce had long since collapsed and was already lying down to sleep, while Jiao Tian couldn't sleep at all. He sorted through the information his colleagues had sent him, reflecting on the sudden tension between Kirk and Luce, and he suddenly felt a cold shiver. An inexplicable sense of danger had enveloped him, making his thoughts race with similar ideas. This hell mode game seemed to lack physical torture, but there was something that felt deeply wrong, a kind of fear that started to wrap around him. The entire night felt like the atmosphere of a haunted house. The next day arrived, and the game continued. Kirk continued to race against Luce, one trying to grab food, the other hoping to at least get some medicine. But this time, Jiao Tian, with a clear purpose, stood in front of a room. It was Long Wu's room. The first patient Luce had met. Jiao Tian instinctively felt that the source of his fear was here. Entering the room, he saw Long Wu, who looked extremely frail and weak. At that moment, Long Wu appeared listless. Someone else came? Changed person, huh? Hello. Jiao Tian was surprised to find that Long Wu's mental state was surprisingly stable, so he got straight to the point. Do you know who the most seriously ill person in this hospital is? Hey, familiar question. This is what you should be asking. Long Wu trembled as he twisted on the ground, looking at Jiao Tian. No, the answer is no. There is no one who is the most seriously ill. Who doesn't get sick. You will get sick too. One day, you'll get sick and you'll stay here forever. Jiao Tian frowned at Long Wu's cryptic words and was about to speak when he suddenly froze. The same fear that had wrapped around him all night returned, and in that instant, his thoughts became terrifyingly clear. His colleagues had shared the information gathered from Luce and Kirk. He knew everything, except for their psychological activities. He knew about every patient and what they had said. From Long Wu, he learned that the later arrivals were innocent, while those who came before them were guilty, so they had to ask the earlier patients questions, torturing them. The earlier patient had been tortured mercilessly by Luce, but Luce had been going mad the whole time. So, he had been the one asking, "Are you asking who the most seriously ill person is?" They even planned to play games, and Luce said that he was different from the previous person. Why did that patient know about the questions? Was it part of the game setup? And what did previous mean? Also, Kirk's questions had revealed that the hospital was divided into two groups, the earlier batch were guilty, and the later batch were innocent. When Kirk asked why the later group was here and why they stayed, the person had gone insane. Completely lost their mind. And now, Long Wu was telling him that we can't find the answers, and eventually, we too will get sick and stay here forever. And this person is named Long Wu. The person Kirk spoke to is named Long Liu. Could it be? The reason the earlier person had guessed what Luce wanted to ask was because someone had already asked before. Not just once. The hospital's patients were split into two groups. The earlier batch were the real patients, and the later batch were the ones who came to ask them questions. And this later group never got answers. They never found out who the most seriously ill person was, so they stayed here forever. A bold speculation formed in Jiao Tian's mind, lingering and refusing to leave. Could it be that these people were once players too? Have you heard of the Chosen's Paradise? Chapter 48, the loophole no one had thought of. Aren't you going to ask why? What did you say? Long Wu seemed not to have heard Jiao Tian's words clearly, raising his head in confusion and asking again. What kind of eyes were those? Mechanical and lifeless, making Jiao Tian's hair stand on end. But now, obviously, there were more important things, even more terrifying things swirling in his mind, and Jiao Tian didn't retreat. Chosen's Paradise. He almost enunciated each word, staring hard into Long Wu's eyes. 5 seconds. The air was silent for exactly 5 seconds, that time stretching as if a century had passed, making Jiao Tian doubt whether the space had already frozen in place. Long Wu just stared at Jiao Tian, standing still like a sculpture. The next moment, an iron chain swung down at Jiao Tian, crashing toward him. The severed chain, heavy and forceful, swung like a battle axe, and even if Jiao Tian was quick-eyed and quick-handed, he couldn't dodge it in time. At this moment, a pair of green boots suddenly appeared on his feet, blasting out a strong gust of air that pushed him back a meter, narrowly avoiding the strike. Exquisite weapon, responsive boots. The wind from the chain made Zhao Tian's eyes sting, causing his face to contort in shock. If he had taken that hit, at the very least, it would have been a broken bone, torn muscle kind of outcome. Rah! Kill me. In an instant, Long Wu had transformed into a completely different person, his withered body now emitting red steam, as if he had entered an abnormal state. The bricks on the ground directly cracked open, and rubble scattered. Zhao Tian, terrified, hid in the corner of the wall, his heart sinking. The other side had suddenly gone mad. After hearing that question, he had gone crazy. Even though he hadn't answered, it was almost equivalent to answering. Kill, kill. Long Wu, his liberated hands, wildly swinging the chain, striking erratically, while Zhao Tian maneuvered around the room, finally hiding by the door. The entire room was being torn apart, looking like it had endured an earthquake. What? What is this? What chosen? What are you talking about? Who are you? Who am I? Medicine, medicine. Give me the medicine. Finally, Long Wu cradled his head in both hands, collapsing to the ground with a painful groan, muttering incessantly. Zhao Tian stood in place, somewhat at a loss. No. No medicine. I won't take that medicine. Take it away. Suddenly, Long Wu changed his mind, and in a burst of energy, sprinted to the farthest corner, banging his head against the wall until it bled. Afterward, his weakened breath turned back to look at Zhao Tian. What Zhao Tian saw were the clearest eyes. Run, run. Then, he turned back into that dull expression, as if he had fallen asleep. Zhao Tian stood in a daze for a long time without speaking. He could basically confirm that his guess was probably correct. But, wasn't the game of Chosen's Paradise just beginning? If these people were also players, what was going on? And according to their memories, they had been trapped here for who knows how many years. Why weren't they using exit tokens? Couldn't they, or were they not allowed? When had they entered the game? The game had already started? Or was it an asymmetrical timeline? Zhao Tian took a deep breath, even pulling out his exit token from his backpack to examine it carefully. Looking at the intricate and exquisite pattern on it, he finally felt a little sense of security and put it back. There's still an escape route. Still an escape route. But, if that's the case, then things are starting to get complicated. Can this game really be completed? This Long Wu. If he really is a senior, his strength is far stronger than Zhao Tian had thought.